Chapter 3574. More than a few hundred divine dragons pounced on Lu Ming and Man Ning. Under the terrifying dragon aura, they were like two small ants that would be torn apart in an instant. Roar. At this moment, an even more majestic dragon roar was heard. Lu Ming activated all of his primordial divine blood. His body swelled rapidly and turned into a huge primordial divine dragon. After turning into a primordial divine dragon, the surrounding dragon aura did not affect him at all. Moreover, his body exuded an even more ancient and purer dragon aura. Under the pressure of this dragon aura, the divine dragons formed by the 10,000 dragon seals seemed to be greatly suppressed and their strength weakened. Lu Ming stomped his dragon claw and instantly, 7 to 8 divine dragons exploded. Then the divine dragons surrounded him, and more than a dozen divine dragons exploded. Man Ning was extremely shocked. He did not expect Lu Ming to turn into a primordial divine dragon. That's a primordial divine dragon. He's a dragon? No, he's a human. That's the primordial divine body. This kid has already cultivated the primordial divine body to the primordial divine blood level. Many winged men roared. He can turn into a primordial divine dragon. If we bring him to the dragon race's mother planet, will we be able to get more opportunities before others? Maybe it will really be useful. The eyes of many sky prides of the human wing tribe lit up. This was especially so for some of the demonic geniuses. The dragon race's mother planet was vast. During its heyday, there were many different kinds of dragon race guarding various places. Although they were later destroyed, there must be many ruins left behind. These ruins might be dangerous, but if they brought someone who had cultivated the primordial divine dragon body, it would definitely be of great help. Many winged men's eyes lit up. Boom. Boom. At this moment, Lu Ming was on a killing spree, tearing apart the divine dragons one by one. Regardless of whether they had 6 claws, 7 claws, or even 9 claws, they were not real divine dragons. They were just formed by the array. They were no match for Lu Ming, and were killed by Lu Ming. In the blink of an eye, there were not many divine dragons left. Kid, come out quickly. You don't have to continue exploring. At this moment, the winged men's prodigy shouted. Hee hee. Lu Ming replied coldly as he tore apart the last 9-clawed dragon. He floated there with no intention of retreating. Brat, did you hear what I said? Back off, we don't need you to scout the way anymore. Another winged men prodigy roared. Idiots, a bunch of birdmen. Lu Ming said coldly. What did you say? How dare you? Some of the sky prides of the winged men clan roared. Lu Ming actually dared to talk about them like that. Their winged men race was ranked 130 on the Great Desolate 10,000 races list. They were high and mighty, a peak race with a noble status. Lu Ming actually dared to use such a disdainful tone to speak to them. He was courting death. This time, Lu Ming ignored them and looked at the bottom of the funnel. It was as if he could rush into the dragon clan's home planet if he took another step. However, for some reason, Lu Ming still felt a sense of danger. There was also danger. It wasn't that simple. However, Lu Ming still decided to give it a try. It was impossible for him to back off. Here, he still had an advantage when he transformed into the primordial divine dragon. However, if he retreated, he wouldn't be able to resist a quasi-emperor. Lu Ming ignored the winged men and slowly approached the funnel. This attitude made the winged men furious. You're courting death. Go and take this guy down. Suddenly, dozens of winged men prodigies rushed toward Lu Ming. The divine dragon just now had been torn apart by Lu Ming. Therefore, no new divine dragon was formed. The winged men prodigies quickly approached Lu Ming. However, the dragon's might was still there. When these winged men prodigies approached Lu Ming's area, they were suppressed by the dragon's might. Their bodies trembled violently, and their strength rapidly declined. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. He suddenly turned around and charged toward the winged men. 9 dragon claws continuously tore at them. How dare you! A winged men prodigy roared. Then he was torn apart by the dragon claws and died on the spot. Following that, the other dragon claws also tore at him. The winged men prodigies screamed as their bodies exploded. In just a few seconds, dozens of winged men prodigies were all killed by Lu Ming. Not a single one was left alive. Lu Ming kept their storage rings. Although these winged men prodigies were very strong, they were suppressed by the 10,000 dragon seals. They were far from being Lu Ming's match and were easily killed by Lu Ming. How dare you? The remaining winged men were stunned. Then someone roared furiously. His body was filled with cold killing intent. Someone actually dared to kill their winged men prodigies? Was he courting death? Even the races that were stronger than them wouldn't dare to kill their winged men prodigies easily. This was because the winged men had the backing of the angels, one of the top 10 races. Offending them was very likely to offend the angels. Any race would have to think twice before offending them. However, Lu Ming, a first-level Divine Lord Trash, actually dared to kill their winged men prodigies. Moreover, he killed dozens of them. A bunch of mixed birds. I'll kill every single one of you that comes. Do you dare to come? Lu Ming said coldly. His face was filled with disdain. These winged men prodigies were domineering. If they asked him to speak, he would kill them. No matter who they were, he would just kill them. Moreover, he came from the distant Taishu dynasty. No one knew his background. Right now he was all alone. What did he not dare to do? It didn't matter if you were from the winged men race or the angels race. If you offended him, he would kill you. Many winged men's expressions turned ugly. However, no one dared to step forward. Those dozens of people had been killed in an instant. A bunch of mixed birds. You don't dare, right? Lu Ming sneered. Since he had killed dozens of people, killing a few more people was the same. Lu Ming wanted to provoke more winged men prodigies to come in and kill a few more people. As expected, these proud winged men prodigies couldn't take it anymore. They roared, and their killing intent turned into a raging fire that was about to burn. I'll kill him. Who's with me? A winged men prodigy stepped forward. This person's feathers were golden as if they were cast from gold. He was full of majesty. It's Yu Bo. Many winged men's eyes lit up. Yu Bo was a famous prodigy in the winged men race. Although his cultivation was only at the 3rd level Divine Lord realm, he was already famous in the winged men race. He was known to be invincible among his peers. In the winged men race, those who could fight against Yu Bo at the same level could be counted on one hand. Alright, I'll go with Yu Bo. Me too. More than a dozen winged men prodigies stepped forward. They knew that the weak area was suppressed by the dragon's might. Lu Ming had transformed into the primordial divine dragon, and wouldn't be suppressed. If they went in, they would be greatly suppressed. Chapter 3575. However, Lu Ming's cultivation was only level 1 Divine Lord after all, while Yu Bo's cultivation was level 3 Divine Lord. Furthermore, his combat power was extremely powerful. Even if he was suppressed, he could also kill Lu Ming. They believed in this. Moreover, there were still other winged men clan Heaven's Prides helping out. Swoosh. Yu Bo and the rest flew over towards Lu Ming's side. Man Ning, hide in my scale. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Man Ning. A huge scale opened up. Many thanks. Man Ning gave her thanks. She knew that if not for Lu Ming, she would definitely have died here already. Figure moving, Man Ning entered one of Lu Ming's scales. Lu Ming's current size was several million meters long. When Man Ning entered a piece of scale, she was like a speck of dust, not affected at all. At this moment, Yu Bo and the rest already entered the range of the weak point. Their figures trembled, their faces changing, because they felt a powerful suppression. Yu Bo's level 3 Divine Lord cultivation was even suppressed to the level of level 2 Divine Lord here. About the same as just breaking through to level 2 Divine Lord. Level 2 Divine Lord, more than enough to kill that kid. Thick killing intent flashed past Yu Bo's eyes. His combat power was extremely powerful. In the Winged Men clan, in a battle of the same level, not many could match him. And now his cultivation was even higher than Lu Ming's. He was confident that he could kill Lu Ming. Kid, die for me. Yu Bo gave a cold shout, his body suffused with a resplendent golden light, turning into a wisp of blade edge, slashing towards Lu Ming. However, a long spear appeared in one of Lu Ming's dragon claws. It was the Overlord God Spear. The Overlord God Spear was incomparably huge. With a sweep, it directly destroyed this wisp of blade edge. Kill. Yu Bo bellowed, charging towards Lu Ming. A pair of golden wings emitted a resplendent brilliance, turning into two huge battle blades. They were golden in color, up to 1,000,000 meters long, slashing towards Lu Ming, wanting to cut Lu Ming into two. Go! Lu Ming's heart stirred. The Overlord God Spear flew out, colliding with the opponent's blade light, setting off a violent storm and energy overflowing. Next, Lu Ming stepped into the air. His 9 dragon claws tore through the void and charged toward Yubo. Boom boom boom. The void vibrated. Lu Ming's dragon claws slammed down, tearing the void apart. Especially the hegemonic God Spear. It turned into a ray of light. Its speed was astonishing as it constantly stabbed towards Yubo. Primordial Divine Body Origin. You think I don't have it? Do you think I don't know how to sever the shackles with a secret technique? Yubo said coldly. His body shone even brighter, and a golden battle blade appeared. This battle blade was Yubo's secret origin technique. It exuded an ancient aura. It had also severed one of the shackles. Furthermore, Yubo's body was unceasingly emitting blade light, making his body look like a battle blade. A type of blade body? Lu Ming's heart stirred. Obviously, Yubo had also cultivated a physique secret technique. It was a type of blade body, similar to Di Jianyi's primordial spirit sword body. Yubo burst out with his full strength, turning into a dazzling blade light, attacking Lu Ming. Dang! It collided with the Overlord God Spear, causing a shocking explosion. The Overlord God Spear was sent flying, but Yubo's body was also pushed back. This guy's combat power is not weak. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Yubo had been suppressed to the early second layer of the Divine Monarch realm, but his combat power was extremely strong. He could already contend with Su Mo. Lu Ming estimated that Yubo's combat power at the same level. Even if he could not compare to Morong Qiushui, it was not much different. Of course, compared to Di Jianyi, there was still a gap. A prodigy of this level was already very shocking. But he did not know that Yubo was even more shocked. This is the primordial divine body that cultivated the primordial divine blood? It is indeed terrifying, but I must kill him today. Yubo roared in his heart, then he shouted. I will be the main attacker, you guys support me. As his voice fell, Yubo once again attacked Lu Ming. He became one with the blade, and even the dragon's might was slightly broken. At the same time, the other prodigies of the Winged Men clan attacked from the side. All kinds of attacks were aimed at Lu Ming's head. Insignificant skill. Lu Ming sneered. He circulated his divine power, and a bell floated out. It was the heavenly evil bell. Ding-ling-ling. The heavenly evil bell rang, and invisible ripples spread out. Yubo and the other prodigies of the Winged Men clan were shocked, and their bodies stiffened. Their souls were attacked. Kill! Lu Ming shouted coldly, and the void-shattering sword was formed. It shattered the void, and sword light flashed. It was too fast. Blood spurted out, and the Winged Men clan experts were all killed by the sword. Only Yubo roared at the critical moment, and his figure retreated, avoiding the killing blow. However, one of his wings was still cut off, and the feathers flew everywhere. He was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. You have other origin source secret techniques. Yubo roared, and his body retreated rapidly. He did not dare to fight anymore. Lu Ming's strength was strong, and with the origin source secret techniques that attacked the soul, it was flawless. He had to retreat. If I wasn't suppressed, I would have killed you. Before leaving, Yubo left a ruthless sentence. It was really embarrassing to be beaten up by Lu Ming, so he wanted to save some face by leaving a ruthless sentence. However, Lu Ming would not let him leave so easily. It's too late to leave now. Stay. Lu Ming shouted coldly, and controlled the void-shattering sword to break the void. He instantly caught up with Yubo and attacked him. At the same time, Lu Ming twisted his body, and his 9 claws stepped on the air. He caught up with Yubo at an astonishing speed, and his dragon claws continued to claw at him. At the same time, the Overlord God Spear struck down, and the Sovereign's Gate was formed. Roar. A loud roar came from the Sovereign's Gate. Combined with the strength of a 5 awakened sovereign, its power was astonishing. Yubo roared and used all his strength. He slashed out a sky full of saber light, blocking the void-shattering sword and the Overlord God Spear. However, he could not block Lu Ming's dragon claws. The dragon claws stepped down, and he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. His body was almost torn apart, and golden feathers flew everywhere. Then the sovereign's gate pressed down. Yu-Bo used his origin source secret technique to block, but he could not block it. The golden saber trembled continuously, and finally exploded. Yu-Bo screamed miserably, and blood spurted out of his mouth. He was seriously injured. Moreover, he could not retreat because the sovereign's gate was emitting a powerful suction force that attracted him. "I'll send you on your way." Lu Ming's cold voice rang out, and a dragon claw grabbed at Yu-Bo. "No!" Yu-Bo roared, almost scared to death. "Stop. If you dare to kill him, you'll definitely die without a burial place." The winged men's prodigies, and even the quasi-emperors, roared. Yu-Bo was not an ordinary prodigy of the winged men's race, but a top prodigy. In the future, he would definitely become a powerhouse and contribute to the winged men's race. It would be a great loss if such a prodigy was killed. However, Lu Ming did not care. Under Yu-Bo's despairing gaze, the dragon claw stepped down, and Yu-Bo's body exploded. Chapter 3576. Yu-Bo's body was directly crushed by Lu Ming's dragon claw. Even his soul couldn't escape. "You're courting death. You're dead. Even if you have 10,000 lives, you're still dead." The winged men roared, especially the quasi-emperors. Their terrifying auras shook the void. "Since you dare to attack me, you should be prepared to be killed by me. I don't care who you are. You're just a mixed bird from the winged men race. I'll kill you all the same." Lu Ming sneered, his domineering aura leaking out. "You bastard, no one can save you." A quasi-emperor from the winged men race roared. "You talk too much. If you want to kill me, come and kill me." Lu Ming sneered. The winged men race quietened down. No one made a move. The quasi-emperors couldn't get close. Otherwise, the 10,000 dragon seals would instantly obliterate them. The strongest among the younger generation was only at the third-level Divine Lord realm. Most importantly, any third-level Divine Lord realm Divine Lord would be suppressed by the dragon aura. Even Yu-Bo had died. The others would also suffer the same fate. "You don't dare to come in, yet you're still complaining. A bunch of cowards. A mixed bird will always be a mixed bird." Lu Ming sneered. Many winged men races' sky prides were so angry that they almost vomited blood. "Come out and fight if you dare." The winged men races' sky prides roared. "You're at the third-level Divine Lord realm, and I'm at the first-level Divine Lord realm. You're a race that's ranked 130th on the 10,000 races list. You have powerful bloodlines, yet you're asking me to come out and fight? You're really shameless. Come in and fight. You're suppressed here, so you can have a fair fight with me. If you don't dare to have a fair fight, then shut up." Lu Ming sneered. The winged men races' sky prides shut up as they couldn't speak. They were so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. Their bloodline talents were so powerful that they could easily crush smaller races at the same level as them. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't use their cultivation to suppress others. However, Lu Ming was too abnormal. They couldn't do anything about it. "Kid, we'll let you be arrogant for now. If you have the guts, don't come out." The winged men race's sky pride sneered. "A bunch of cowards. I can't be bothered to accompany you," Lu Ming said sarcastically. Then, without stopping, he slowly moved towards the weak point. During this period of time, the 10,000 dragon seals were at their weakest. Each of their weak points was at their weakest. After this period of time, they would become stronger again. Lu Ming could not afford to waste time here. It was impossible for Xiaochen to go out. The winged race quasi-emperor was guarding the place. If he went out, he would only die. It was impossible for him to continue waiting. When the 10,000 dragon seals became stronger, he would be finished. Even if he had the primordial divine dragon body, he was not confident. It was best to leave now. Lu Ming slowly flew to the bottom of the funnel. Nothing strange happened, and no divine dragon was formed. Good chance. Lu Ming didn't hesitate, and rushed to the bottom of the funnel. It was as if he had rushed out of a thin film, and arrived in a new world. However, at this moment, a dragon's roar shook the world. Then, a dragon claw suddenly appeared in the void. This dragon claw was incomparably huge, covering the sky and grabbing at Lu Ming. Even the dragon's body, which was millions of meters long, looked like an earthworm under the dragon's claw. Not good. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. It seemed that he had not really broken through the range of the 10,000 dragon seals. There was still an attack. He twisted his body and rushed forward, wanting to rush out. However, he realized that the void was about to be locked down. It was as if cement had solidified, causing his speed to slow down to that of a turtle. The dragon claw continued to grab, locking onto Lu Ming. There was no way to dodge, and he could only take it head-on. Man Ning, I'll send you out first. Lu Ming shouted. His divine power vibrated, and he suddenly threw Man Ning out. Since he couldn't avoid it, he might as well send Man Ning away first, and return the favor of her giving him the dream divine jade. From then on, they would not owe each other anything. Man Ning was thrown out like a bolt of lightning. In a few breaths, she flew out of the range of the dragon claw and disappeared into the horizon. Roar! Lu Ming roared. He no longer tried to escape. Instead, he charged toward the dragon claw. At the same time, various origin secret techniques were formed. Void-shattering sword, heavenly demon blade, sovereign's gate. There were a total of 11 origin source secret techniques. Regardless of their function, they all rushed out at the same time and rushed towards the dragon claw. Boom, boom. In the next moment, the 11 origin secret techniques collided with the dragon claw, erupting with a shocking explosion. However, in the next moment, the various origin secret techniques shook violently. Bang! The void-shattering sword was the first to explode, followed by the heavenly demon blade. One origin secret technique after another exploded, turning into energy and dissipating. Lu Ming's body shook violently, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Nestle, how can this dragon claw be so powerful? A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. The power of this dragon claw was stronger than he had imagined. The 11 origin secret techniques were destroyed in just a few breaths, causing him to suffer a backlash. However, Lu Ming realized that the light of the dragon claw seemed to have dimmed a little, and its power seemed to have decreased. This meant that the 11 origin secret techniques were still useful, and they had offset a part of the dragon claw's power. However, the dragon claw still grabbed toward Lu Ming. The distance between them was getting closer and closer. Come on, I'll fight you, Lu Ming shouted in his heart. 9 dragon claws continuously stepped out, using the divine dragon aspect art. In an instant, 108 nine-clawed dragons were formed and pounced toward the dragon claw. Bang! Bang! The 9-clawed dragon aspect art collided with the dragon claw, and it exploded continuously. 108 nine-clawed dragon aspects continued to explode, and soon all of them disappeared. In the end, Lu Ming's body collided with the dragon claw. Boom! The sky shook violently, and a violent force swept out in all directions, as if it was going to devour everything. Lu Ming's body shook violently. At this moment, he felt an unimaginably terrifying force penetrating his body. Crack! He could clearly hear the sound of his bones breaking, and the sound of his muscles tearing apart. The 9 dragon claws exploded instantly, followed by the dragon body. The dragon body that was millions of meters long was also collapsing and exploding continuously. In the end, Lu Ming could no longer maintain the primordial divine dragon body state, and he reverted to his human form. Fortunately, after a series of attacks, the dragon claw finally dimmed, and with a final bang, it turned into light and dissipated. However, Lu Ming's body was also falling downward like a meteorite. Huff! Huff! Fast, too fast. Lu Ming's body rubbed against the air, and he turned into a fireball, landing on a vast land. Am I finally here? This is the Dragon Clan's mother planet, right? Lu Ming muttered. However, he wanted to stop himself from falling, but he realized that the divine power in his body had dried up. Most importantly, his muscles, bones, and meridians were severely damaged, and he couldn't move at all. There was a large amount of divine power stored in the quantifying character art, but this divine power couldn't enter Lu Ming's body, because his meridians were too badly damaged, and they were almost shattered, so he couldn't use his divine power. Chapter 3577. It's over. My injuries are too severe. Lu Ming wailed in his heart. It was really too severe. His muscles, bones, and meridians were nearly shattered. Lu Ming could not even move or stabilize his body. The ground below was getting bigger and bigger. Lu Ming realized that he was indeed falling toward a piece of land. In the end, there was a loud bang and he landed heavily on a barren mountain. The ground shook and gravel flew everywhere. He had created a huge pit in the ground. Pooh! Lu Ming vomited blood. What a hard ground! At this moment, Lu Ming still had the mind to think about this. According to his strength, if he had smashed into an ordinary planet, he would have been able to smash through the planet and cause it to explode. But now he could only smash a hole in the ground. Lu Ming vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. His eyes were blurry and he nearly fainted. I can't faint. I can't faint. Lu Ming roared in his heart. He forced himself to stay awake and did not faint. The dragon race's mother planet had been sealed for dozens of stellar years. Who knew what the situation was now? Dozens of stellar years was too long. An ordinary star only had a stellar year's lifespan. After such a long time, no one knew how the dragon race's mother planet had evolved. If a desolate beast were to come, wouldn't Lu Ming be buried in the mouth of a demonic beast? Let's leave this place first. Lu Ming whispered and struggled to get up. But the moment he moved, his body felt like it was being torn apart. The key point was that he could not move. No, my injuries are too severe. All my bones, muscles, and meridians have been shattered. Lu Ming sighed. What shocked Lu Ming the most was that even the star core had small cracks. The 11 star cores were filled with cracks. This was an unimaginable injury. Was this still a weak point? It was too dangerous. Lu Ming dared to bet that not many people below the third layer of the Divine Lord realm could barge in. The other 18 weak points are definitely not that dangerous. Otherwise, not many people would be able to enter. However, 33 years ago, those 18 weak points seemed to be very dangerous. Most of the people who went there died. I don't know how many people made it in. Lu Ming pondered. Don't let your imagination run wild. The most important thing right now is to heal your injuries. Lu Ming took a deep breath. Then he circulated the heaven and earth myriad Dao arts to absorb the divine energy in the outside world to heal his injuries. Immediately, a large amount of divine energy in the air converged on Lu Ming and burrowed into Lu Ming's body like tiny snakes. Lu Ming could not help but widen his eyes in shock. There was no other reason. The density of the divine qi here was too shocking. It was ridiculously dense, many times denser than the outside world. Zhang Xian casually drove his cultivation technique, and the concentrated divine energy slithered into his body like tiny snakes. Moreover, not only was the divine energy rich, but it was also extremely pure. It was easy to absorb, refine, and transform into one's own divine power. It is said that the Dragon Clan's mother planet was sealed for dozens of stellar years before it recovered. This is indeed worthy of the word recovery. It is indeed worthy of being the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Lu Ming exclaimed. The Dragon Clan's mother planet was born from the beginning of heaven and earth. On it, 49 primeval divine dragons were born. It was an unbelievable planet, and one of the top cultivation holy lands in the universe. Back then, there were countless divine dragons living here. 5 claws, 6 claws, 7 claws, all the way to 9 claws. Countless divine dragons cultivated and reproduced here, scattering to various parts of the universe. Back then, the Dragon Clan relied on the Dragon Clan's mother planet to become one of the most powerful races in the primitive universe. From this, it could be seen how extraordinary this planet was. However, this made Lu Ming overjoyed. The divine aura was so rich. To Lu Ming, this was undoubtedly great news. It could allow him to heal his injured body quickly. Lu Ming adjusted his breathing and constantly used the universe myriad Dao technique to absorb the rich divine energy between heaven and earth. The rich divine energy seemed to have turned into a substance and constantly entered Lu Ming's body. It turned into a warm energy that flowed into Lu Ming's limbs and bones, healing Lu Ming's injured body. His muscles, bones, and meridians were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. After about 10 minutes, Lu Ming's injuries had partially healed. He tried to move and found that he could already move. Although when he moved, there would still be bursts of tearing pain. Unfortunately, there were still many cracks on the star core, and there was no sign of recovery. It was probably because the time was too short. Not good. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed because he felt that there were living beings rapidly approaching. They were surrounding him from all directions at a very fast speed. Obviously, when he fell, it attracted the living beings on the Dragon Clan's mother planet. My current state. Lu Ming frowned. His current state was too poor. His star core was full of cracks, and he couldn't even use a trace of divine energy. I need to recover as soon as possible. Lu Ming couldn't just sit there and wait for death. He continued to use the universe myriad Dao technique to heal his injured body. The more he recovered, the better. The more he recovered, the more hope there would be. The sound of breaking wind rang out, and after a dozen breaths, over a dozen figures appeared around the crater. Over a dozen burly men, both middle-aged and young, surrounded Lu Ming. Human race, no, that's not right. Lu Ming's gaze swept over them, and he was surprised. These people were in human form, and didn't look much different from the human race. They were wearing black armor and had powerful auras. However, what made them different from humans was that they had scales on their foreheads. Furthermore, there were scales on their necks. Those were clearly dragon scales. Furthermore, there was a faint dragon aura coming from their bodies. Dragon men, they're dragon men, but they're not the same as the dragon men outside. Various thoughts flashed across Lu Ming's mind. The dragon men outside had the bloodline of the dragon race, but they had tails behind them. They looked more like beast men and were more ferocious. Some people said that the dragon men were a new race born from the union of divine dragons and humans. Others said that the dragon men were the descendants of desolate dragons and humans. But these dragon men looked more like humans. They didn't have tails behind them. Besides some scales on their bodies, they were no different from humans. Are they from beyond the heavens? They should be. That fireball fell from the sky. They must be from beyond the heavens. Legend has it that the people from beyond the heavens are all devils. They are heinous and will destroy us. This person from beyond the heavens should be injured. Let's take this opportunity to kill him. The dragon men were talking to each other. They stared at Lu Ming with unfriendly eyes. Finally, their gazes fell on a young man. This young man was very burly, and his muscles were bulging. He was filled with the beauty of strength. He looked at Lu Ming, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. The people from beyond the heavens cannot be left alive. They must be killed, or they will bring disaster to us. Chapter 3578. It's not that easy to kill me, Lu Ming said coldly as he finished cultivating the universe myriad Dao scripture. He looked around, trying to find a way to escape. Although he was injured, his soul power was still there. Hence, he knew the cultivation levels of these people. The highest cultivation level was only in the third king god realm. The rest were in the second king god realm and first king god realm. If he had been at his peak, he could have killed all of them with one slap. However, his injuries were too serious. He would not be able to use much strength. He would be killed by these people. A tiger would be bullied by a dog when it was down. Oh right, I still have the primordial divine blood. I should be able to use it. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. His injuries were serious. Although he could not use his origin secret technique, he still had the primordial divine blood. He immediately tried to communicate with the primordial divine blood. It went smoothly. A part of the primordial divine blood's energy flowed into Lu Ming's body from his heart. Roar. A dragon's roar came from Lu Ming's body. Wait, the dragon's aura. He's not an outsider. Don't attack him. Suddenly, the burly young man's eyes widened as he shouted. Originally, the others were about to attack, but at this moment, they couldn't help but stop. You think I'm one of you? Oh right, I have the primordial divine dragon's blood. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. In an instant, dozens of thoughts flashed through his mind. Then he had an idea. As he controlled the primordial divine blood, a layer of dragon scales appeared on his skin. A powerful dragon's aura emanated from him. Dragon's aura. What a powerful dragon's aura. He's one of us. He's also a dragon man. He's not from the outside world. Instantly, the black-armored dragon men shouted and withdrew their auras. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like he had made the right bet. Brother, what's going on? Why did you smash a hole in the ground? I thought someone from the outside world had come in. The burly young man laughed. There's someone from the outside world here. I was cultivating nearby. When I saw someone from the outside world land, I wanted to kill him. However, I was not his match. I was severely injured and fell from the sky. Lu Ming said. He had found a good excuse for falling and injuring himself. I see. Where's that person from the outside world? The burly young man and the others' faces immediately became serious, and they looked around vigilantly. That person from beyond the sky must have been injured when he came in. After injuring me, he left immediately. He shouldn't be around here. Lu Ming said. I see. The burly young man and the others. Brother, which faction are you from? I see that you're heavily injured. Why don't we send you back? The burly young man said. He had a good heart. I don't have any forces. I'm cultivating alone outside. So you're a loose cultivator. We're from the nearby Black Dragon clan. My name is Fengzhou. Why don't you and I return to the Black Dragon clan first and recuperate? The burly young man said. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. However, since the other party thought that he was a dragon man, he did not have any hostility. He seemed to be sincere. Okay, I'll have to trouble you then, brother He. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and nodded. There were a few reasons why he agreed to the request. First, the other party did not have any hostility. Lu Ming's soul force was much stronger than the other party. His spiritual sense was sharp. If the other party had any hostility or killing intent towards him, he would be able to sense it. But Peng Zhou's attitude was sincere. That was why he agreed. After all, he really needed a place to heal. It was too dangerous to be alone outside. Second, the Dragon Clan's mother planet was too big. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack to find Autumn Moon and Xian Yanqing. It was better to blend in with the locals and use their connections to find Autumn Moon and Xian Yanqing. It was much better than searching alone. Based on these two considerations, Lu Ming agreed. I'm Lu Ming. Lu Ming introduced himself. Brother Lu, let's go. Peng Zhou waved his hand and a battle sword flew out. There was a black dragon statue on the sword. It was quite domineering. The battle sword expanded rapidly, becoming 100 meters long and 10 meters wide. Lu Ming jumped up and landed on the sword. He had borrowed the power of the primitive divine blood. He could still fight. Let's go back, Peng Zhou said. He controlled the sword and flew in a direction. The others followed Peng Zhou. Oh, they're all divine kings. Why are they flying so slowly? Lu Ming was surprised. He realized that Peng Zhou was in the third layer of the divine king realm. The others were in the second or first layer of the divine king realm. However, they were flying very slowly. Outside, a god king was flying at full speed. His speed was astonishing, allowing him to cross the universe and planets. It wouldn't take long for him to cross a galaxy. However, Peng Zhou and the others were many times slower. Maybe it has something to do with the environment of the Dragon Clan's mother planet? Lu Ming muttered. Just like the primordial god spirit world that Lu Ming had entered previously, their flying speed was also greatly affected in that place. On the way, Lu Ming circulated his cultivation method and absorbed divine qi to heal himself. At the same time, he chatted with Peng Zhou. Multitasking was nothing to Lu Ming. He learned a lot through chatting. Peng Zhou was the young master of the Black Dragon clan, a force nearby. He was cultivating outside when he suddenly saw someone fall from the sky. He thought that it was someone from the outer world, so he went to check it out. He happened to meet Lu Ming. Moreover, Lu Ming found out that the environment of the Dragon Clan's mother planet was completely different from the current one. In the past, the cultivation environment of the Dragon Clan's mother planet was extremely bad. The highest cultivation base of the Dragon Clan's mother planet was only a peak heavenly god. No one had broken through to the Divine King realm. However, 100 years ago, the Dragon Clan's mother planet suddenly changed and erupted. Endless divine qi appeared and everything grew crazily. Countless divine herbs and natural treasures appeared. The Dragon Clan's mother planet seemed to have recovered. Everyone's cultivation base also skyrocketed. Divine King realm cultivators sprung up like bamboo shoots after the rain. Currently, there were peak Divine King realm cultivators on the Dragon Clan's mother planet. As for Peng Zhou, he was only a level 1 heavenly god 100 years ago. Now he was already a level 3 heavenly god. He broke through so many levels in 100 years. Lu Ming was shocked. Peng Zhou was only a level 1 heavenly god 100 years ago. Now he was a level 3 heavenly god. In the Dragon Clan's mother planet, the highest cultivation base was only a peak heavenly god. Now the highest cultivation base was a peak divine king. This speed was terrifying and unimaginable. Lu Ming had the quantifying character formula, and had many fortuitous encounters along the way. However, his cultivation base did not improve so quickly. Chapter 3579. In 100 years, their cultivation had soared so much. It was simply a miracle. Moreover, it was not an exception. Many people's cultivation had soared. Peng Zhou and the others claimed to be Dragonians and possessed the bloodline of the divine dragon. Lu Ming speculated that the reason why these people could improve so quickly was probably related to the divine dragon bloodline. However, it was only a part of the relationship. The others' cultivation speed must also be very fast here. The Dragon Clan's mother planet was originally one of the most magical planets in the universe. The cultivation environment back then must have been heaven-defying. Later, it was sealed by the Divine Dragon Clan and fell silent. After being sealed for so many years, it suddenly erupted. Therefore, it created an unprecedented cultivation environment. Lu Ming continued to speculate in his heart as his eyes lit up. No wonder all the geniuses in the universe rushed here, all wanting to enter the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Not to mention other things, this kind of cultivation environment was already a great opportunity. An hour later, a mountain peak appeared in front of them. In front of the mountain peak, there was a huge city. This city was the Black Dragon Clan. After an hour of healing, Lu Ming's injuries were much better. His muscles, bones, and meridians were barely condensed together. However, there were still many cracks and bursts of stabbing pain could still be felt. However, Lu Ming could already move freely without relying on the primordial divine blood. They entered the city. The Black Dragon Clan covered a large area, and was the most powerful force in this area. As the minority of the Black Dragon Clan, Peng Zhou naturally occupied a huge courtyard with hundreds of rooms. He arranged for Lu Ming to stay in one of the rooms. Let's start healing. Lu Ming did not delay at all. After settling down, he immediately began to circulate the universe myriad Dao technique to heal his injuries. The divine qi between heaven and earth was like a small dragon that drilled into Lu Ming's body. It was too rich. This divine qi was constantly transformed into Lu Ming's divine power. A portion of it entered his muscles, bones, and meridians to repair his injured body. A portion of it entered his 11 star cores to repair them. Lu Ming's injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. His life force was very strong, and his physical body recovered very quickly. In just 3 days, his physical body was completely healed without leaving behind any sequelae. Unfortunately, the star core was still filled with cracks. Although he had recovered a little in the past 3 days, allowing Lu Ming to barely use his divine power, he could only unleash the power of a peak heavenly god now. However, the divine qi here is extremely dense. I'm afraid that it will take at most 2 years for the star core to fully recover and return to its peak state. Lu Ming thought. After 3 days of cultivation, Lu Ming was even more aware of the extraordinariness of this place. The divine qi was unbelievably dense. His injuries were really serious. Even his star core had been shattered. It could be said that he was in an extremely dangerous situation. This kind of injury, if outside, would be difficult to recover without tens of thousands of years. Problems with the star core were the most difficult to solve. But here, Lu Ming was confident that he could fully recover within 2 years. Now with each passing day, his strength would recover a little. I need to quickly recover my strength so that I can protect myself. I wonder what are the other 18 weak points like. The other weak points shouldn't be that dangerous. Some people must have entered. The Winged Men clan will most likely enter from the other weak points. I must quickly recover to my peak state. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous if I encounter the Winged Men clan. Lu Ming felt a sense of crisis. He continued to circulate his energy to heal his injuries. After 3 days, Lu Ming's cultivation base had recovered to the first King God realm. After another 10 days, Lu Ming's cultivation base had recovered to the third King God realm. The recovery speed was gratifying. On this day, Lu Ming heard a commotion outside. It seemed to be very chaotic. Lu Ming frowned. This was Feng Zhou's residence. Feng Zhou was the young master of the Black Dragon family. What had happened to his residence to become so noisy? Lu Ming decided to go and have a look. Lu Ming walked out of the room and passed through a corridor. He saw a group of people carrying a stretcher hurriedly inside. Lu Ming walked over to take a look and discovered that the person lying on the stretcher was actually Feng Zhou. At this moment, Feng Zhou's face was pale and his aura was weak. There was no fluctuation of divine power on his body. What happened? Lu Ming pulled a middle-aged man and asked. The young master was exploring the Black Dragon Valley. He was attacked by the dragon beasts. The dragon vein was destroyed. Sigh. The middle-aged man heaved a long sigh. Black Dragon Valley? The dragon vein was destroyed? Lu Ming was puzzled. I don't want to talk to you anymore. We have to take care of the young master. Then the middle-aged man carried Feng Zhou into a room. He seems to be badly injured. Lu Ming frowned. Feng Zhou had just returned, so he shouldn't disturb him. Lu Ming returned to his room and continued to cultivate. One day later, his cultivation base had recovered a little. However, he hadn't reached the fourth king god realm yet. At this moment, Lu Ming finished his cultivation and decided to go and see Feng Zhou. After all, Feng Zhou had brought him back to the Black Dragon family and allowed him to recover in peace. He was indebted to him. Now that Feng Zhou was injured, he couldn't leave him alone. When he came to Feng Zhou's room, a maid was guarding outside. Young Master Lu Ming, the young master is resting. The maid stopped Lu Ming. Before Lu Ming came here, Feng Zhou had introduced him to Lu Ming. Therefore, the maid knew Lu Ming and knew that Lu Ming was a friend that Feng Zhou had brought back. I want to see Brother Feng Zhou and see how his injuries are, Lu Ming said. But the maid wanted to say something else. Let Brother Lu in. Feng Zhou's voice came from the room. The maid nodded and pushed the door open. Lu Ming walked in. Feng Zhou was sitting at a table in the room, drinking alone. His injuries didn't seem to be serious. However, his breathing was weak, just like an ordinary person. Brother He, what happened to you? Lu Ming asked. Brother Lu, my dragon vein was destroyed. I'm a cripple now. Feng Zhou smiled miserably, a trace of despair appearing in his eyes. A cripple? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Yes, we dragon men have a dragon vein in our bodies. The dragon vein is the key to cultivation. Now that the dragon vein is destroyed, even if we have a star core, we're still crippled and can't use divine power. Feng Zhou said miserably and drank another cup of wine. Brother He, what's going on? I heard that you went to the Black Dragon Valley. Where is the Black Dragon Valley? Lu Ming asked. Brother Lu, do you know about ancient ruins? Feng Zhou asked. Ancient ruins? Lu Ming was surprised and shook his head. Feng Zhou didn't take it seriously and said, Brother Lu, you're an itinerant cultivator. Perhaps you don't know much. Legend has it that our planet is the planet of the divine dragons. We're all descendants of the divine dragons. In the ancient times, this planet was incomparably glorious. Countless divine dragons lived on this planet, and there were countless experts and powerful forces. Unfortunately, during the apocalyptic war, countless extraterrestrials attacked this planet, and countless divine dragons were killed. After the divine dragons were destroyed, the powerful forces of the divine dragons fell apart. What was left behind after the destruction of those forces were ancient ruins or ancient sacred grounds. Chapter 3580. Lu Ming knew very well that the world-ending battle Feng Zhou was talking about should be a battle that happened dozens of years ago when other races attacked the Divine Dragon clan. That battle directly killed a large portion of the Divine Dragon clan. Feng Zhou continued, Black Dragon Valley was inhabited by the Black Dragon clan in ancient times. Later on, the Black Dragon clan was destroyed, but the Black Dragon Valley remained. However, it has always been sealed. My Black Dragon clan is a descendant of the Black Dragon clan. 100 years ago, the Black Dragon Valley seal loosened, and we could enter the Black Dragon Valley. There are countless treasures in the Black Dragon Valley. After Feng Zhou's explanation, Lu Ming finally understood what happened. 100 years ago, the dragon race's mother planet had been revived. Some ancient ruins and holy lands had also been revived, bursting forth with boundless mysteries. Those that had been sealed began to loosen, and those that were previously inaccessible were now accessible. The Black Dragon Valley originally had many seals, and it was difficult to enter. However, 100 years ago, the seals loosened, and it became accessible. There were large amounts of treasures inside. The Black Dragon clan also relied on the Black Dragon Valley to rise rapidly. The cultivation of the Black Dragon clan members increased explosively. 100 years ago, the highest cultivation of the Black Dragon clan was only a 5th-level heavenly god. Now there were a lot of divine kings. However, the treasures in the Black Dragon Valley couldn't be taken casually. It was very dangerous inside. After so many years, a large number of dragon beasts had been bred inside. These dragon beasts didn't have intelligence, but their strength was shocking, and they were abnormally fierce. In these years, many people from the Black Dragon clan had died in the dragon beasts' mouths. A few days ago, Feng Zhou and some people from the Black Dragon clan entered the Black Dragon Valley to explore. Feng Zhou was seriously injured by a dragon beast, and his dragon vein was destroyed, becoming a cripple. Dragon vein? Lu Ming was curious. This was the first time he heard of a dragon vein. If the dragon vein was destroyed, one's cultivation would be crippled. This was different from the outside world. Perhaps it was related to the Divine Dragon clan. Although Lu Ming was curious, he didn't show it. After all, he was pretending to be a dragon man from the Dragon clan's mother planet. If he was curious, wouldn't he be exposed? Just as Lu Ming wanted to find an excuse to check on some of the dragon veins, there was a commotion outside. Young Master Heichuan, young master is resting. Feng Zhou's maid's voice came from outside. Get out of the way. I know that his dragon vein is crippled, but he is not crippled. A cold voice came from outside. Heichuan. Kuo frowned, then got up and walked outside. Lu Ming was curious and followed him out. There were 6 or 7 people in the yard. One of them was a young man who looked about the same age as Feng Zhou. He had a cold expression on his face. Peng Zhou, you're out. You look good and your body is fine. The young man smiled. Cousin, are you looking for me? Xianzhou rode. Heichuan was Feng Zhou's cousin, the son of Feng Zhou's second uncle. Peng Zhou, I need to discuss something with you. Heichuan rolled his eyes and said, What's the matter? Peng Zhou asked. Feng Zhou, now that your dragon vein has been destroyed, you can no longer cultivate and have no battle strength. According to the rules, you can no longer be in charge of the Black Dragon clan. Why don't you give me the Black Dragon token? Heichuan said. Hearing this, Peng Zhou's expression changed drastically. He looked at Heichuan in disbelief and said, You want my Black Dragon token? Peng Zhou, it's useless for you to keep the Black Dragon token with you. Moreover, your dragon vein has been destroyed. To put it bluntly, you'll be a cripple in the future. What's the point of keeping the Black Dragon token? You don't have the qualifications to hold the Black Dragon token. Heichuan continued, but his voice was cold. You. Peng Zhou's expression was extremely ugly and painful. His dragon vein had just been destroyed, and Heichuan actually brought people to ask for the Black Dragon token. He found it hard to believe. In the past, his relationship with Heichuan was very good, like brothers. This time, the reason why he was injured by the dragon beast and his dragon vein was destroyed was entirely because of Heichuan. In the Black Dragon Valley, it was Heichuan who was chased by the dragon beast. Peng Zhou risked his life to block the dragon beast and saved Heichuan's life. As for himself, he was injured by the dragon beast and his dragon vein was destroyed. He became a cripple because he saved Heichuan. But now, in just 2 days, Heichuan actually brought people to seize his Black Dragon token. It was hard for him to accept. The previous patriarch of the Black Dragon clan was Peng Zhou's father. 100 years ago, the Dragon clan's mother planet revived and the Black Dragon Valley's seal loosened. His father entered the Black Dragon Valley to investigate, and was killed by the dragon beast inside. The position of patriarch of the Black Dragon clan was originally going to fall on Peng Zhou's head. However, Peng Zhou was still young and temporarily did not officially take charge. Instead, he used his status as the young patriarch to jointly manage the Black Dragon clan with the elders. Furthermore, Peng Zhou's talent was extremely high. As the number one of the younger generation of the Black Dragon clan, he was indeed qualified to inherit the Black Dragon clan. The Black Dragon token was the symbol of the Black Dragon clan's patriarch. It was also the key to entering the Black Dragon Valley. Only the patriarch of the Black Dragon clan can wield the Black Dragon token. Hey Chuan, you don't have the qualifications to wield it. Why should I give it to you? Peng Zhou coldly said. Earlier he called the other party his cousin. But now his heart was cold and he directly called the other party's name. That's right, only the patriarch can wield the Black Dragon token. But now that you're crippled, you're a cripple. You definitely don't have the qualifications to wield it. As for me, as the strongest genius of the Black Dragon clan, the position of the future patriarch is mine. Tell me, can I wield the Black Dragon token? He Chuan coldly laughed. Since he had already spoken, he no longer hid his ambition. You still want to seize the patriarch position of the Black Dragon clan? Don't even think about it. Peng Zhou furiously roared. Don't even think about it? Peng Zhou, don't forget that you're now a cripple. You no longer have the qualifications. In the Black Dragon clan, other than me, who else has the qualifications? He Chuan coldly laughed, revealing a ridiculing expression. I was injured by the dragon beast because I wanted to save you. You're ungrateful, despicable, and shameless. Peng Zhou loudly roared. Peng Zhou, don't talk nonsense. He Chuan loudly shouted. His eyes were cold as he said. You were greedy and wanted to take away the treasures you saw. That's why you were injured by the dragon beast. You actually said it was to save me. He Chuan, you're too despicable, too shameless. You. Peng Zhou was so angry that his whole body was trembling. His eyes were red and he almost vomited blood. He was obviously injured by the dragon beast because he wanted to save He Chuan. But now not only did He Chuan not admit it, he even said that he was slandering him. Not only that, he even wanted to take away his Black Dragon token, and said that he was despicable. He understood that He Chuan's previous good relationship with him was all fake, a pretense. This was an ingrate who would counterattack as soon as he had the chance. However, he would definitely not hand over the Black Dragon token. This was left to him by his father. He would definitely not give it to others. Chapter 3581. Master He, you tell me. You were at the Black Dragon Valley. You saw it all. Was it because I was trying to save He Chuan that I was injured by the dragon beast? Feng Zhou looked at a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was one of Feng Zhou's subordinates. He used to work for his father, and later he worked for him. He was the only one who had seen the truth in the Black Dragon Valley. Sigh, young Master Feng Zhou. Why do you have to frame young Master He Chuan? You were injured by the dragon beast because of your greed. No one will blame you if you tell the truth. Black sighed. You betrayed me too. Qi Zhou roared, his eyes almost popping out of his head. Peng Zhou, I know you want to pretend to be a good person, to pretend to be innocent, to pretend that you were injured in order to save me, to get rid of your own responsibility, but the truth is the truth, you can't get rid of it. Well, now hand over the Black Dragon token, and you can continue to stay in the Black Dragon clan. Eat and drink well. I won't treat you unfairly. He Chuan sneered. Everything was under his control. Today he must get the Black Dragon token, and take control of the Black Dragon family. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Thinking back to what happened in the Black Dragon Valley, he felt a wave of lingering fear. He saw a type of divine medicine, and his greed was aroused. He wanted to pick it, but he was attacked by a powerful dragon beast. Fortunately, that idiot from Feng Zhou arrived and saved him. Furthermore, the dragon veins had been destroyed by the dragon beast. This was truly great news. Don't even think about it. Even if I die, I won't give the Black Dragon token to a despicable person like you. Kuo Zhou roared. Feng Zhou, don't be stubborn. Young Master He Chuan has already given you enough face. If you continue to be stubborn, even if young Master He Chuan doesn't make a move, I won't be able to stand by and watch. On the side, He De shouted, taking the opportunity to perform well in front of He Chuan. You heartless bastard, get out of my sight. Kuo Zhou roared. Peng Zhou, you better face reality. Do you still think you're the #1 genius of the Black Dragon clan? You're a cripple now, nothing. If you don't hand over the Black Dragon token, Don't blame me for being merciless. Heide snorted coldly. Relying on his master's power, he walked towards He Chuan step by step. At the side, He Chuan sneered as he watched. He had no intention of stopping them. Originally, he had come here today with the intention of directly snatching Feng Prefecture, if they did not hand it over. Now that Blackie had made a move, it would save him the trouble of doing it himself. Master He, you dare? Peng Zhou roared and couldn't help but retreat. Stubborn, then I'll take it myself. Black shouted coldly and took a step forward. His body was like a phantom as he rushed toward Feng Zhou and clawed at Feng Zhou. With Peng Prefecture's current state, there was no way they could avoid it. Just as Black Dada was about to grab Feng Zhou, a hand suddenly reached out from the side and grabbed Black Dada's wrist. No one knew when the palm had appeared, because it was too fast. The one who made a move was naturally Lu Ming. He had been watching silently by the side previously. Although he didn't know the specific details, he could more or less guess some things through the conversation just now. Moreover, from the fact that Feng Zhou could save him and let him recuperate here, it could be seen that Feng Zhou was benevolent. Lu Ming naturally believed in Feng Zhou. Therefore, when Black Dada made a move, he did not hesitate to make a move. Kid, it's you. Black Dada was taken aback and looked at Lu Ming. He was very surprised that Lu Ming could actually grab his wrist. When he rescued Lu Ming back then, he also followed beside Feng Zhou and personally investigated Lu Ming. Lu Ming was seriously injured. Moreover, according to his aura, Lu Ming's aura was very weak. He was just a heavenly god realm trash. Now he could actually grab his wrist? He was careless. Black Dada thought that he was careless. He did not take Lu Ming seriously at all previously. Therefore, his wrist was grabbed by Lu Ming in a moment of carelessness. Now get lost immediately. Lu Ming said lightly. What did you say? Kid, you're just a heavenly god realm trash. How dare you talk nonsense? I will suppress you first. Black Dada laughed loudly. Previously Lu Ming was injured. His star core was cracked, and his aura was weak. He did look like a heavenly god realm expert. Boom. Black Dada exerted all his strength. His first realm of King God realm energy burst out like a storm, attacking Lu Ming's wrist. In his opinion, this attack could definitely break Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming would definitely show an expression of disbelief and despair. He could already see Lu Ming's expression. In the next moment, there was no movement. There was no movement at all. Black Dada's god power rushed towards Lu Ming like a stone sinking into the sea. It did not even cause a ripple. How could you? Black Dada opened his eyes wide, looking at Lu Ming in disbelief. Trash. Lu Ming said coldly. Then he exerted more strength in his hand and squeezed. Crack. The sound of bones breaking resounded. Black Dada's pupils dilated rapidly. His face twisted. A moment later he screamed in agony. My hand. Black Dada screamed miserably. One of his arms had turned into a fried dough twist. Bam! Lu Ming's palm trembled slightly, and one of Black's large arms exploded. Black was sent flying backward and slammed heavily into the wall of the courtyard, creating a huge hole in the wall. He was embedded in the wall and spat out mouthfuls of blood. He was crippled. His dragon vein was also destroyed. He was now a cripple. Thinking about that, his eyes were filled with despair. A moment ago, he thought he saw Lu Ming's disbelief and despair. However, after 2 breaths, he did not see those expressions on Lu Ming's face. Instead, he saw them on his own face. Life was unpredictable. It's really hard. Lu Ming muttered. He was not talking about Black Dada. He was talking about the wall of the courtyard. Although he had just used his second realm of King God realm energy, this kind of energy could break half of a planet outside. Ordinary meteorites would definitely shatter. However, in this place, he had only broken a small part of the wall. The Dragon Clan's mother planet was indeed extraordinary. It was even more extraordinary than the primitive god spirit world. Lu Ming had read about the Dragon Clan's mother planet in the illusory Divine Jade. It was one of the earliest planets in the universe. It contained countless secrets. Lu Ming's thoughts drifted. On the other hand, Peng Zhou, He Chuan, and the others were stunned. They opened their eyes wide, looking at Lu Ming. They had never thought that Lu Ming would be so strong that he could kill Black Dada in one move. Kid, I didn't expect you to hide your strength. Huan coldly looked at Lu Ming. Chapter 3582. Huan had already investigated Lu Ming's background. He had learned from Haida that Lu Ming was a rogue cultivator, who was injured by someone from the outer world, and was saved by Feng Zhou. His cultivation should be in the heavenly god realm. This was the information that he had obtained. Therefore, he simply ignored Lu Ming, who was standing by the side. He did not take Lu Ming seriously at all. He had never thought that Lu Ming would be able to kill Haida in seconds. Now get out of my sight! Lu Ming shouted coldly. Huan's face darkened, and his eyes flashed like a poisonous snake. He stared at Lu Ming and said, Kid, you're not bad. I'll give you a chance. Join me and be my dog. You'll do whatever I ask you to do, and I'll forget about what happened today. Seems like you're deaf. I asked you to get out of my sight, but you didn't hear me. I'll give you 3 breaths of time. 3. Lu Ming started counting down. Huan's face darkened and he said coldly, You shameless thing. You think you can be arrogant in front of us just because you're strong? Let's attack together and destroy his dragon vein. We'll turn him into a useless dog just like Feng Zhou. Boom. Huan attacked personally and a powerful aura burst out. Second layer King God Realm. That was Huan's cultivation. The other people who had come with Huan also attacked. 2 of them were second layer King God Realm, while the others were first layer King God Realm. A total of 6 people charged toward Lu Ming. Even if Lu Ming was a second layer King God Realm cultivator, he would be crushed into pieces by so many experts. Oh no. Brother Lu, don't worry about me. Run. Feng Zhou shouted with a pale face. It's too late to leave now. Huan sneered. Leave? Who said I'm leaving? Lu Ming smiled faintly. The next moment, his body flashed and he pounced on Huan and the others like a flash of lightning. Then boom. Boom. In an instant, all 5 figures crashed into the wall, following in Haida's footsteps, and were embedded in the wall. Only Huan was left. Of course, it was Lu Ming who had deliberately kept him. Huan's pupils widened rapidly. His hair stood on end, his blood flow accelerated, and his heart beat violently. At this moment, he felt as if his mind had stopped working. What's going on? How could this be? Huan was stunned. He had brought 2 second sky of King God Realm warriors here. Although they were weaker than him, the difference wasn't big. However, Lu Ming had killed them in just a blink. This was still the cultivation of a heavenly deity. Cowardly my ass. Back off, Huan roared in his heart. At this moment he only had one thought, and that was to retreat, leave this place as soon as possible, and then call for reinforcements to suppress Lu Ming. It's too late to retreat now. Lu Ming's figure was like the wind. His speed was astonishing. He appeared in front of Huan and stared coldly at Huan. Ah! Huan screamed in fright and attacked with all his might. The sword light was like a dragon as it slashed towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming struck out with his palm, and the sword light shattered. Lu Ming's claw grabbed onto Huan's shoulder. Crack! The sound of bones breaking reverberated. Huan's shoulder was crushed. Huan screamed in agony. Stop! At this moment, an angry roar came from the sky. A powerful aura flooded the area. A middle-aged man appeared in the sky. His eyes were cold and gloomy. Father, come and save me. Destroy this kid. I want him to die a horrible death. Huan was overjoyed when he saw the middle-aged man. He shouted excitedly, Let go of my son and I will spare your life. The middle-aged man stomped on the ground. His powerful aura was like a storm, pressing down on Lu Ming. 4th sky of King God Realm. Lu Ming was startled. He knew that the middle-aged man had the cultivation of the 4th sky of King God Realm. 4th sky of King God Realm. I want to see how you can spare my life. Lu Ming smiled indifferently. His palm suddenly exerted strength. A powerful energy burst out. Huan's body was like a meteorite, smashing into the ground. Boom. The ground rumbled and a huge crater was created. The ground here was incomparably hard. Huan had smashed a huge hole in the ground. It could be seen that Huan had suffered a powerful blow. He lay in the huge hole, spitting out blood. His body was like a pile of mud, unable to move at all. You want to die? The middle-aged man was enraged. His eyes were filled with rage and killing intent. His body swelled up as more scales appeared on the surface of his skin. His claws turned into sharp claws that resembled the claws of a dragon, and he pounced toward Lu Ming. His aura was wild. He was much stronger than He Chuan. However, the fourth sky of King God realm was too weak in Lu Ming's eyes. Although Lu Ming had just recovered to the third sky of King God realm, Lu Ming could control 11 kinds of God power. Moreover, he had awakened more than 4 times. Moreover, he had the original secret technique and the primitive divine blood. On the other hand, the middle-aged burly man's origin divine power factor had only awakened once. Even though his cultivation level was 1 level higher than Lu Ming's, he was still a nonentity in Lu Ming's eyes. Boom! Lu Ming kicked the middle-aged man's face. He was fast, accurate, and ruthless. The middle-aged man couldn't resist. Boom! His foot landed firmly and accurately on the middle-aged man's face. The middle-aged man let out a muffled scream of disbelief. His body flew back at an even faster speed than before. Then, he heavily smashed into the wall of the courtyard. His face was deformed. His nose was crooked, and his mouth was slanted. A clear footprint was imprinted on the wall. The middle-aged man was dumbstruck. What happened? What am I doing? Where am I? After a while, he came back to his senses. Then he was shocked and in disbelief. His cultivation base was higher than Lu Ming's, but he was defeated by Lu Ming in an instant. Behind him, Zhuozhou was also dumbstruck. Lu Ming's strength was beyond his expectation. I told you to get lost, but you didn't. Now you don't have the chance to leave, Lu Ming said coldly. He took a step forward and closed in on the middle-aged burly man. Brother Lu, have mercy. At this moment, Zhuozhou shouted. Lu Ming frowned. He stopped and said, You want to let them go? They're my family after all. I'll spare them this time. This time, I've taught them a lesson. Zhuozhou said. If you let them go, they won't let you go. I'm afraid they'll take revenge. Lu Ming said. The Black Dragon family is not under their control. There's also the Elder Institute. I'm the young master of the Black Dragon family. The Elder Institute will uphold justice for me, Zhuozhou said. Lu Ming shook his head slightly. Zhuozhou was too soft-hearted, too kind. But that was also the reason why he saved a stranger. Since Zhuozhou said so, Lu Ming didn't say much. Anyway, he was more or less clear about the Black Dragon family's strength. He didn't put them in his eyes. If they come again, he'll just kill them. Chapter 3583. You make the decision. Lu Ming waved his hand. All of you get lost. If you come again, I'll kill you without mercy. Feng Zhou said coldly and decided to give them a chance. The middle-aged man was his second uncle. In this world, she was his only family. Let's go. The middle-aged man quickly led He Chuan and the others away in a sorry state. Feng Zhou and that kid, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. The middle-aged man roared in his heart. He must avenge today's grudge and get the Black Dragon token. Brother Lu, what's your cultivation? Feng Zhou looked at Lu Ming in surprise. Lu Ming's strength had really shocked him. Like He Chuan and the others, he thought that Lu Ming was just a heavenly god. After all, when he first saw Lu Ming was too weak. I was seriously injured before, and my star core was also damaged. Now my cultivation has recovered a little, Lu Ming said with a smile. I see. Feng Zhou nodded, not paying attention to Lu Ming's recovered a little. In his opinion, Lu Ming's current strength was far beyond his peak. By the way, what's with those people just now? Lu Ming asked. That middle-aged man is my second uncle. Immediately, Feng Zhou told him the whole story. My second uncle used to be very good to me. I didn't expect him to reveal his true colors when I was injured. It seems that I misjudged them before. Feng Zhou sighed, feeling very lonely. They're really despicable. Lu Ming nodded. Feng Zhou was injured because of He Chuan, and his dragon vein was destroyed, turning him into a cripple. However, the other party didn't know how to repay his kindness, and wanted to take away his Black Dragon token. Anyone would be disappointed. By the way, Brother He, let me take a look at your dragon vein, and see if I can find a way to treat it, Lu Ming said. Lu Ming was a person who knew how to repay kindness. Feng Zhou saved him, so he would also repay him, and see if there was a way to treat Feng Zhou's dragon vein. Furthermore, he was also curious about the dragon vein, and wanted to see it for himself. The dragon vein has been destroyed, and it's almost impossible to treat it. I've never heard of a dragon vein that can be cured. Brother Lu, you don't have to worry about it. Feng Zhou sighed. His eyes were filled with loneliness and despair. Now that the Dragon Clan's mother planet had recovered, this was a great opportunity. It was the time to take advantage of the situation and take off, but he had become a cripple and lost the hope of continuing to climb up. Anyone would despair. It was already a feat for him to be able to maintain his composure. There might be a way. Nothing is absolute in this world. Lu Ming smiled. In the end, Feng Zhou nodded and let Lu Ming take a look. Lu Ming waved his hand and sent a stream of divine power into Feng Zhou's meridians. It spread throughout Feng Zhou's body as he started to check on Feng Zhou's injuries. Feng Zhou's injuries were not serious and had basically healed. Lu Ming did not pay much attention to him. After a while, Lu Ming found a meridian in Feng Zhou's spine. This meridian was thicker than any other meridian. It was like a divine dragon that connected Feng Zhou's dantian and brain. However, this meridian had been destroyed. It was tattered and dead. Dragon vein. Lu Ming knew that this was the dragon vein. This is the dragon vein, right? It's really amazing. There are no living creatures outside at all. Perhaps it's related to the divine dragons. These people are the true descendants of the divine dragons and have the bloodline of the dragons. Lu Ming thought and was secretly amazed. This was the first time he had heard of such a dragon vein. There were also the dragon people outside, but there were no dragon veins at all. Perhaps the so-called dragon people outside are not descendants of the divine dragons at all, but desolated dragons. Lu Ming thought of the dragon people outside again. Those dragon people had long tails and looked ferocious. They did not look like divine dragons, but more like desolated dragons. Brother Lu, is there a way? Feng Zhou asked. Although he said that it was impossible to cure him, he still held a glimmer of hope in his heart. Lu Ming did not answer. Instead, he frowned and pondered. Seeing that Lu Ming did not answer, the glimmer of hope in Feng Zhou's heart was also extinguished. He sighed and said, Brother Lu, it's okay. I also know that it's impossible to repair it. How can it be repaired when the dragon vein is destroyed? His expression was full of loneliness. However, Lu Ming's next words almost made Feng Zhou jump. Brother He, although your dragon vein is destroyed, it's not impossible to repair it. Lu Ming said. Feng Zhou's body shook violently. His eyes widened as he stared at Lu Ming. He said hopefully, Brother Lu, you mean my dragon vein can be repaired? Yes, it can. Lu Ming nodded, looking very serious. Phew. Feng Zhou exhaled a long breath as if a huge rock had been lifted. Then he looked at Lu Ming in confusion and said, Brother Lu, do you have a way? It's simple. As long as I concoct a medicine for you to drink, your dragon vein will be cured. Lu Ming said. Medicine? Feng Zhou was surprised. A medicine was that simple? That's right. Brother He, wait for me for a while. I'll go back to my room to concoct the medicine. Lu Ming nodded. The medicine that he mentioned was actually fake, but it was true that he had a way to cure Feng Zhou's dragon vein. As long as it was his blood, it would be fine. Now he had refined the primordial divine blood, and it was always residing in his heart. Although it was only a drop, it was no small matter. It was constantly assimilating his blood, allowing his blood to have some of the characteristics of the primordial divine blood. His blood might be useless to others, but it was very useful to a descendant of the divine dragon race like Feng Zhou. With just a small cup of his blood, Feng Zhou's dragon vein would definitely be completely restored, and even be better than before. However, he couldn't say this directly to avoid arousing suspicion. That was why Lu Ming frowned and said that it was a medicine. All right. Brother Lu, please concoct the medicine. If there's anything you need, just let me know. Feng Zhou hurriedly said, extremely excited. He was already in despair. Now that there was hope, it would be strange if he wasn't excited. No need. I'll go back to my room and concoct it for a while. It won't take long. Lu Ming smiled. Then he returned to his room, took out a jade bottle, and channeled his energy to force some blood into the jade bottle. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming took out 2 divine pills, crushed them into powder, and poured them into the jade bottle. The powder of these 2 divine pills didn't have any special effects. It could only neutralize the blood and remove the smell of blood. Looking at the bottle of blood, it looked more like a kind of medicine. After concocting, Lu Ming waited for another half an hour before returning to Feng Zhou's room. "Brother Lu, do you need any help?" Feng Zhou asked. "No need. I've already concocted the medicine," Lu Ming said with a smile. "You've already concocted it? So soon?" Feng Zhou's eyes widened in surprise. Originally, he thought that the medicine that could repair the dragon vein would be very complicated. It would require a lot of precious medicinal herbs, and would take a long time. But now, it had only been half an hour. If he knew that Lu Ming had deliberately waited for half an hour before coming, what would he think? Chapter 3584. "Brother He, try drinking it," Lu Ming said. "All right." Feng Zhou took the jade bottle and took a deep breath. His hands were trembling slightly. He was obviously very excited. After finishing the potion, he sat down cross-legged and began to refine it. Roar. As soon as the potion entered his mouth, a dragon's roar could be heard. It turned into tiny divine dragons and rushed towards Feng Zhou's meridians. Then it gathered around him and burst out with strong vitality. "This is..." Feng Zhou was extremely shocked. Then he was overjoyed because he felt that his dragon vein was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Inch by inch, his dragon vein was being repaired. The repaired parts became stronger and stronger, even stronger than before. For them, the dragon vein represented talent. His dragon vein was stronger than before, so his talent was higher than before. Looks like it's really effective. Lu Ming was also paying attention. Seeing Feng Zhou's expression, he was relieved. He knew that his blood was effective for Feng Zhou. In just half an hour, Feng Zhou's dragon vein had completely recovered. The dragon vein in his body was like a lifelike divine dragon. It was exceptionally strong, tenacious, and filled with vitality. What a strong dragon vein. It's a few times stronger than before. My cultivation speed will also be a few times faster than before. Feng Zhou was overjoyed. His eyes were extremely bright. In the past, he was considered a genius. He was the #1 genius of the Black Dragon clan. His cultivation talent was amazing. After the Dragon clan's mother planet recovered, his cultivation speed increased by leaps and bounds. In 100 years, he had reached the 3rd layer of the King God realm from the 1st layer of the Heavenly God realm. However, with this dragon vein, his cultivation speed would be even faster. After exhaling a long breath, he ended his cultivation. Feng Zhou opened his eyes and looked at Lu Ming, revealing a look of intense shock. It was just a potion. Not only could it repair his dragon vein, it could also make it stronger. This method was unbelievable. If it was spread out, it would cause an earthquake in the Dragon clan's mother planet. This method was too heaven-defying. In this way, everyone could destroy their own dragon vein and consume this potion. Wouldn't their talent become stronger? What else could it be if it wasn't heaven-defying? In the end, Feng Zhou decided to keep this secret to himself, because he knew how shocking this matter was. If it were to spread, it would be extremely dangerous for Lu Ming. "Brother Lu, thank you." Feng Zhou cupped his fists and bowed deeply to Lu Ming. He was truly grateful. "Brother He, there's no need to thank me. You saved my life before, so I'm only helping you restore your dragon vein." Lu Ming smiled. "Feng Zhou, get the hell out here." At this moment, another roar came from outside. Black Titanium's voice. Zhuozhou's face darkened. Black Titanium was his second uncle. Hadn't Black Titanium just been chased away? It hadn't even been 2 hours, yet he was back. "Let's go take a look," Feng Zhou said. Now that his dragon veins were repaired, he was much more confident. Lu Ming and Feng Zhou walked out of the room and saw a group of people in the courtyard. There were 16 of them in total. Among them, there were a dozen or so who were very old and had white hair. "Seniors of the elder courtyard, you've come at the right time." Feng Zhou's eyes flashed. These old men were the elders of the Black Dragon family's elder courtyard. They had great authority in the Black Dragon family. Now that the Black Dragon family had no patriarch, many things were decided by the elder courtyard. "Indeed, you've come at the right time. Feng Zhou, I've already discussed with the elder courtyard. Your dragon vein has been destroyed and you're already a cripple. You're no longer qualified to hold the black dragon token. The elder courtyard has decided to let He Chuan be the next patriarch. Now hand over the black dragon token. Black Titanium shouted. That's right, quickly hand it over. And that kid who dared to injure me and my father must be punished. Destroy his dragon vein and accompany you, you trash. He Chuan also shouted coldly. After a few hours, Black Titanium and He Chuan's injuries were basically stabilized, but their auras were still very weak. What? The elder courtyard agreed to give the black dragon token to He Chuan? Impossible. Feng Zhou roared in astonishment. He looked at the dozen or so white-haired elders and asked, Elders, is what He Ti said true? That's right. One of the white-haired old men said, Feng Zhou, your dragon vein has been destroyed and you're no longer qualified to hold the black dragon token. Hand it over to He Chuan. No, I can't give the black dragon token to anyone but He Chuan. I was injured because I tried to save He Chuan, but he turned around and accused me. How can he hold the black dragon token with such a temperament? Feng Zhou shouted. Sigh, Feng Zhou, you've disappointed this old man. The white-haired old man sighed and said, Your own mistake is your own mistake. Why are you pushing the blame to others and slandering He Chuan? That's right, Feng Zhou. Hand over the black dragon token. Another old man also said. You. Peng Zhou looked at the elders in shock. He was extremely disappointed. He understood that the elder courtyard had been bribed by Black Titanium. No matter what he said, it would be useless. Otherwise, how could they gather here so quickly and kill their way here? Today, the other party must force him to hand over the black dragon token. However, he was no longer a cripple. Feng Zhou, hand over the black dragon token. Let me tell you, don't think you can rely on that brat. Today that brat will die. Shouted He Chuan. He looked at Lu Ming coldly. Lu Ming had dared to torture him like that. He wanted Lu Ming to die without a burial place. Boom, boom, boom. More than 10 elders of the elder courtyard released their powerful qi, locking onto Lu Ming to prevent Lu Ming from escaping. Fifth Godly King Layer? Lu Ming's lips curled up. There were 12 elders in the elder courtyard. They were all at the fifth Godly King Layer. However, although his cultivation base had only recovered to the third Godly King Layer, the fifth Godly King Layer was still nothing in his eyes. Although the difference between each Godly King Layer was great, it was not as great as the difference between each Godly King Layer. When Lu Ming was at the Godly King Layer, he could already kill enemies who were several levels higher than him. Now his cultivation base had only dropped, but he had all kinds of terrifying means. He was much stronger than when he was at the Godly King Layer. Fighting against people who were at a higher level than him was as easy as eating and drinking. Therefore Lu Ming was very calm. He looked at the scene in front of him indifferently. He was not in a hurry to make a move. After all, it was Feng Zhou's family matter. If he could solve it himself, then he would. If he couldn't, then it wouldn't be too late to make a move. My father is the patriarch of the Black Dragon family. I am the successor of the Black Dragon family. I have the legitimate bloodline. I am the one who controls the Black Dragon token. At this moment, Feng Zhou's voice was cold. His cold voice spread everywhere. Ha ha ha, you're the one who controls the Black Dragon token? You a piece of trash? You're just a piece of trash whose dragon vein has been destroyed. What right do you have? He Chuan laughed loudly. However, his voice stopped halfway. This was because a powerful aura had erupted from Feng Zhou's body. Chapter 3585. A powerful aura erupted from Feng Zhou's body like a divine dragon. Vaguely, a dragon's roar could be heard from his body. He Chuan's laughter was stuck, as if his throat was stuck. His eyes were round and full of disbelief. At the same time, He Ti and the rest of the elders were also stunned. They stared at Feng Zhou dumbfoundedly. Why, your dragon vein has recovered? Impossible, this is impossible. At that time, your dragon vein was destroyed by the dragon beast. I even checked it. It's impossible. He Chuan roared hysterically in disbelief. Now that my dragon vein has recovered, I'm the young master of the Black Dragon family, the owner of the Black Dragon token. Are you trying to go against your superiors? Feng Zhou shouted. His aura was so shocking that H1 couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Impossible, this is impossible. What's going on? How can the dragon vein be restored? H1 kept roaring. His face was already distorted beyond recognition. The eyes of some of the elders flickered as they hesitated. Elders, I believe that you've been deceived by Haiti and H1. Take down H1 and Haiti, and this matter will end. Fengzhou said. Elders, don't be deceived by Fengzhou's appearance. You've already made your stance clear just now, asking him to hand over the Black Dragon token. He must be holding a grudge. Now he's saying this to deal with me. After dealing with me, he'll definitely settle the score with you one by one. Haiti shouted. That's right, I still think it's better for H1 to hold the Black Dragon token. The white-haired old man said with a cold gaze. I think so too. Another elder said. He looked at Lu Ming and Fengzhou with a strong murderous intent. You. Fengzhou was shocked and his heart turned cold. It seemed that these people were completely bought over by Haiti. Haha, that's right. So what if his dragon vein has recovered? As long as it's destroyed again, he'll still be a piece of trash. At this moment, H1 laughed again, full of ruthlessness. No, the young master's dragon vein has recovered. He should inherit the position of the family head. At this moment, an elder said, That's right. With the young master's talent, he can definitely lead the Black Dragon family to become stronger. I support the young master. Following that, a few other elders spoke up. A total of 3 old men slowly moved to the vicinity of Feng State. The 3 of them were on Zhuozhou's side. Previously, they thought that Fengzhou's cultivation had been crippled, which was why they supported H1 to take over the Black Dragon token. But now that Ho Prefecture's dragon vein had been restored, they naturally stood on Ho Prefecture's side. Elders, thank you. Fengzhou cupped his fists and heaved a sigh of relief. Not everyone in the Elder Hall had betrayed him. You 3. Black Titanium's face turned ugly. Then let's get rid of them together. The white-haired elder who spoke first said coldly. He stepped out and pressed towards Feng State. Attack. The other elders also stepped out and charged toward Feng State. The young master has already recovered. You dare to go against your superiors? You are all treasonous. An elder who supported Guangzhou roared. Since you're so stubborn, I'll send you on your way. The white-haired old man who spoke first shouted coldly. His aura was oppressive. A total of 9 elders rushed towards Pengzhou and the others. Bang. At this moment, Lu Ming stepped out and landed in front of Feng State. Feng State, how should we deal with these people? Lu Ming asked indifferently. Feng State was stunned for a moment. Although he knew that Lu Ming was strong and could easily deal with Black Titanium, these elders were all in the 5th layer of the King God realm. Moreover, there were so many of them. Could Lu Ming deal with them? Hence, he hesitated for a moment. Elders, this kid's cultivation is not weak. Let's get rid of him first, then we'll deal with Feng State. Black Titanium shouted. That's right. Let's get rid of this kid first. No, don't kill him yet. Cripple him first. I want him to kneel before me like a dead dog and beg for mercy. H1 shouted and stared at Lu Ming viciously. His murderous intent was cold. He hated Lu Ming to the core. Attack. Kill. The white-haired elder who spoke first shouted. His body dashed out and pounced on Lu Ming. His powerful energy was like an avalanche, pressing down on Lu Ming. Streaks of terrifying divine energy coiled around Lu Ming like giant snakes, trying to bind Lu Ming. Retreat. Retreat quickly. The 3 elders who supported Feng State shouted, and tried to protect Feng State. They wanted to retreat. The other party had 9 elders and only 3 of them. They were no match for them. The only thing they could do now was to retreat and gather the other experts of the Black Dragon family to deal with Black Titanium and the others. This was the only way they could think of. Why should we retreat when dealing with trash like these? At this moment, Lu Ming's indifferent voice was heard. Then he took a step forward. Bang! The ground shook. Then a 9-clawed dragon rushed out from under Lu Ming's feet. It roared and pounced on the white-haired elder. That's a 9-clawed dragon? Everyone present was shocked. Roar! The 9-clawed dragon roared. Its dragon claws tore apart the white-haired elder's attack and clawed at his chest. Ah! The white-haired elder screamed. His chest was pierced. A powerful energy pierced through his body and exploded at his spine, directly destroying his dragon vein. Bang! The white-haired elder was sent flying and smashed into the ground. Roar! Then several more nine-clawed dragons flew out. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws. The entire city was covered in nine-clawed dragon Dharma images. In the next moment, 3 more elders screamed. They followed in the white-haired elder's footsteps. Their dragon veins were destroyed and they smashed into the ground. Ah! My dragon vein! My dragon vein is destroyed. You're so ruthless! The white-haired elder and the others screamed. The remaining elders sucked in a cold breath. Their charging bodies suddenly stopped, and they frantically retreated. They looked at Lu Ming in shock. They were almost scared to death. Is this the legendary divine dragon Dharma image art? You can cultivate a 9-clawed dragon Dharma image? An elder widened his eyes and stared at Lu Ming in disbelief. You can't even withstand a single blow, Lu Ming said coldly. He waved his hand, and the 9-clawed dragon Dharma image disappeared. Gulp. Peng Zhou and the others swallowed their saliva and looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming's strength shocked everyone. Even an elder of the 5th layer of the Divine King realm could not withstand a single blow. How is this possible? He Chuan and He Ti's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Their bodies kept trembling. They thought they were dreaming. How could Lu Ming be so strong? After a long while, they finally reacted. They were extremely frightened. Cold chi was emitting from their bodies. They slowly retreated. They wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. Chapter 3586. If you don't want to die, you'd better stand here and not move, Lu Ming said coldly. He Ti, He Chuan, and the rest of the elders stopped, not daring to move. Lu Ming was too strong. He could easily kill a 5th-layer King God Realm expert. They did not dare to disobey Lu Ming. Peng Zhou, what should we do with these people? Lu Ming looked at Peng Zhou. Spare my life. Peng Zhou, spare my life. He Ti screamed all of a sudden. Spare your life? You forced me again and again, and now you want me to spare your life? I've already spared your life once. I've said that if there's a second time, I won't show you any mercy. Peng Zhou's eyes turned cold. Although he was kind, he had a bottom line. Previously, he had already bypassed He Ti and He Chuan, and said that there wouldn't be a second time. However, He Ti and He Chuan simply didn't take his words to heart. A few hours later, they had brought the elder's compound to kill him again. He would be a fool if he let them off again. Peng Zhou, I'm your second uncle. Please spare my life. He Ti begged. Now you're talking about family? Why didn't you think of me as your nephew when you forced me? Peng Zhou said coldly. I was confused for a moment. Peng Zhou, give me another chance. I swear that I'll turn over a new leaf. He Ti shouted. Plop. At this moment, the rest of the elders knelt before Peng Zhou. Young master, please spare us. We were bewitched by black titanium. It was the father and son pair who bewitched us. Otherwise, why would we attack young master? Now that young master's dragon vein has been restored, he is the rightful heir. The culprits are black titanium and his son. That's right, that's right. The elders quickly said, pushing all the blame to He Ti and He Chuan. They were scared out of their wits when they saw what happened to the white-haired old man. Now that the Dragon Clan's mother planet had been restored, the cultivation environment was heaven-defying. It was unimaginable how far they could grow and how much lifespan they could gain. Now that their dragon vein had been destroyed, it was an unimaginable blow. They did not want to follow in the footsteps of the former. You despicable and shameless bastards. You're talking nonsense. Black Titanium roared, glaring at the elders. Boom. Right at this moment, rumbling sounds could be heard from outside the Black Dragon Clan. Divine light could be seen soaring into the sky, incomparably resplendent. What happened? Tizhou was shocked. Soon 2 people who looked like guards rushed in looking flustered. The 2 guards didn't even look at Feng Zhou. They bowed to He Ti and the other elders and said in a fluster, Elders, someone is attacking our Black Dragon Clan. We can't stop them and are about to kill our way in. What? Everyone was shocked. Someone attacked the Black Dragon family? Except for Lu Ming, everyone's expression changed. The faces of Mao Zhou and the three elders beside him changed, not because of shock, but because of worry. The internal affairs hadn't been settled yet, and now there were enemies outside? On the other hand, He Chuan and the others had different thoughts in their minds. Now that there were enemies outside, they might be able to change the situation. Perhaps there was still hope for them. Hope emerged in the hearts of He and the others. Ha ha ha, so they're all here. That's good. We don't have to look for them one by one. Their figures flickered and suddenly, dozens of people appeared in the sky. Dozens of burly men, each wearing blood-red armor with dragon scales on their skin, were obviously dragonborn from the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Dozens of dragon-human clan members clad in red armor surrounded the courtyard. Who's in charge of the Black Dragon Clan? A large man with a square face and blood-colored battle armor spoke. His voice rumbled loudly as he swept his eyes in all directions. It's him, he's our young master. Ti's eyes turned and suddenly pointed at Zhou. Obviously, Zhou had no intention of letting him go, so he could only place his hopes on these people. These people obviously came with ill intentions. You're the young master of the Black Dragon Clan? The square-faced man's gaze fell on Zhou. That's right, who are you? What are you doing in my Black Dragon Clan? Zhou asked loudly. It's simple. I heard that your Black Dragon Clan has a Black Dragon Valley. Now we want the Black Dragon Valley. You people from the Black Dragon Clan can scram. The square-faced man said coldly. You're here to snatch the Black Dragon Valley? Zhou's face changed drastically. Now that the Dragon Clan's mother planet had recovered, there were countless opportunities. And the greatest opportunities were those ancient ruins or holy lands. The treasures that were nurtured there were even more astonishing. The Black Dragon Valley was such a place. However, not all forces in the Dragon Clan's mother planet had ruins or sacred grounds. Some forces didn't have any at all. And these forces would go around snatching the ruins or sacred grounds of other forces. They had heard of such things before, but they didn't expect it to happen to them. No, you want us to hand over the Black Dragon Valley? No, the Black Dragon Valley was left behind by my Black Dragon Clan's ancestors. We can't hand it over to outsiders. Zhou directly refused. The Black Dragon Valley was the hope of the Black Dragon Clan's rise. Now that the Dragon Clan's mother planet had recovered, everyone was advancing rapidly. The Black Dragon Valley was the foundation of the Black Dragon Clan's rapid advancement. If they lost the Black Dragon Valley, the Black Dragon Clan would fall behind the others and be eliminated sooner or later. He couldn't hand it over. I'm not negotiating with you. I'm ordering you. Do you understand? The square-faced man said coldly. The Black Dragon Clan is willing to fight. Zhou replied loudly. Willing to fight? Let's see what the Black Dragon Clan is capable of. The square-faced man waved his hand. Immediately, a red-armored man stepped forward with a long spear in his hand. He charged towards Zhou. Young master, leave him to me. There were 3 loyal elders beside Zhou. At that moment, one of them stepped forward. His strength of the 5th layer of the Divine King realm was fully unleashed as he charged towards the red-armored man. 5th layer of the Divine King realm. You're overestimating yourself. The red-armored man shouted coldly. His body emitted a dazzling blood-red light, and a dragon's roar resounded. The blood-red light condensed into a divine dragon, which then merged with his long spear. Under the pressure of the spear, a huge spear light burst forth. Boom! With a violent explosion, the elder of the Black Dragon Clan's attack collapsed. The spear light didn't stop and pierced through his chest. The elder was pushed back and was pinned to the wall. 6th layer of the Divine King realm, shouted the elder in astonishment. He coughed up blood. What? Zhou, He-Chuan and the others were astonished. That red-armored man was unexpectedly a cultivator of the 6th layer of the Divine King realm. How terrifying! A 5th layer of the Divine King realm couldn't fight back against a 6th layer of the Divine King realm. Chapter 3587. More importantly, this red-armored burly man obeyed the square-faced man's orders. Obviously, the square-faced man was stronger. The strength of these red-armored men was too shocking. They could probably crush the Black Dragon family. Hozhou's face turned pale. He-Chuan, and the others were pleasantly surprised. Plop. At this moment, Haiti knelt down. Chuan, or kneel down. Haiti transmitted his voice to Heichuan. Then Heichuan knelt down as well. Lords, I'm willing to submit to you. I'm willing to submit to you too. Haiti and Heichuan hurriedly said. Instead of being shocked, they were overjoyed. Initially, they thought that Hojo would not let them go since they had suffered a crushing defeat. They did not expect these red-armored men to suddenly appear and become their saviors. Naturally, they submitted to the red-armored men. Good. You know what's good for you. The square-faced man nodded and then looked at the others. What about you? There were 9 elders who had betrayed Hojo. Lu Ming had crippled 4 of them, so there were still 5 left. The eyes of the 5 elders flickered. In the end, 3 of them knelt down to express their submission. The remaining 2 looked conflicted. You want me to surrender? Impossible. Hojo said with a determined gaze. It was impossible for him to surrender and hand over the Black Dragon Valley. The Black Dragon Valley was the foundation of the Black Dragon family. If he handed it over, the Black Dragon family would be crippled. If you don't surrender, then die. The square-faced man said coldly. Lords, there's a layer of restriction outside the Black Dragon Valley. If you want to enter, you need to activate the Black Dragon token. Black Dragon token is with him. Haiti pointed at Hojo and said to the square-faced man. Haiti, you traitor. You're despicable. Hojo shouted. A wise man submits to circumstances. Hojo, hand over the Black Dragon token to these lords. You won't be able to keep it. Haiti sneered, his eyes flashing with killing intent. He hoped that Hojo would not hand over the Black Dragon token and be killed by the red-armored men. And that kid? Haiti looked at Lu Ming, his eyes filled with killing intent. It would be best if that kid was also killed by the red-armored men. Hojo trembled with anger, his eyes red. Haiti, Heichuan, the 2 of you were begging for mercy earlier. Aren't you afraid now? At this moment Lu Ming spoke. Lu Ming remained calm and unmoved since the arrival of the armored man. He could see that the square-faced man had the highest cultivation base among the armored men. He was in the 7th King God realm. There were also 5 cultivators of the 6th King God layer. The rest were all under the 6th King God layer. Lu Ming didn't feel the slightest bit of pressure facing such a battle prowess. Scared? Ha ha ha, with these lords here, why would I be afraid? Black Titanium laughed loudly. He was extremely arrogant. He stared at Lu Ming and said, Young lad, I begged for mercy previously as a temporary measure. I wanted to stabilize your situation and then kill you. Do you really think I will beg for mercy? Not bad. Heichuan followed. Now that they had the support of the blood-armored men, they were not afraid at all. Is that so? I hope you won't regret your words when the time comes. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Haiti's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. He recalled Lu Ming's terrifying battle prowess. Note that Brad is only in the 3rd King God realm. It's already a miracle that he could defeat a 5th King God realm cultivator. Those armored men are in the 6th King God realm. That square-faced man is even more unfathomable. I'm afraid he's even stronger than the 6th King God realm. No matter how incredible that Brad is, he can't defeat a 6th or 7th King God realm cultivator. Thinking of this, Haiti felt relieved. He thought that he had been overthinking things. A 3rd King God realm cultivator could defeat a 7th King God realm cultivator. Was that even possible? He had never heard of such a thing in his life. Regret? Ha ha ha, I Haiti, have never regretted anything. Haiti sneered. That's right. I Heichuan have never regretted anything. Lords, this brat is the strongest cultivator of the Black Dragon family. He has a good relationship with Peng Zhou. If you want the Black Dragon token, you must kill him first. Heichuan said to the square-faced man. This brat is the strongest cultivator of the Black Dragon family? The square-faced man was astonished. He could see that Lu Ming was only a 3rd King God realm cultivator. A 3rd King God realm cultivator was the strongest cultivator of the Black Dragon family? Brat, seems like you're a Heaven's Pride cultivator. Okay, I'll give you a chance. Join us and I'll spare your life. The square-faced man said to Lu Ming. I'll give you 3 breaths to get the hell out of here. If you don't, you'll stay here forever. 3. Lu Ming didn't care about the square-faced man's question. What? The square-faced man was dumbstruck. A third king god realm cultivator was arrogant enough to ask them to get the hell out of here in 3 breaths? Could it be that this kid was an idiot? 2. Lu Ming continued to count down. The square-faced man's face turned cold. He said coldly, "Brat, don't play that trick on me. Do you think I'm scared? You're bluffing." 1. Lu Ming continued to count down. "Kill him for me." The square-faced man was enraged. He shouted, "Die." The man in red armor who had defeated an elder with a single spear attack attacked. His roar was as loud as thunder. His spear moved like lightning, dashing toward Lu Ming. His cultivation base of the 6th king god realm exploded. His aura was so terrifying that it shook the void. His pressure was like a tsunami, pressing toward Lu Ming. Pang Zhou and the others paled and trembled. The 6th king god realm cultivator was terrifying. "Die." The man in red armor shouted coldly, as if he could already see Lu Ming being killed. However, at this moment, Lu Ming took action. He extended his hand and casually grabbed the spear. Bam! What aura! What energy! All of them dispersed. Lu Ming's palm grabbed the tip of the other party's spear firmly. The other party's body stiffened in midair, unable to move at all. "This is impossible. Explode!" The man in red armor shouted. He released all of his energy, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea. Buzz. At this moment, Lu Ming's divine power burst out. At this moment, Lu Ming had activated the battle character secret art, increasing his fighting strength by 5 times. He also had 11 different types of divine power. All of them had awakened 4 times or more. The terrifying energy flowed into the man's body through the spear. The man in red armor screamed in agony. His body was blown away and exploded in the air. Both his body and soul were destroyed. Silence. The place fell into a dead silence. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Their mouths were opened so wide that they could swallow a goose egg. They were astonished, and in disbelief. A 6th king god realm cultivator had been killed by Lu Ming so easily. Lu Ming had broken their understanding of him again and again. "I gave you a chance before, but you didn't cherish it. Now you will stay here forever." Lu Ming said indifferently. Boom. The spear in his hand shook and exploded. It turned into countless pieces and flew out. Chapter 3588. The long spear in Lu Ming's hand was a supreme-grade divine weapon. When it was shaken by Lu Ming's divine power, it exploded and turned into fragments that flew in all directions toward the square-faced man in red armor. Sizzle. Sizzle. The pieces of the spear pierced through the air, creating a terrifying sound. Each piece turned into a spear light and pierced towards the armored men. Not good. Block it. Ah. Roars and screams were heard. The armored men could not block the spear light. Their attacks and defenses were destroyed the moment they came into contact with the spear light. Then, their bodies were pierced through by the spear light. The destructive power tore their bodies apart and destroyed their souls. Bang. Bang. The armored men's corpses fell heavily on the ground, creating loud booms. Dead. The dozens of blood-armored men were wiped out in an instant. Only one of them was still alive. It was the square-faced man. That man was indeed in the 7th king god realm. He used his powerful strength to block Lu Ming's attack. However, he was still sent flying 100 meters away. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and his arm almost exploded. At this moment, the place was dead silent. Time and space seemed to have frozen. Everyone felt as if their hearts were about to explode. Their minds were about to stop. What had they just seen? Dozens of powerful blood-armored men were killed in an instant. What kind of strength was this? They were dreaming. They must be dreaming. He Chuan and He Ti screamed in their hearts. They could not believe what had just happened. Slap! He Chuan slapped himself hard to see if he was dreaming. However, he almost fainted from the slap. You're strong. However, it's not enough. Lu Ming looked at the square-faced burly man. He stepped into the air and clenched his fist in the air. The hegemon spear condensed in his forehead and a powerful aura pressed toward the square-faced burly man. The square-faced man's complexion changed drastically, becoming deathly pale without a trace of blood. Lu Ming's strength was already terrifying. However, it was even more terrifying now. He was no match for such strength. He would die here. I am a protector of Blood Dragon Hall. You can't kill me, the square-faced man roared. Unfortunately, Lu Ming did not buy it at all. He said coldly, Blood Dragon Hall? Never heard of it. The Blood Dragon Hall has an expert of the 9th Godly King layer. Even though you're strong, you're not a match for a 9th Godly King layer expert. If you kill me, the Blood Dragon Hall won't let you off. The square-faced man still wanted to use the Blood Dragon Hall to suppress Lu Ming. He roared as he retreated. His words caused the expressions of Feng Zhou and the others to change drastically. The Blood Dragon Hall had an expert of the 9th King God layer. It should be noted that in the past 100 years since the mother planet of the Dragon Clan had been revived, the cultivation of the cultivators on the mother planet of the Dragon Clan had skyrocketed at an astonishing speed. However, as far as they knew, the strongest person on the Dragon Clan's mother planet was only in the 9th layer of the Divine King realm. Of course, the people from the outer world were excluded. The Blood Dragon Hall had a 9th layer King God realm expert. They were already a top force on the dragon race's mother planet. It was actually such a powerful force that had set their eyes on the Black Dragon family. You talk too much. Lu Ming's expression did not change. He stepped on the void and closed in on the square-faced man. The tyrant god spear shook and turned into a dazzling spear radiance as it pierced towards the square-faced man. Lu Ming had activated a trace of the primordial divine dragon blood. A layer of dragon scales appeared on his body, making him look even more like a native of the Dragon Clan's mother planet. After activating a trace of the primordial divine dragon blood, Lu Ming's strength was even stronger. The spear was almost unstoppable. The square-faced man roared and activated all of his strength. His divine power burned like flames as he held a giant hammer in his hand and struck it out. Boom! The heavens and earth shook violently as the giant hammer and the tyrant god spear clashed together, creating huge waves that swept out in all directions. In the next moment, the giant hammer shook violently and shattered into pieces with a crack. The tyrant god spear did not stop there. In a flash, it pierced through the square-faced man's forehead and stabbed him in the air. Plop! At this moment, He Chuan and He Ti's bodies went limp and they fell to the ground. They looked at Lu Ming with pale faces and despair. Bang! Lu Ming landed in front of He Ti and He Chuan. His eyes were cold and his killing intent was as cold as a blade. Hojo, let us go. I beg you, second uncle, please. Once again, Black Titanium begged Guangzhou for mercy, with tears and snot. But this time, Hojo's expression was cold and unmoved. You also begged me for mercy before. Originally, I was already soft-hearted, but when the Blood Dragon Hall came, you immediately turned against me and wanted to borrow their strength to kill me. Haha. Now you want me to spare you? Do you think I'm an idiot? Hojo sneered. He was extremely disgusted with He Ti and He Chuan. Don't kill me. I was wrong. I was really wrong. He Ti screamed, filled with regret. If he had known that Lu Ming was so strong, he would not have joined the Blood Dragon Hall when they came. I remember you saying that you don't even know how to write the word regret? What? You know now? Lu Ming said indifferently. He Ti's old face turned red. At this time Lu Ming's spear shook, and two spear lights shot out, piercing He Ti and He Chuan's dantian and crippling their star cores. The two of them screamed miserably, filled with despair. Hojo, I'll leave them to you. Lu Ming looked at Hojo. Hojo silently nodded and stepped forward. His divine power condensed into a saber. No. He Ti and He Chuan screamed and begged for mercy. But this time, Hojo was unmoved. The saber light swept out, and blood splattered everywhere. Two heads flew out. Plop! At this time, a few more people knelt down. They were the elders of the Elder Hall who had joined He Ti. Young Lord, we were also bewitched by He Ti. Please forgive us. Yes, young Lord, please forgive us. We will definitely be loyal to you in the future. Moreover, the Blood Dragon Hall will not let us go. The He Long family is in need of people. Several elders spoke in succession. They were all elders who had joined He Ti before. Moreover, after the Blood Dragon Hall had arrived, they had immediately joined them. Now, although they were begging for mercy, they were secretly threatening Prung Prefecture. The Blood Dragon Hall was about to arrive, and the Heilong family needed them. Hojo's face turned gloomy as he pondered. The Heilong family had suffered heavy losses due to the internal strife. Lu Ming had crippled 4 elders, and He Ti was already dead. If he had to kill these elders, the Heilong family's strength would be incomparably weak. Quality is more important than quantity. What's the use of keeping these people? When the Blood Dragon Hall arrives, they might immediately betray us. At that time, they won't be of help, but enemies. Lu Ming said indifferently. Chapter 3589. Lu Ming's words caused the expressions of the Black Dragon family's elders to change. Why you? The elders pointed at Lu Ming, cursing Lu Ming 10,000 times in their hearts. However, they didn't dare to say it out loud. What a joke. If they angered Lu Ming, they wouldn't have any chance. Lu Ming, you're right. The 3 of you pledged allegiance to the Blood Dragon Hall, and can't be kept alive. As for the other 2, they didn't pledge allegiance to the Blood Dragon Hall earlier. Quan Zhou finally made his decision. Attack. As soon as Feng Zhou said that, the 3 elders roared furiously and charged towards Feng Zhou. They were very decisive. When Quan Zhou said that he wouldn't let them off, they directly attacked. They wanted to take Quan Zhou as a hostage and escape. However, their every move was completely under Lu Ming's control. As soon as they moved, Lu Ming moved as well. 3 beams of spear gleams shot out and nailed the 3 elders to the ground. Quan Zhou paled slightly. Lu Ming shook his head inwardly. Quan Zhou's character was still too indecisive. If he didn't change, he would suffer a great loss sooner or later. However, he didn't deliberately remind him. Quan Zhou had saved his life. He had helped Quan Zhou recover the dragon vein, and quelled the rebellion. He had already returned the favor. How far Quan Zhou could go in the future would be up to him. After all, Lu Ming couldn't stay in the Black Dragon family's home planet forever. His main purpose here was to find Xian Yinqing and Autumn Moon. At the same time, he could borrow the strength of the Black Dragon family's home planet to raise his cultivation base. He would have to leave sooner or later. Many thanks to the young master for not killing us. The other 2 elders who hadn't joined the Blood Dragon Hall let out a long sigh and cupped their fists toward Quan Zhou and Lu Ming. I'll spare your lives. I hope you won't disappoint me. Quan Zhou's gaze was cold. The 2 elders' hearts trembled. They bowed and said, "We are willing to swear on our life essence that we will be loyal to the young master in the future." Only then did Quan Zhou's expression improve. "Young master, what should we do with them?" An elder who had been on Feng Zhou's side asked. He was referring to the 4 elders whose dragon veins had been destroyed by Lu Ming. "Kill them all," Song Zhou ordered with a cold face. Amidst the screams and pleas for mercy, an elder attacked and killed the 4 elders. In this battle, 7 out of the 12 elders of the Black Dragon clan had died. It could be said that the loss was disastrous. "Lu Ming, thank you." Feng Zhou walked over and solemnly cupped his hands to Lu Ming to express his gratitude. In fact, he was still extremely shocked. He had never expected that when he saved Lu Ming, he would actually save a great expert. It's nothing. However, we have to be on guard against the Blood Dragon Hall. With so many of their people dead, they definitely won't let this matter rest. They'll definitely come for revenge. Lu Ming reminded. If the Blood Dragon Hall comes, we'll just fight to the death. Kuo Zhou gritted his teeth. There's no need to fight to the death. My cultivation hasn't fully recovered. If my cultivation recovers a little more, even a 9th layer Divine King won't be a problem. Lu Ming paused for a moment and said, I heard that there are great opportunities and treasures in the Black Dragon Valley. If I can cultivate in the Black Dragon Valley, I might be able to recover quickly. He was indeed curious about the Black Dragon Valley. With the revival of the Dragon Clan's mother planet, the cultivation environment had become shockingly good. What kind of opportunities would there be in the ruins left behind by the Dragon Clan's powerful forces? It was indeed worth looking forward to. Alright, if Brother Lu wants to enter the Black Dragon Valley, we'll go in immediately. Out of Lu Ming's expectation, Feng Zhou nodded without any hesitation. Then, Feng Zhou called a group of people to clean up the scene. He then asked the Black Dragon Clan to be on guard, and inform him immediately if anything happened. After that, he led Lu Ming and the 3 elders to the back of the Black Dragon Clan. Behind the Black Dragon clan, there was a continuous stretch of mountains. One after another, they were incomparably majestic, towering into the clouds. Soon, the three of them arrived in front of a valley. This is the Black Dragon Valley, but there are restrictions here that haven't dissipated yet. We need the Black Dragon token to open it. Moreover, there are dragon beasts inside, so be careful when you go in, Feng Zhou said. Lu Ming nodded. Then, Feng Zhou took out a jade talisman with a lifelike black divine dragon coiled around it. This was the Black Dragon token. After inputting the divine dragon, the Black Dragon token lit up and let out a dragon roar. Then, a black divine dragon flew out from the Black Dragon token. The black dragon flew out of the valley and circled around it. A light screen appeared at the entrance of the valley. At this time, the light screen opened up a gap. The restriction is open, let's go, Feng Zhou said. His body moved and rushed into the valley. Lu Ming and the three elders also rushed into the valley. So big? As soon as they rushed into the valley, Lu Ming felt that the valley in front of him was rapidly expanding. Previously, the valley was about 1,000 meters wide. But now, the valley had become tens of thousands of miles wide, like a continent. There were all kinds of plants growing in the valley. They were huge and full of vitality. What dense divine qi! Lu Ming took a deep breath and felt that the air was filled with extremely dense divine qi. Outside, the divine qi was dense enough, but compared to the Black Dragon Valley, it was much weaker. Separated by a restriction, it was a completely different world. Lu Ming involuntarily circulated the universe myriad Tao scripture. Instantly, the divine qi from all directions rushed into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming refined it and turned it into his divine power. Then, the divine power flowed into the star core in Lu Ming's dantian and repaired the cracks on it. Boom! In just a dozen breaths, a powerful aura spread out from Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's cultivation base had recovered to the 4th layer of King God Realm. I thought that I would need 2 years to recover to my peak, but here I don't need 2 years. Is this a ruin left behind by the Divine Dragon tribe? I just came in, but it's already so amazing. Lu Ming's eyes shone brightly. Brother Lu Yu. Feng Zhou and the three elders looked at Lu Ming in surprise. I just recovered some of my cultivation base. Come, let's go inside, Lu Ming said. Now he was looking forward to it. He had learned from Feng Zhou that 100 years ago, before the Dragon Tribe's mother planet had recovered, the Black Dragon Tribe's people were not allowed to enter the Black Dragon Valley, even if they had the Black Dragon token. Until the Dragon Tribe's mother planet recovered 100 years ago, they could use the Black Dragon token to enter the Black Dragon Valley. As soon as they entered the Black Dragon Valley, they obtained many amazing divine herbs. With these divine herbs, the Black Dragon Valley's people's cultivation base advanced by leaps and bounds. Therefore, Lu Ming speculated that before the Dragon Tribe's mother planet recovered and dried up, the Black Dragon Valley was not dried up. It was a cultivation holy land with extremely dense divine qi. It was just blocked by a restriction. So after so many years, how many treasures and divine herbs had been produced in the Black Dragon Valley? Chapter 3590. The outside world was desolate, but inside the Black Dragon Valley, there was always a rich divine aura. After so many years, the opportunities here were definitely astonishing. The three of them walked deeper into the Black Dragon Valley. The Black Dragon Valley was huge. It didn't look like a valley at all. It was like a world. We've explored the area in front of the Black Dragon Valley. We've harvested the divine herbs. There's nothing left. If we want to get more divine herbs, we have to go deeper, Hojo explained. Lu Ming nodded. No wonder they hadn't seen anything after walking for a while. Inside the Black Dragon Valley, there was a rich divine aura that had been nurtured all year round. Even the plants were filled with endless vitality and grew incomparably strong. A stalk of grass was often taller than a person. Rustle, 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 rustle. Suddenly, rustling sounds came from the bushes. They were moving at a fast speed. Be careful. It's a dragon, Hojo said. As soon as he said that, 9 huge creatures pounced on Lu Ming. A strong wind blew, and the smell of blood assaulted their nostrils. It was a huge snake more than 10 meters long. It was covered in scales and had dragon horns on its head. However, There were no dragon claws on its abdomen. It didn't look like a flood dragon. A flood dragon looked like a divine dragon. Moreover, it had 4 dragon claws on its abdomen. This was obviously a huge snake with dragon horns on its head. Dragon. A dragon in the first heaven of the king god realm. However, this realm was nothing in Lu Ming's hands. Lu Ming's finger was like a spear. When he pointed it out, a beam of spear gleam burst forth and directly pierced through the head of the python. Rustle, 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 rustle. However, there were more sounds in the surroundings. Then, one by one, they pounced on Lu Ming and the group from all directions and charged toward them. However, these snakes were all in the first heaven of the king god realm. They weren't a threat. Houzhou and Heyu attacked. Divine light shot out and killed the snakes one by one. Soon, more than a dozen corpses of the snakes appeared on the ground. The scene quieted down. In the Black Dragon Valley, the weakest dragon is in the first heaven of the king god realm. The deeper we go, the stronger the dragon is. Houzhou explained. Lu Ming nodded. They continued their journey. Then more and more dragons attacked them. When they entered this place, they would be sensed by the dragon beast. The dragon beast would attack them crazily for some reason. Soon, they had traveled over 100,000 kilometers. Roar. With a loud roar, the earth shook and a huge lion-like dragon beast appeared in front of them. This dragon beast was 10 meters tall and looked like a lion. However, its entire body was covered in scales. Dracolian beast. It was this Dracolian beast that injured me. Qizhou's eyes gleamed with killing intent. Lu Ming observed the draconic lion beast. It had the cultivation base of the 4th king god layer. It was very strong. Fengzhou had only the 3rd king god layer, so he wasn't a match for it. Young master, I'll kill him. An elder said loudly. There's no need. Leave it to me. You guys keep watch for me. Fengzhou waved his hand and stopped the elder. Young master, but you, several elders were worried. Don't worry. Last time, I was accidentally injured by this Dracolian beast because I was trying to save He Chuan. Moreover, after recovering, my cultivation has improved again. Dealing with this Dracolian beast won't be a problem, Fengzhou said confidently. He was a prodigy, and his combat strength was not something an ordinary person could compare to. Although the Dracolian beast was 1 level higher than him, he was not afraid. Last time, he was only distracted because he was saving He Chuan. That was why the Dracolian beast had destroyed his dragon vein. Now that he encountered it again, he wanted to take revenge himself. Lu Ming stood aside and said nothing. This Dracolian beast had become Fengzhou's inner demon. If he could kill it, it would be very helpful to his cultivation. Roar. At this moment, the Dracolian beast roared and ran towards them. The ground rumbled as it stomped on the ground. It was terrifying. Beast come. Fengzhou's eyes were filled with killing intent as a dragon spear appeared in his hand. Many dragonmen use spears as their weapon. Kill. Fengzhou stomped on the ground and shot out toward the Dracolian beast, engaging it in close combat with the beast. The Dracolian beast was very strong. Ordinary cultivators in the 4th layer of the king god realm were no match for it. However, Fengzhou's strength was also shocking. He could fight with a higher level. With his cultivation in the 3rd layer of the king god realm, it was hard to tell who would win. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Fengzhou and the Dracolian beast had exchanged hundreds of blows. At this point, both the Dracolian beast and Fengzhou were injured and covered in blood. At this moment, the Dracolian beast was finally afraid. It roared and ran away. Where are you going? Die. Fengzhou was also injured, but his fighting spirit was getting stronger. It was as if it was about to turn into stone. He shot towards the Dracolian beast like an arrow. Bastard, get the hell back. An elder appeared in front of the Dracolian beast. He waved his hand and forced the Dracolian beast to retreat. These elders were all in the 5th layer of the king god realm. It was easy for them to stop the Dracolian beast. The Dracolian beast was forced to retreat. Fengzhou had arrived, so the Dracolian beast could only continue fighting. However, the Dracolian beast's morale was low. Fengzhou was getting stronger and stronger. He was starting to gain the upper hand. Fengzhou is going to win. Lu Ming nodded. The outcome of the battle was clear. As expected, The two sides exchanged hundreds of blows. In the end, Peng Zhou was stronger. He stabbed his spear into the Dracolian beast's head and killed it. Huff huff. Peng Zhou panted heavily, but his eyes were bright. The next moment, Peng Zhou sat down cross-legged. Then, from all directions, an extremely dense divine aura gathered towards him. He's about to break through. Lu Ming was surprised, but he quickly understood. Peng Zhou's cultivation had been at the peak of the third layer of the King God realm. He had broken through. And now that he had killed the Dracolian beast and gotten rid of his heart demon, he had finally broken through. At the same time, Lu Ming sighed. This was also related to the environment of the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Outside, even if he had the same opportunity, he might not be able to break through. The main reason was that the environment of the Dragon Clan's mother planet was too good. Endless divine aura gathered towards Peng Zhou from all directions, turning into Peng Zhou's divine power. His aura was getting stronger and stronger. In just a few hours, Peng Zhou's body emitted a powerful aura. His cultivation had entered the fourth layer of the King God realm. Moreover, the injuries he had received from the fight with the Dracolian beast were all healed. He was in peak condition. Peng Zhou stood up, his eyes shining brightly. Peng Zhou, congratulations. Lu Ming walked over with a smile. Compared to Brother Lu, I'm still far behind. Let's continue. If we continue, we'll reach a place we haven't explored yet. The strength of the Dracolian beasts will also increase. Peng Zhou said. However, Lu Ming's strength was unfathomable. Peng Zhou and the others were not worried. They continued their journey. As expected, the Dracolian beasts that appeared next were all at least in the fourth layer of the King God realm. Some of them even came in groups. Peng Zhou and the three elders felt a great pressure. Chapter 3591. Peng Zhou and the three elders felt pressured by the group of dragon beasts. However, with Lu Ming around, it was not a problem. When Lu Ming attacked, no matter if they were in the fourth or fifth layer of the King God realm, they were all killed instantly. There's a pressure between heaven and earth. It's amazing. Lu Ming frowned. He could feel a strong pressure pressing down on him between heaven and earth. The deeper they went into the Black Dragon Valley, the stronger the pressure. Soon they had traveled a distance. What a strong medicinal fragrance. That's the golden scale fruit. Suddenly Lu Ming's eyes lit up. There was a half-meter tall tree in front of them. It was verdant and there were 3 golden fruits growing on it. Lu Ming recognized that it was the golden scale fruit. There were also golden scale fruits outside. However, the medicinal fragrance of the ordinary golden scale fruits could not be compared to the 3 golden scale fruits. The 3 golden scale fruits had a strong medicinal fragrance and strong vitality. It was dozens of times stronger than the ordinary golden scale fruits. Even though they were far away, Lu Ming could feel the rich vitality. This is the limit of our exploration, Peng Zhou said. The divine herbs and treasures that they had explored were all taken away. From here on, they had not explored any further. Naturally, there were many divine herbs. Lu Ming stepped forward and walked towards the golden scale fruits. Roar! With a roar, a huge golden dragon rushed out and pounced on Lu Ming. It was a 5th-layer King God Realm dragon beast. It was strong, but Lu Ming did not take it seriously. He waved his hand and a spear light shot out, killing the dragon beast. Then Lu Ming picked a golden scale fruit. What a strong vitality. Refining this golden scale fruit will be of great help to my injuries. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He swallowed the golden scaled fruit and began to refine it. Lu Ming did not let the measure character art refine it. This kind of divine medicine was extremely pure, and there was no need for the measure character art to refine it. His refining speed was also very fast, and there was a benefit to refining it himself, which was that he could heal faster. As soon as the golden scaled fruit entered his mouth, it turned into surging life energy that surged into Lu Ming's limbs and bones. It then slowly gathered towards the 11 star cores, nourishing Lu Ming's star cores. Some small cracks on the star core were slowly healing. In fact, Lu Ming's large amount of divine power was still stored in the quantifying character formula. But this divine power was of no help to Lu Ming's recuperation. This divine strength was Lu Ming's divine strength at the Divine Lord realm, boundless and formidable. If Lu Ming were to use this divine strength to heal himself, Then before he could even heal himself, he would instead be struck by the impact of this boundless divine strength. The powerful divine power entering the star core would probably cause the cracks in the star core to widen. Therefore, Lu Ming did not use this divine power to heal himself. The life energy in the golden scaled fruit was extremely rich, and Lu Ming's refining speed was very fast. In less than an hour, the entire golden scaled fruit was completely refined, and Lu Ming's injuries were a little better. Then Lu Ming picked the second golden scaled fruit and swallowed it, continuing to refine it. Seeing Lu Ming refining the golden scaled fruit, Feng Zhou and the three elders stood guard in all directions, protecting Lu Ming. In fact, there was no need for them to protect him. Although Lu Ming was refining the golden scaled fruit, he did not wholeheartedly refine it. He divided a part of his mind to pay attention to his surroundings. If a dragon beast attacked him, he could launch a thunderous attack in an instant. Another hour later, Lu Ming continued to refine the third fruit. Boom! When the third golden scaled fruit was refined, a rumbling sound came from Lu Ming's body, and a powerful aura spread out. Fifth layer God King Realm. After refining 3 golden scaled fruits, Lu Ming's injuries were healed, and his cultivation base was restored to the 5th layer God King Realm. This. Feng Zhou and the others were dumbfounded. Was it so easy to make a breakthrough in cultivation base? He had only refined 3 golden scaled fruits, and he had broken through? Although the energy contained in the divine herbs here was shocking, it was impossible for them to make a breakthrough so easily. If it was so easy, their cultivation bases would have already soared to the heavens. I'm just recovering from my injuries. My previous cultivation base was far above the 5th layer God King Realm. Seeing Feng Zhou and the others' expressions, Lu Ming explained. Because his cultivation base would continue to recover, he didn't want Feng Zhou and the others to be too shocked. Feng Zhou and the others nodded, and they continued onward. As expected, the Black Dragon family had not explored the next area, and the number of divine herbs increased. On the way, they constantly found divine herbs. Lu Ming took half of the divine herbs, while Feng Zhou and the others shared the other half. After all, the dragon beasts were already very strong, and Feng Zhou and the others could no longer resist them. They could only rely on Lu Ming to kill the dragon beasts, so Lu Ming took half of the divine herbs. Lu Ming didn't hold back. The divine herbs here were really amazing, and they were extremely useful for his recovery. Now wasn't the time to hold back. Moreover, these divine herbs would be very useful even if his cultivation base was restored to its peak. It could increase his cultivation base rapidly. Lu Ming took out a dragon-shaped ginseng as thick as an arm and swallowed it in one gulp. He refined it as he moved forward. Although the refining speed would slow down a lot, it wouldn't waste any time. Soon, they had traveled another 100,000 li. Lu Ming's storage ring was filled with more than 100 different divine herbs, each of them shockingly effective. Some of the divine herbs were unique to this place, and some of them could be found outside, but their efficacy was far inferior to the ones here. Every stalk of divine medicine was priceless when taken out. Brother Lu, it's difficult for us to continue. Feng Zhou sighed as they reached this place. The dragon beasts here were already very strong, and there were even dragon beasts above the 7th layer of the King God Realm. Even with Lu Ming's protection, Feng Zhou and the others found it difficult to move forward. Brother Lu, if you want to continue exploring, we'll stay here and you can continue. What do you think? Feng Zhou asked. To be honest, Feng Zhou also wanted to know what was in the depths of the Black Dragon Valley, and what the situation was like. All right, I'll send you to a safe area, and then I'll go in to take a look. Lu Ming nodded. Then they retreated. Lu Ming sent Feng Zhou and the others to a safe place, and then he continued to move deeper into the Black Dragon Valley. Without Feng Zhou and the others, he could move much faster on his own. He didn't want to fight, so he took any divine herbs he saw. Just like that, after a period of time, Lu Ming's body exuded a powerful aura. As he moved forward, he refined the divine herbs. His injuries recovered a little, and his cultivation base was restored to the 6th layer of the King God Realm. After recovering to the 6th layer of the King God Realm, Lu Ming was even stronger. The dragon beasts here were no match for him. Even the 9th layer of the King God Realm Dragon God wasn't a match for Lu Ming. However, as they went deeper into the Black Dragon Valley, The pressure between heaven and earth became stronger, suppressing Lu Ming's performance. He was at the 6th layer of the king god realm, but now he was at the 5th layer of the king god realm. The further they went, the greater the pressure. Chapter 3592. Suddenly Lu Ming's eyes lit up. There was a stalk of divine herb in front of him. It wasn't a fruit and looked no different from a stalk of grass. However, this stalk of grass was emitting a shocking wave of energy. It was definitely a divine herb. What kind of grass is this? I've never seen it before. Lu Ming was surprised. Kid, this is the life origin grass, a rare treasure of heaven and earth. After refining it, it can help awaken the divine origin power factor. Gumo's voice came from his sea of consciousness. What? It can help awaken the divine origin power factor? Lu Ming was shocked. That's right. Furthermore, it's not just a first awakening or a second awakening. Even a 4th awakening, a 5th awakening, or even a 6th awakening would be of great help in assimilating the Genesis grass. Guemo explained. Lu Ming gasped a breath of cold air. He was then ecstatic. It would be of great help to those who had awakened 4, 5, or even 6 times. That was simply heaven-defying. It was just a divine herb. Generally speaking, the divine origin power factor and the secret arts of the origin needed cultivators to continue comprehending and cultivating. It was difficult for external forces to help. However, the Eldritch universe was vast and boundless. There would always be some rare treasures. These treasures had the ability to steal the fortune of heaven and earth. They could directly help cultivators cultivate the divine origin power factor and the secret arts of the origin, saving a lot of time. For example, the divine force pearl and demonic origin fruit that Lu Ming had encountered before were such treasures. However, the divine force pearl and demonic origin fruit could only help those who had not awakened the secret arts of the origin. Another treasure, the flying demon liquid, could help those who had not awakened the divine origin power factor, or those who had awakened it once. The further one went, the worse the effect would be. However, the life origin grass could help those who had awakened their divine origin power factor 4, 5, or 6 times. Such an effect was heaven-defying and priceless. If people knew about it, they would go crazy. Opportunity, this is an opportunity. No wonder all the powerful forces in the Eldritch universe would gather at the dragon race's mother planet. The top 100 races on the Eldritch universe 10,000 races list can't enter. Otherwise, the geniuses of those races would be here too. Lu Ming pondered, his eyes becoming brighter and brighter. During this period of time, on the Dragon Clan's mother planet, it was a good time to harvest opportunities. He could not miss it. Lu Ming took out a jade box and walked over to pluck the Genesis grass and placed it inside. Now was not the time to refine it. He would refine it after he got out. After putting away the Genesis grass, Lu Ming began searching the area again. Roaring like thunder, several powerful dragon beasts appeared and pounced towards Lu Ming. There were 3 dragons in total. Their bodies were as huge as hills, and their auras were terrifying. They were all in the 9th king god layer. Roar! The 3 dragon beasts pounced towards Lu Ming. Come on! Lu Ming clenched his fist in the air, and the tyrant god's spear appeared in his hand. Then he activated the power of the primordial divine blood, allowing his strength to reach an astonishing level. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and shot towards the 3 dragon beasts like a cannonball. He collided with one of the dragon beasts. Boom! With a loud explosion, the dragon beast was sent flying. It slid on the ground for a few thousand meters, and a bloody hole appeared on its body. However, it struggled for a while and stood up again. I failed to kill it instantly. Lu Ming shook his head. His cultivation was in the 6th king god layer, and he had used the primordial divine blood. Logically speaking, it was not difficult for him to kill a dragon beast in the 9th king god layer. However, the pressure here was too strong. Lu Ming was under great pressure, and the dragon beasts were fine. That was why he failed to kill the 3 dragon beasts. However, Lu Ming's strength was obviously at an advantage. Die. Lu Ming continued to stab with the tyrant god spear. Spear light shot out, and each spear light was extremely sharp. It left bloody holes on the dragon beasts' bodies. In the end, after a dozen moves, The 3 dragons in the 9th king god lair were killed by Lu Ming. After killing the 3 dragon beasts, Lu Ming searched the nearby area and finally found 2 more tufts of source life grass. Together with the previous tuft, there were 3 tufts. Lu Ming continued to move forward. The dragon beasts that appeared in front of him were all in the 9th king god lair. Lu Ming avoided some of the dragon beasts and killed the ones that he could not avoid. It was a pity that Lu Ming did not encounter any treasures like the Genesis grass. However, he found many other divine herbs. Suddenly, Lu Ming stopped and looked in front of him in shock. The area in front of him rippled like water. It was as if a mirror had appeared in front of him, separating the area from the front and back. Separated by the mirror, he could clearly see the scenery behind the mirror. There was a lush forest, and even divine herbs grew there. Lu Ming did not rush forward rashly. He walked along one side and found that the mirror-like space had really separated the area. If he wanted to move forward, he would have to break through the mirror. Lu Ming took out a battle sword and controlled it to fly forward. The battle sword easily passed through the mirror and flew to the other side. It did not look strange at all. Seems like there is no problem. Let's go and have a look. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He released his divine power and set up several layers of defense around him in case something unexpected happened. Then Lu Ming stepped forward and rushed toward the mirror. It was as if he had just passed through a layer of water. Lu Ming passed through the mirror and arrived on the other side. However, as soon as he appeared on the other side, Lu Ming felt a terrifying pressure pressing down on him. He was originally in the 6th layer of the Divine King realm, but it felt like he had been suppressed to the 4th layer of the Divine King realm. In the next moment, Lu Ming discovered something new. The divine qi here was extremely dense. It was several times denser than outside the mirror. Every time he breathed, dense divine qi rushed into Lu Ming's body. The space here. Lu Ming looked around and was shocked. Hell here was even wider. At a glance, it was boundless. When he had been on the other side of the mirror, Lu Ming had felt that the Black Dragon Valley was 10,000 li wide. But here it was far more than that. It was at least 100,000 li wide. However, when he had been on the other side, he had not felt it at all. After passing through the mirror, it felt like his territory had expanded by 10 times. Kid, this is the spatial folding technique, Guemo said. Spatial folding technique. To be able to use spatial folding technique in the ancient desolate universe, this cultivation level. Lu Ming widened his eyes, revealing a look of shock. Spatial folding technique could fold a large territory and turn it into a very small territory. It could be just the size of a palm, but it could contain millions of li of territory. It was extremely mysterious. However, to do this, one had to be extremely strong and have a deep understanding of space. Chapter 3593. In a minor dimension, Lu Ming had seen Bubble use spatial folding technology, but that was only a minor dimension. The space there was fragile and couldn't be compared to the great desolate universe. But even in a minor dimension, Bubble's cultivation base had reached an extremely high realm for it to be able to do it. But in the great desolate universe, space was extremely stable. To use spatial folding was shockingly difficult. Spatial folding wasn't as simple as tearing space. Tearing apart space, any random Divine Lord Realm powerhouse could accomplish it. But space had a restorative property. If you tore space or exploded space, space would quickly recover. And if space was folded, space would quickly recover. But in Black Dragon Valley, space had clearly been folded for a long time, at least dozens of stellar years ago. How many years had it been since then? But the folded space was still preserved. That was terrifying. The existence that could use spatial folding was unimaginably strong. Then Lu Ming couldn't help but wonder if the revival of the dragon race's mother planet had something to do with this spatial folding. Space had a restorative property. Even if a powerful existence folded space, it would slowly recover over time. Could it be that spatial folding was slowly recovering, causing the divine qi inside to overflow and spread to the dragon race's mother planet, causing it to revive and fill everything with vitality? It was very likely. Although the divine qi of Black Dragon Valley definitely wasn't enough. But the dragon race's mother planet was incomparably huge. Dozens of stellar years ago. How many ruins and cultivation holy lands had been left behind? If those ruins and cultivation holy lands overflowed with divine chi, it was very likely that the dragon race's mother planet would revive. Let's not worry about that for now. The divine chi here is even denser. I reckon it will give birth to even more amazing treasures. Let's look for them. Lu Ming shook his head to get rid of the messy thoughts in his mind. He then started to look around. There's a blood-red gem over there. Suddenly, Lu Ming saw a large stone on the ground in front of him. There was a blood-red gem embedded in the stone. The gem was sparkling and looked extraordinary. Lu Ming didn't hesitate and directly charged over. Once he was near the blood-red crystal, Lu Ming immediately felt a gush of dragon power emanating from the blood-red crystal. Is this a dragon blood stone? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes lit up. Legend had it that the blood of a powerful dragon could form a dragon bloodstone. Of course, as time passed, the essence of the dragon bloodstone would slowly dissipate, and it would become an ordinary stone. However, this dragon bloodstone seemed to be filled with essence chi. This was definitely no small matter. One had to know that no one had entered the Black Dragon Valley for at least dozens of stellar years. Even after such a long time, the dragon bloodstone was still full of essence energy. The divine dragon that had spilled its dragon blood back then was unimaginably powerful. Dig it out. Lu Ming's heart was burning. The value of a dragon bloodstone formed from the blood of an incomparably powerful divine dragon was absolutely astonishing. Regardless of whether it was used to refine divine pills or divine weapons, it was a supreme treasure. In particular, Lu Ming had cultivated the primordial divine dragon body. He could even directly absorb and refine the energy within the dragon bloodstone. Lu Ming immediately took out a divine artifact battle sword and began to dig. Clang! The divine artifact battle sword slashed at the rocks around the dragon bloodstone. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions. This rock was incomparably tough. Lu Ming only managed to cut off a small piece. The objects on the dragon race's mother planet were already extraordinary. The rocks were incomparably tough. However, the rocks around the dragon bloodstone were even tougher. Chop chop, I'll chop chop chop. Lu Ming unleashed the battle symbol formula to increase his combat strength by 5 times. He circulated all the divine power in his body. The battle sword buzzed as it continuously slashed at the rocks. Sparks flew in all directions. Small pieces of the rocks were cut off. Slowly, a fist-sized, blood-red, crystal-clear dragon bloodstone appeared in front of Lu Ming. Roar! Just then, a roar came from the forest. The roar was like thunder, causing space to explode. Many trees were destroyed, and a massive dragon beast appeared in the forest. A dragon lion beast. Lu Ming's eyes widened. It was different from the dragon lion beasts he had encountered before. This one was at least 10 times larger than the ones he had encountered before. Furthermore, its aura was incomparably shocking. It was a first-layer divine lord. Could it be that the dragon beasts behind the mirror are all divine lords? Not good. Lu Ming's heart jumped. In this place, Lu Ming was greatly suppressed. His cultivation level of a 6th-tier king god realm was suppressed to a 4th-tier king god realm. Furthermore, Lu Ming couldn't use his full strength. He had 11 origin secret arts that had severed their shackles. However, he couldn't use them all at once. That was because using so many origin secret arts consumed a lot of divine power. However, Lu Ming's star core was currently covered in cracks. He couldn't use the number character art's divine power. So when Lu Ming had fought before, he had only used the Tyrant God Spear. He hadn't used any other origin secret arts. As a result, with his 4th-layer Divine King cultivation base, Lu Ming definitely wasn't a match for a 1st-layer Divine Lord Dragon Beast. Quick, quick! Lu Ming increased his speed. His sword turned into a blur as he continuously slashed at the rock. In the end, with a clang, the battle sword broke into 2 pieces. However, at this time, the dragon bloodstone was completely dug out. Lu Ming waved his hand and put away the dragon bloodstone. At this moment, the dragon lion beast had also reached Lu Ming. With a loud roar, circles of sound waves were emitted from its mouth, sweeping toward Lu Ming. At the same time, one of the dragon lion beast's claws swiped at Lu Ming. Its sharp claws were like heavenly blades cutting through the air. emitting a terrifying whistling sound. Without the slightest hesitation, Long Chen condensed an origin secret art, the heavenly profound shield, in front of him. Clang! Boom! The dragon lion beast's attack landed on the heavenly profound shield. The heavenly profound shield shook violently and was sent flying back, crashing into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming let out a muffled groan as he was sent flying like a cannonball, smashing into a large rock. Lu Ming felt as if his bones were about to break. He vomited a mouthful of blood. No, I've been suppressed too miserably. The difference in cultivation base is too great. I can't fight it head-on. Run. Lu Ming got up and crazily rushed back. The dragon lion beast chased after him. In an instant, Lu Ming arrived at the bottom of the mirror and charged out without the slightest hesitation. What made Lu Ming heave a sigh of relief was that when the dragon lion beast chased after him to the side of the mirror, it stopped and did not pursue him. Instead, it roared at Lu Ming through the mirror. Its eyes, which were as big as wash basins, emitted a cold murderous intent. Roar! Roar! Following that, another loud roar came from that forest. It was another several divine Lord Realm existences. That was close. Lu Ming let out a long breath. It seemed that the area behind the mirror was still not a place he could enter. If he wasn't strong enough, it would be extremely dangerous. Chapter 3594. The Black Dragon Valley was even bigger than Lu Ming had imagined. Someone had used a spatial folding technique to fold it into a small valley. Lu Ming had no idea how far he had explored. Evidently, this region was very extraordinary. Oh right, Autumn Moon was transported from the Lost Star River to the dragon race's home planet. The Lost Star River is the territory of the six-clawed black dragon. This place is called the Black Dragon Valley. Will Autumn Moon be transported here? Thinking of this, Lu Ming's heart began to burn. But then his heart sank again. If Autumn Moon was really transported here, then there definitely wasn't anything outside. He had already explored this place. Then it would be very dangerous inside. Heaven helps the worthy. I hope Autumn Moon is fine. I'll go ask Feng Zhou and the others if this place has anything to do with the six-clawed black dragon. Lu Ming pondered for a moment. He then left the place in a flash. Not long later, Lu Ming came to a remote place and took out the dragon bloodstone. He was impatient to test out the dragon bloodstone's effect. He held the dragon bloodstone in his hand and sized it up carefully. After confirming that there was no problem, he inhaled and sucked the dragon bloodstone into his mouth. Roar! As soon as the dragon bloodstone entered his mouth, a dragon's roar came out. Tiny blood-colored divine dragons charged toward Lu Ming's body. What powerful energy! An ordinary person would find it hard to refine. But it's me. Primordial divine blood, refine it for me. Lu Ming controlled the primordial divine dragon blood in his heart. The primordial divine dragon blood immediately transformed into a huge divine dragon with 9 claws. It emitted an ancient aura and roared at the sky. An incomparably powerful energy erupted from its mouth. The little dragons formed from the dragon bloodstone's energy all flew toward the primordial divine dragon formed from the primordial divine blood. Lu Ming could clearly sense that the energy within the dragon bloodstone was constantly being refined. The impurities, impure things, impure wills, and other things were all being refined into pure energy. This refinement took 3 days. 3 days later, the energy of the dragon bloodstone had been completely refined. This was because he had the primordial god blood. Otherwise, not to mention 3 days, even 300 years might not be enough to refine a single dragon bloodstone. After refining the dragon bloodstone, 2 drops of blood appeared in Lu Ming's heart. Primordial divine blood. Lu Ming was ecstatic. This was the primordial divine dragon blood. 1 drop was the original one, while the other drop was a new one. Lu Ming did not expect that after refining a piece of dragon bloodstone, he would actually refine out a drop of primeval divine dragon blood. After cultivating the primordial divine body to this stage, the path of cultivation was relatively simple. He just had to continuously condense primordial divine blood. At first it was 1 drop, then 2 drops, then 3 drops. In the end, all the blood in his body would turn into primordial divine blood. Then he would be done. However, it was extremely difficult to condense the primordial divine blood. Ever since Lu Ming had condensed the first drop, he had not made any progress in condensing the second drop. Now, after refining a piece of dragon bloodstone, he had condensed the second drop. However, the second drop of primordial divine blood was very small. It was only 1/5 the size of the first drop. It was not full yet. He would need to continue cultivating to reach the same size as the first drop. However, this was already a significant improvement. After the second drop of primordial divine blood appeared, Lu Ming's power would definitely be stronger than the first drop. The divine dragon that spilled the dragon blood is indeed not to be underestimated. Lu Ming exclaimed. The dragon blood had turned into a dragon bloodstone. After so many years, its essence had not dissipated. On top of that, it was able to condense the primordial divine blood. That divine dragon was definitely terrifying. Moreover, my injuries have healed a little. My cultivation base has recovered to the 7th layer of the King God realm. Lu Ming smiled. During the process of refining the dragon bloodstone, a small amount of energy had leaked out. Lu Ming had absorbed the energy and healed Lu Ming's injuries. Lu Ming's cultivation base had also recovered to the 7th layer of the King God realm. It's been a few days. Let's get out of here first. Lu Ming stood up and walked towards Feng Zhou and the others. Soon Lu Ming saw Feng Zhou and the 3 elders. However, the 4 of them looked anxious. The 4 of them were overjoyed when they saw Lu Ming. Feng Zhou, what's going on? Lu Ming asked directly. He could naturally tell that Feng Zhou and the others were anxious. Brother Lu, not long ago, I received news that the people of Blood Dragon Hall are here again. Feng Zhou quickly said. They're here again. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Before they had entered, Feng Zhou had warned the Black Dragon family that if the people of Blood Dragon Hall were to come again, they should immediately surrender and wait for them to leave. However, the situation outside was unclear. Feng Zhou and the others were naturally worried. However, with their strength, it would be useless even if they left. Hence, they had been waiting for Lu Ming. Now they could only rely on Lu Ming. Brother Lu, if the Blood Dragon Hall really has a 9th layer King God realm expert, can you deal with him? If you can't, find a chance to leave. Feng Zhou said. A 9th layer King God realm expert is fine. Lu Ming smiled. Now that his cultivation base had recovered to the 7th layer of the King God realm, although he still couldn't use the various origin secret techniques to his heart's content, the other party was a 9th layer King God realm expert. Moreover, without any external suppression, he could even kill a 1st layer King God realm expert. What was there to fear from the Blood Dragon Hall? Feng Zhou and the others were overjoyed when they saw Lu Ming's confidence. Now they could only rely on Lu Ming. Otherwise, the Black Dragon family and the Black Dragon Valley would be taken over by others. Without further ado, they immediately rushed out of the Black Dragon Valley. At this moment, the Black Dragon family was surrounded. There were at least a few hundred experts in blood-red armor, surrounding the Black Dragon family. The members of the Black Dragon family gathered in an open space. Lords of the Blood Dragon Hall, the Black Dragon family is willing to surrender. An elder from the Black Dragon family said. This was what Feng Zhou had told them before. If they couldn't win, they would surrender immediately to stabilize the situation. Since you're surrendering, hand over the Black Dragon token. Also, many experts of the Blood Dragon Hall died last time. Who killed them? Hand them over. An elder from the Blood Dragon Hall said. His eyes were blood-red and blood-red scales appeared on his skin. He looked ferocious and terrifying. This person was the Hall Master of the Blood Dragon Hall, a 9th layer King God realm expert. The Black Dragon token is in the hands of our young master. The ones who killed the experts of the Blood Dragon Hall are not from the Black Dragon family. They're currently in the Black Dragon Valley. We've already spread the news. I believe they'll be out soon. The elder from the Black Dragon family said. He didn't hide anything. The most important thing now was to stabilize the situation. I hope you're not lying. I'll give you 1 day. If the person I want isn't here by then, the Black Dragon family can wait to be annihilated. The Hall Master of the Blood Dragon Hall said coldly. Chapter 3595. Time quickly passed, but Peng Zhou, Lu Ming, and the others still hadn't appeared. The atmosphere grew heavier and heavier. It seems that you're lying to me. You're courting death. The Blood Dragon Hall Master's expression was gloomy. His hand was like a dragon claw as he grabbed at the air and caught a disciple of the Black Dragon family. "No. Wait. Wait!" shouted the elder of the Black Dragon family. Bang! The Blood Dragon Hall's Hall Master clenched his fist and the Black Dragon clan's disciple exploded into a bloody mist. Damn it! Many people from the Black Dragon family roared in their hearts, but they didn't dare to show it. My patience is limited. From now on, I'll kill one person from the Black Dragon family every 10 minutes until the person I'm waiting for appears," said the Blood Dragon Hall Master coldly. Soon 10 minutes passed, and the people from the Black Dragon family all revealed terrified expressions. Another 10 minutes have passed. "Hee hee, which one should I kill?" sneered the Blood Dragon Hall Master. The blood-red light in his eyes became even denser, filled with icy killing intent. His gaze swept over everyone. Their expressions changed, and they broke out in cold sweat. They were incomparably terrified. "It's you." In the end, the Blood Dragon Hall Master's gaze landed on a young woman. That woman's face instantly paled, without a trace of blood. The Blood Dragon Hall Master was just about to grab that woman from afar. "If you want to die miserably, you can give it a try." At this moment, a cold voice rang out from the depths of the Black Dragon family. "Oh!" The Blood Dragon Hall's Hall Master and the others turned their gazes to the rear of the Black Dragon family. Over there, 5 people were flying over at an extremely fast speed. These 5 people were Lu Ming, Pang Zhou, and the others. The one who had spoken was also Lu Ming. "Young Master and the others are here." The people from the Black Dragon family rejoiced. They knew that the youth with Pang Zhou was very strong. Perhaps they could be saved. Very soon, Lu Ming and the group arrived in front of them. Whoosh! 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 At least 20 experts from the Blood Dragon Hall surrounded Lu Ming's group, blocking their path of retreat. 1 9th layer God King and 6 8th layer God Kings. Lu Ming sent out his spiritual awareness. With a sweep, he knew the strength of Blood Dragon Hall. This level of strength might be considered very strong on the Dragon Clan's mother planet, but it was nothing in his eyes. Lu Ming and the others arrived before the Blood Dragon Hall's Hall Master and the others. "Who killed the people of my Blood Dragon Hall a few days ago?" The Blood Dragon Hall Master's gaze swept over Lu Ming and the others before finally landing on Lu Ming. This was because he could sense that Lu Ming's cultivation level was at the 7th tier King God realm. The person he had sent was also in the 7th King God realm. Only Lu Ming could kill a 7th King God realm cultivator. "Me," Lu Ming replied indifferently. "Very well. Brat, since you dare to kill the people of my Blood Dragon Hall, there's no need for your Black Dragon family to exist anymore. Hand over the Black Dragon token, and I'll leave your corpses intact," the Blood Dragon Hall Master said coldly. "Hee hee." Lu Ming smiled faintly. "Brat, what are you laughing at?" The Blood Dragon Hall Master stared at Lu Ming. "Nothing. I'm just curious to see how you're going to destroy the Black Dragon family," Lu Ming said indifferently. "Oh, brat, looks like you're very confident. Do you think that you can fight against us with your cultivation of the 7th King God realm?" The Blood Dragon Hall Master sneered as his cultivation of the 9th King God realm erupted. Boom! Blood chi soared into the sky, causing the void to tremble. The aura of the 9th King God realm swept out like endless waves. In Pang Prefecture, the 3 elders' bodies shook violently as they retreated several hundred meters before they could stabilize themselves. Their faces were pale and filled with fear. How terrifying! A 9th King God realm cultivator was too terrifying. It was like a bottomless abyss, unfathomable and impossible to fight against. Facing such an existence, they couldn't even muster the slightest thought of fighting back as they realized that they would be crushed with a single slap from the other party. They couldn't help but feel worried. In the face of such an existence, would Lu Ming be a match for it? Not only them, but the hearts of the Black Dragon family members also sank. Some of them were even trembling. However, Lu Ming stood there like a boulder, unmoving. "You talk too much nonsense. Attack," Lu Ming said coldly. "Brat, you're courting death." The Blood Dragon Hall Master snorted as a chilling killing intent erupted from his body. At the same time he moved. He took a step forward and clawed at Lu Ming as if he was a divine dragon hunting for its prey. Strong winds howled as energy surged, enveloping Lu Ming. Boom. There was an explosion in Lu Ming's body. There was a roar and divine power. Then Lu Ming threw a punch. The punch was aimed directly at the Blood Dragon Hall's Hall Master. Brat, you dare to take my attack head-on? Break. The Blood Dragon Hall Master sneered inwardly, as if he could already see the scene of Lu Ming's fist being crushed by him. In the next moment, the two attacks collided. At this moment, the Blood Dragon Hall Master's expression changed from ferocious to shocked. Boom. With a violent explosion, the Blood Dragon Hall Master's body shook violently as he retreated a few thousand meters. He looked at Lu Ming in shock. CSISI gasps could be heard at the scene. The Blood Dragon Hall Master, a 9th-layer Divine King, was actually pushed back by Lu Ming with a single punch. How could Lu Ming's ability be so terrifying? Great! Peng Zhou and the Black Dragon family members were overjoyed. When they saw Lu Ming push back the Blood Dragon Hall Master with a single punch, they were all overjoyed. This time, they were saved. Lu Ming glanced at the void as if nothing had happened. He then looked at the Blood Dragon Hall Master and said, "Is that all you're capable of? What a joke." Naturally, Lu Ming had not used his full strength earlier. Otherwise, the Blood Dragon Hall Master would have exploded into a bloody mist. Lu Ming had deliberately concealed his strength. Damn it! The Blood Dragon Hall Master roared in his heart as his expression became even more ferocious. He was a 9th-layer Divine King, but he had been pushed back by a 7th-layer Divine King. This was a great humiliation that he could not tolerate. Attack! Attack together and destroy this brat! The Blood Dragon Hall Master roared. Kill! Kill! The experts of the Blood Dragon Hall roared. 6 8th-layer Divine Kings and a dozen 7th-layer Divine Kings unleashed their full strength as they surrounded Lu Ming. The Blood Dragon Hall Master also roared and unleashed his full strength as he charged at Lu Ming. Over 20 experts charged at Lu Ming together. Their aura was shocking. An ordinary person would be frightened to death. However, Lu Ming had seen a lot. This was just a small fight. Whoosh. Lu Ming moved. He avoided the Blood Dragon Hall Master and did not fight him head-on. Instead, he charged toward the others. Bang. Lu Ming threw a punch and defeated a Blood Dragon Hall expert who was at the 7th-tier King God realm. His fist force surged. The Blood Dragon Hall expert screamed miserably and exploded. Chapter 3596. After killing a powerful expert in the 7th-tier King God realm, Lu Ming turned around. His legs were like steel whips as he charged toward another expert in the 7th-tier King God realm. His body exploded immediately. Kill, kill. Lu Ming hollered. He was like a tiger that had entered a flock of sheep, drenched in blood. Every strike of his could kill a powerful figure from the Blood Dragon Hall. It didn't matter if they were at the 8th or 7th level God King. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen Blood Dragon Hall experts had been killed by Lu Ming. Damn it! How can this person be so monstrous? Retreat, retreat, retreat. The remaining people were all panicking, trembling with fear. How could they still dare to fight? They continuously retreated. Don't retreat. Kill him with me. He only has the strength of a 9th-level God King at most, roared the Blood Dragon Hall Master. However, the remaining people didn't dare to fight. If they did, they would all die. They retreated far away from the battlefield. As for the Blood Dragon Hall experts with lower cultivations, they also retreated, not daring to get close to Lu Ming. Your people have retreated. Now you're the only one left. I'll send you on your way, said Lu Ming coldly. Do you think you can kill me? Your divine power is only a bit stronger than mine, roared the Blood Dragon Hall Master. His body was covered in blood-red divine power. Is that so? Lu Ming's indifferent voice rang out. He stepped into the air and charged at the Blood Dragon Hall Master. However, the Blood Dragon Hall Master didn't fight. Instead, he frantically retreated. You want to leave? Stay. Lu Ming's voice rang out. He suddenly sped up and caught up to the Blood Dragon Hall Master in an instant. He punched out. The Blood Dragon Hall Master roared furiously. He took out a blood-red battle sword and slashed out. However, when the blood-red sword and Lu Ming's fist collided, the Blood Dragon Hall Master's body trembled violently and he retreated. You were hiding your strength just now? roared the Blood Dragon Hall Master. He was incomparably shocked. He felt that Lu Ming was even stronger than before. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up in a cold smile. He had only increased his strength by a little. He hadn't even used his full strength. Kill! Lu Ming shouted coldly as he continued to charge at the Blood Dragon Hall Master. The Blood Dragon Hall Master roared. Since he couldn't escape, he could only fight with everything he had. However, he was no match for Lu Ming. After just a few moves, he coughed up blood and was forced to retreat. I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming's voice was icy cold. His chilling killing intent caused the Blood Dragon Hall Master to shiver. Save me, save me. The Blood Dragon Hall's Hall Master suddenly roared at an empty space. The hearts of the people from the Black Dragon clan trembled. The leader of the Blood Dragon Hall had asked for help. Could it be that there were other experts? It's useless to ask anyone for help. Kill! Lu Ming shouted coldly. His fist energy was like a rainbow as it shot towards the Blood Dragon Hall's Hall Master. Stop! Suddenly, a loud shout rang out from an empty space. At the same time, a terrifying aura spread out. In the face of this aura, the people from the Black Dragon clan felt as if they were facing an invincible and terrifying existence. Some of the weaker ones directly fell to the ground, their eyes filled with shock and fear. This aura was too terrifying. Even Pang Zhou and the three elders widened their eyes in shock. However, Lu Ming didn't seem to sense this aura. His fist energy continued to attack. This punch directly shattered the Blood Dragon Hall Master's defenses. Before the Blood Dragon Hall Master could rejoice, he screamed miserably as his head exploded. The Blood Dragon Hall Master was dead. At this moment, a figure appeared in the empty space. It was a young man. This man had green skin. He looked at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. Brat, I told you to stop earlier. Didn't you hear me? The young man said coldly as he looked at Lu Ming. I heard you. Sorry, I didn't stop earlier. Lu Ming opened his palm and said casually. At the same time, he glanced at the young man. Before he made his move, Lu Ming had already noticed this young man. However, he didn't say anything. Just now he didn't use his full strength because he wanted to test the young man. What was he trying to do by hiding in the dark? What was his motive? That was why he didn't use his full strength and kept it as a trump card. Otherwise, if Lu Ming used his full strength, the dozens of experts from the Blood Dragon Hall wouldn't be enough to kill Lu Ming in one move. Now, it seemed like the Blood Dragon Hall was relying on this young man. You didn't stop? Haha, you're digging your own grave. The young man's eyes were extremely cold. He looked at Lu Ming with an extremely cold murderous intent. You're an outsider, right? Lu Ming suddenly said. What? Everyone at the scene was extremely shocked. An outsider. Now, everyone on the Dragon Clan's mother planet knew that many outsiders had invaded. In ancient legends, the outsiders were all demons who specialized in killing them. Legend had it that in ancient times, the Dragon Clan's mother planet was extremely prosperous. Later on, it was invaded by outsiders. The experts and countless divine dragons on the Dragon Clan's mother planet were all killed. Now that outsiders had invaded, the Dragon Human clan on the Dragon Clan's mother planet was very sensitive. This young man wasn't from the Dragon Human clan at all. Therefore, Lu Ming could tell at a glance that he was from the outside like him. You're quite knowledgeable. Not bad, I'm an outsider. You natives should submit to me and listen to my orders obediently. Then you can still live. As for you, you'll definitely die. The green-skinned young man looked at Feng Zhou and the others. Finally, he looked at Lu Ming with an even stronger murderous intent. I could have spared your life if you had turned around and left directly. But now, I have no choice but to keep you alive. Lu Ming said lightly. His main purpose in entering the Dragon Clan's mother planet was to find Xian Yanqing and Autumn Moon. Then he could obtain some opportunities and cultivate. He would try his best not to offend the experts and forces of the primitive universe. However, if the other party wanted to deal with him, he wouldn't be polite. What? You want to kill me? Ha ha ha. You're just a piece of trash in the 7th layer of the Divine King realm? The green-skinned young man laughed. Previously, he had been hiding in the dark and observing. He could clearly see Lu Ming's ability. He had to admit that Lu Ming was able to kill a 9th layer of the Divine King realm, with his 7th layer of the Divine King realm cultivation base. He was a peerless genius among the natives. However, compared to him, Lu Ming was too weak. He was a divine lord and a peerless genius. With Lu Ming's strength, it would be easy for him to kill Lu Ming. Do you know what my cultivation base is? I'm a divine lord, someone you should look up to. The green-skinned young man continued. His aura became even more terrifying. It was like a mountain that pressed down on everyone's heart. Divine Lord. He's a divine lord, a legendary peerless expert in the divine lord realm. The people of the Black Dragon clan were shocked. They looked at the green-skinned young man in horror. Their hearts were in turmoil. Before the Dragon clan's mother planet was revived, the divine lord realm was a legendary existence. It was only in ancient legends that someone had reached it. At that time, the strongest person on the Dragon clan's mother planet was only a 9th layer heavenly god. Even the Divine King realm was a luxury. Chapter 3597. Even now, 100 years after the Dragon clan's mother planet awakened, it was said that the strongest person was only a peak Divine King. But this youth in front of them was a Divine Lord. In their eyes, this was an invincible existence, a terrifying figure that could not be resisted. However, Lu Ming's expression was still very calm. First level Divine Lord, huh? Lu Ming muttered in his heart. He could already tell that the green-skinned youth's cultivation was first-level Divine Lord. Logically speaking, it should not be, because those who entered the Dragon clan's mother planet this time were basically all 3rd-level Divine Lord Heaven's prides. For example, Sacred Fire Saber Sect, apart from Lu Ming, those who came were all 3rd-level Divine Lords. Those below 3rd-level Divine Lord were practically the same as Lu Ming, monstrous geniuses with heaven-defying combat strength. And this youth in front of them only had 1st-level Divine Lord cultivation. Either he was the same as Lu Ming, with heaven-defying combat strength, or he was also injured when entering the Dragon clan's mother planet, and his injuries had not fully recovered now. Lu Ming leaned towards the second point. It seemed that wanting to enter with the 18 weak points was not that easy. Those who entered all paid some price. Like him, they were injured and had not recovered to their peak. Lu Ming had long since the other party's cultivation. If the other party was a 3rd-level Divine Lord existence, with Lu Ming's current cultivation, he was definitely not a match. Needless to say, he would definitely turn around and leave. But 1st-level Divine Lord? He had no fear. I don't care if you're a Divine Lord or a Divine King. Scram now and you can live. Otherwise, the outcome of the Blood Dragon Hall Master will be your outcome. Lu Ming said coolly. It's over. Hearing Lu Ming say so, the Black Dragon family's people's faces turned pale. They no longer had a chance. This Divine Lord would probably annihilate them. In their eyes, although Lu Ming was strong, he was definitely not a match for a Divine Lord. Sure enough, the green-skinned youth's face was incomparably cold, revealing ice-cold killing intent. Staring at Lu Ming, he said, "Ignorant native, I won't kill you. I'll cripple you and make you wish you were dead." Boom. As his voice faded, the green-skinned youth attacked. Green light filled his palm, forming a green sword light that pierced towards Lu Ming's dantian. He wanted to destroy Lu Ming's star core in one move and turn Lu Ming into a cripple. The speed of the green sword light was astonishing, and it emitted a corrosive aura. Poison. Lu Ming frowned, and then he activated the battle character art to increase his battle prowess by 5 times. At the same time, he activated the 1/5 drop of primordial god blood. Immediately, a layer of dragon scales appeared on his body. His fist was also covered by a layer of dragon scales. Of course, this was done intentionally by Lu Ming. He could also hide the dragon scales under his skin and not reveal them. Boom. Lu Ming punched out at the green sword light. "You overestimate yourself." The green-skinned youth sneered, but before he could say anything, his expression changed. Because when Lu Ming's fist collided with the green sword light, there was a loud explosion. Then the sword light dissipated and disappeared. "This is the strength of a divine monarch? It's nothing much?" Lu Ming said disdainfully. You were hiding your strength just now?" The green-skinned youth shouted coldly, but he was extremely shocked. Although it was just a casual move, it was enough to kill a 9th layer Divine King. The difference between a divine monarch and a divine king was too big. However, Lu Ming had broken his attack with brute force. It was unbelievable that a man in the seventh heaven of the king god realm possessed such strength. Even in the outside world, there were not many people like him. It seemed like the natives of the dragon race's mother planet had some geniuses as well. Boom. Lu Ming did not bother to talk nonsense, and he charged towards the green-skinned youth. Brat, I was just casually attacking you. Even if you were hiding your strength, you will still die. The green-skinned youth shouted coldly. He released all of his strength. His powerful divine force was filled with an ancient aura. Origin divine force factor, fourth awakening. Lu Ming's guess was right. He was originally a third-layer divine monarch. However, when he entered the dragon race's mother planet, he was attacked by the 10,000 dragon seals. Although he was lucky enough to enter the mother planet, he was severely injured. Although he recovered quickly, he was only at the first-layer divine monarch realm. However, although he was only at the first-layer divine monarch realm, his origin divine force factor and various secret techniques were still able to release terrifying power. Killing Lu Ming was just a piece of cake for him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Green divine force turned into green sword waves, and like a storm, they attacked Lu Ming. The sky was densely packed with green sword waves. Primordial divine blood. Lu Ming's heart moved, and the complete drop of primordial divine blood was activated, causing Lu Ming's strength to surge. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming's attack was extremely simple. His fists danced, and the starry sky trembled. Berserk energy destroyed the green sword waves. Following that, Lu Ming rapidly approached the green-skinned youth. A terrifying fist energy crushed toward him. Your divine force. The green-skinned youth was horrified. Lu Ming's power was too terrifying. With just a seventh-layer divine king cultivation base, he was able to destroy his divine force. His divine force was at the divine monarch realm, and he had already awakened his origin divine force factor 4 times. This level of divine force was actually unable to block Lu Ming's attack. It had to be known that he wasn't an ordinary divine monarch, but a heavenly genius. Myriad peak kill. The green-skinned youth roared, his entire body glowing. Then many poisonous bees the size of a fist appeared, flying toward Lu Ming in a dense swarm. The space around Lu Ming was completely blocked. This was the green-skinned youth's origin divine art. Every single one of these wasps was filled with venom, and was extremely powerful. Retreat, retreat. The Black Dragon family's people were all startled. They retreated far away, not daring to stay in the vicinity. Countless wasps flew toward Lu Ming. Boom. Lu Ming punched out. His fist energy swept through the void. One by one, the poisonous bees exploded and turned into green mist. However, after the poisonous wasp turned into a green fog, it rolled and turned back into a poisonous wasp, charging towards Lu Ming. Ha ha ha, you can't destroy my wasps. Die. Roared the green-skinned youth. My cultivation base is still too low. Lu Ming sighed inside. After all, his cultivation base had only recovered to the 7th-layer Divine King realm, while his opponent was at the 1st-layer Divine Lord realm. The difference was too great. The main thing was that his opponent was also a peak heavenly genius. If he was an ordinary 1st-layer Divine Lord, Lu Ming would have already killed him. His cultivation base was too low, and his divine force wasn't strong enough. That was why he couldn't break his opponent's origin divine art. But if his opponent had an origin divine art, did Lu Ming not have one? With a thought, the wind-extinguishing boots appeared. Right now Lu Ming didn't dare use too many origin divine arts. He could only use 1 or 2 of them. But against the green-skinned youth, the wind-extinguishing boots were the most suitable. The wind-extinguishing boots merged with his feet. Lu Ming's figure flickered, and he charged forward. His body was like a phantom as he dodged the wasps. Chapter 3598. After fusing with the wind-extinguishing boots, Lu Ming seemed to have turned into a gust of wind. His speed increased exponentially and his movements were unpredictable. Afterimages appeared one after another. Lu Ming had already dodged the attacks of the poisonous bees. He quickly closed in on the green-skinned youth, and his legs swept out like a steel whip. The air exploded and the energy swept over the youth like a tide. The wind-extinguishing boots could not only increase one's speed, but it also had terrifying destructive power. In addition to Lu Ming's primordial divine blood, this attack was terrifying. The green-skinned youth's expression changed and he shouted. His body emitted a green light, and a giant poisonous bee condensed in front of him. It was 100 times bigger than the other poisonous bees. The poisonous stinger on its beak emitted a cold light. It was obviously poisonous. However, Lu Ming was not afraid. He did not stop attacking and directly attacked. There was a loud roar. The air shook and energy swirled. Although the huge poisonous wasp's poisonous stinger pierced Lu Ming's feet, it did not break through Lu Ming's defense. Lu Ming's feet were not only covered with the wind-extinguishing boots but also dragon scales. On the other hand, the poisonous bee exploded. The green-skinned youth's body shook violently and he retreated. Die! Lu Ming shouted and his aura surged. He took a step forward and appeared above the green-skinned youth's head. Then he sent another kick down. Boom! The two of them collided again. The green-skinned youth was no match for Lu Ming. His body was like a meteor as he fell to the ground. However, his body emitted a green light that stopped him when he was close to the ground. Damn it! How can this aboriginal be so strong? The green-skinned youth was frightened. He did not dare to continue fighting and rushed to the side. Lu Ming's strength was beyond his imagination. It was unbelievable that a 7th-layer Divine King Realm cultivator could be so strong. Especially Lu Ming's body. It was like a primordial divine beast. His strength was boundless and he was invincible. Kid, I have not recovered from my injuries. I will spare your life. When I recover, it will be your death. The green-skinned youth roared and rushed forward. He had only recovered to the 1st-layer Divine King Realm. When he recovered to the 3rd-layer Divine King Realm, he could kill Lu Ming with a slap. Did I allow you to leave? Lu Ming said coldly. He took a few steps and caught up with the green-skinned youth. You want to kill me? Although you are stronger than me, you can't kill me. The green-skinned youth shouted. Indeed, Lu Ming's ability was above his and he could suppress him. However, suppressing and killing were two completely different things. He was bent on escaping. Lu Ming could not kill him. Really? However, Lu Ming sneered. Afterward, a bell appeared above Lu Ming's head. Origin of the origin secret. The bell of heavenly evildoer rang and an invisible attack enveloped the green-skinned youth. The green-skinned youth's body trembled, and he couldn't help but stop moving. His face turned red. Not good. Soul attack. This kid has 2 origin source secret techniques. The green-skinned youth roared in his heart. He was anxious and wanted to resist with all his strength. But it was too late. A foot enlarged in front of him and hit his face. His soul was affected by the heavenly evil bell. His divine power stopped for a moment. He had no way to defend himself. Bam! Lu Ming kicked the green-skinned youth in the face. The green-skinned youth screamed miserably and his body flew out. Half of his head exploded and he was seriously injured. Run, run, run. The green-skinned youth was not dead yet. He tried to escape. But the heavenly evil bell rang again. He was attacked and felt a stinging pain. His soul was a treasure that could defend against attacks. However, he could not completely block the heavenly evil bell's attack, and was greatly affected. No, the green-skinned youth roared in terror. In the next instant, another terrifying attack landed on his head. This time, his head completely exploded, and his soul was destroyed by the berserk energy. The green-skinned youth had fallen. Phew! In the sky, Lu Ming took a deep breath. He quickly dispersed the heavenly evil bell and the wind-extinguishing boots. Controlling 2 origin source secret techniques at the same time consumed too much divine power. Although he controlled 11 kinds of divine power, he was only in the 7th King God realm. He had used 2 origin source secret techniques at the same time. After a few attacks, his divine power was almost exhausted. Fortunately, it was only one person. If there were several people, Lu Ming would not have dared to use them like that. Sigh, I have to recover quickly. I missed the measure character formula. Lu Ming sighed. With the measure character formula, he could store divine power in advance. He was not afraid of exhausting his divine power. Now you know how good I am. You have to suck up to me in the future. In his sea of consciousness, the measure character formula snorted arrogantly. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. At this moment, the people of the Blood Dragon Hall and the Black Dragon family were stunned. They looked at Lu Ming in shock. A terrifying Divine Lord Realm powerhouse was actually killed by Lu Ming in an overbearing manner. Terrifying, too terrifying. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to have become a god. It was as if he was the reincarnation of a primordial divine dragon. They only reacted after a long while. Especially the people of the Blood Dragon Hall. Their faces were pale, and their bodies were trembling. They were afraid that Lu Ming would kill them in a fit of anger. As for running away, they did not dare to do so. Didn't they see that the terrifying divine sovereign expert was killed? Where could they run to? They could only watch in horror and wait for Lu Ming's orders. Senior Lu. At this moment, Feng Zhou flew over and clasped his fists at Lu Ming. He stammered. He thought that Lu Ming should be a senior expert from the Dragon Clan's mother planet. He was not young, but he had a technique to maintain his youthful appearance. Feng Zhou, we are about the same age. Don't call me senior. Lu Ming smiled. About the same age? Feng Zhou was a little confused. He said, Brother Lu, what should we do with the people of the Blood Dragon Hall? Lu Ming's gaze turned to the people of the Blood Dragon Hall. The remaining people of the Blood Dragon Hall trembled, and their hearts raced. They knew that the moment that would decide their fate was about to arrive. Why did you all submit to that person just now? Lu Ming asked. He was referring to the green-skinned youth. Not long ago, the other party suddenly descended. Although we knew that he was an outsider, he was powerful and reached the divine sovereign realm. Our hall master was suppressed by him in one move, and could only surrender. An old man of the Blood Dragon Hall mustered up his courage and said, Oh. Lu Ming nodded and said, Follow the Black Dragon family in the future. Work with the Black Dragon family and help me do things. I can spare your lives. Thank you for not killing us. Thank you. Unexpectedly, the people of the Blood Dragon Hall directly surrendered. This was beyond Lu Ming's expectations. He did not expect it to go so smoothly. He thought that the other party would resist. Chapter 3599. Actually, it was normal. That green-skinned youth was an outsider. They had no choice but to submit to him. However, in their eyes, Lu Ming was from the dragon race's mother planet. Moreover, he was so powerful. Submitting to someone from the dragon race's mother planet was better than submitting to an outsider. Therefore, they readily agreed. Next, it was time to clean up the battlefield. Lu Ming did not stay for long. He returned to his room and sat cross-legged. He circulated the universe myriad Tao art. The divine energy in the world gathered crazily and was absorbed by Lu Ming. The divine energy in Lu Ming's star core was quickly replenished. When his divine energy recovered to its peak, Lu Ming ended his cultivation. I wonder how the people outside are doing? Right, let me check the illusory heavenly jade. Thinking of this, Lu Ming took out the illusory heavenly jade and entered the public area of the illusory space. It can be used. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The illusory heavenly jade was indeed refined by the illusory heavenly palace. It was indeed miraculous. Even the 10,000 dragon seals could not block it. It could still be used. When Lu Ming first arrived, he thought that the illusory heavenly jade could not be used. Therefore, he did not take it out. However, the public area was silent. Only a few people asked about the situation in the dragon race's mother planet. Obviously, these people did not enter the dragon race's mother planet. However, no one answered. No one came out to explain the situation in the dragon race's mother planet. Could it be that not many people entered the dragon race's mother planet and they all died? Lu Ming pondered. However, he immediately shook his head. That was impossible. When he saw the green-skinned youth, Lu Ming knew that it was impossible for everyone who entered to die. Although the green-skinned youth was a genius, his strength was only average. He was born in a race that was not large. Most of the geniuses on the Great Desolate 10,000 Races board were probably stronger than the green-skinned youth. If the green-skinned youth could successfully enter the dragon race's mother planet, then there must be many others who had already entered. However, no one spoke in the public area. Lu Ming guessed that these people deliberately did not speak. There were two reasons for this. Firstly, he had been injured by the 10,000 dragon seals when he had entered, and he hadn't recovered yet. Thus he didn't want to reveal his location. After all, there were many factions in the Unrivaled universe, and many of them held grudges against each other. If you revealed your location, you might be targeted by others, which would be very dangerous. Therefore, before they recovered from their injuries, no one spoke. The second was to be like Lu Ming and obtain a relic. Being able to obtain a great opportunity in a relic was naturally something that couldn't be said. It would be better to keep it for oneself and slowly enjoy it. Lu Ming speculated that after some time, when everyone had fully recovered from their injuries, this public area would become lively. At that time, Lu Ming would be able to obtain a lot of information from here. Putting away the dream heavenly jade, Lu Ming walked out of the room. At this moment, the battlefield caused by the previous battle had been cleaned up. Brother Lu. Peng Zhou walked over and cupped his fists. Brother Feng Zhou, Lu Ming needs your help with something. Lu Ming said. Brother Lu, please speak. Peng Zhou will do his best. Peng Zhou said. I want to ask the Black Dragon family to help me find 2 people. With that, Lu Ming took out 2 jade talismans and injected his divine power. Immediately, 2 figures emerged. These 2 figures were Autumn Moon and Xian Yanqing. Lu Ming wanted to ask the Black Dragon family to help him find out the whereabouts of Autumn Moon and Xian Yanqing. This was also his purpose of pretending to be a native of the Dragon Clan's mother planet. He could use the natives to find Autumn Moon and Xian Yanqing. The Dragon Clan's mother planet was incomparably huge and boundless. Moreover, the suppression here was very strong, and the flying speed was extremely slow. It was too difficult to rely on his own strength to find them. It was undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. With the help of the natives of the Dragon Clan's mother planet, it would be much easier to find them. Brother Lu, don't worry. The Black Dragon family will do their best to find them. Peng Zhou nodded. Also, during this period of time, inquire about the surrounding situation and see what happened to the other forces. Lu Ming said. Okay, no problem. Peng Zhou nodded repeatedly. He had been completely conquered by Lu Ming's strength. Moreover, Lu Ming was a native of the Dragon Clan's mother planet. In his opinion, Lu Ming must be a peerless genius of the Dragon Clan's mother planet. Especially when Lu Ming had stimulated the primordial divine blood. He had exuded an ancient dragon aura, which made them admire him even more. After handing the 2 jade talismans to Peng Zhou, Lu Ming returned to his room. He took out a type of divine medicine, swallowed it, and began to refine it. The most important thing now was to restore his cultivation as soon as possible. Only when his cultivation was completely restored would he have enough confidence. In the divine medicine, rich life energy flowed into Lu Ming's body, and then into the 11-star nuclei, restoring Lu Ming's star nuclei. After refining the divine medicine, Lu Ming took out another one. In any case, in the Black Dragon Valley, Lu Ming had obtained close to 200 divine medicines. There were enough divine medicines for him to eat. Time passed day by day. Soon 10 days had passed. In 10 days, Lu Ming had refined dozens of divine medicines. With the help of the powerful life energy, Lu Ming's cultivation recovered rapidly. 8th layer Divine King Realm, 9th layer Divine King Realm. Although the recovery would be slower towards the end, in 10 days, Lu Ming's cultivation had recovered to the peak of the 9th layer Divine King Realm. He was just 1 step away from the Divine Lord Realm. The surface of the 11-star nuclei had become smooth again. There were fewer cracks on them, only a few were left. As long as these few cracks were completely repaired, Lu Ming's cultivation would recover to the 1st layer Divine Lord Realm. It's faster than I thought. At most, in another 10 days, I will be able to recover safely. Lu Ming revealed a faint smile. His injuries were very serious, especially when there was a problem with the star nuclei. It was very difficult to recover. However, the cultivation environment of the Dragon Clan's mother planet was too good. Even so, Lu Ming thought that it would take at least 2 years to recover. However, with these divine medicines, Lu Ming could shorten the recovery time to a month. This was very heaven-defying. Of course, the last step of the recovery was also the most difficult. Lu Ming estimated that it would take around 10 days. He took out another divine medicine and continued refining it. At this moment, two figures were rushing towards the Black Dragon clan at an extremely fast speed. They were two young men with arrogance in their eyes. They were wearing fiery red armor. Flames were burning on the armor, and the temperature was shocking. The air was sizzling due to the heat. We're almost at the Black Dragon clan. The Black Dragon clan also controls a relic called the Black Dragon Valley. It's an ownerless place. The Fire Centipede clan must control the Black Dragon Valley. The relic on the Dragon clan's mother planet is really amazing. Divine medicines are everywhere, and there are countless opportunities. Cultivating here is 100 times faster than cultivating in the sacred place of our Fire Centipede clan. Haha, the Dragon clan's mother planet was born at the beginning of the world. It has been sealed for so many years. Once it awakens, of course it will be amazing. The two young men chatted. Chapter 3600. The two young men from the Fire Centipede race chatted as they flew. Soon, they arrived at the Black Dragon family's territory. Who goes there? Stop right there. With a loud shout, several figures appeared and blocked the two young men from the Fire Centipede race. These figures were from the Blood Dragon Hall. The Blood Dragon Hall had been subdued by Lu Ming and cooperated with the Black Dragon family. Some of the experts from the Blood Dragon Hall were guarding the Black Dragon family's territory. When they saw the young men from the Fire Centipede race, they stopped them. Are you from the Black Dragon family? One of the young men from the Fire Centipede race asked. You can say that. One of the men from the Blood Dragon Hall replied. Very well. Go back and tell the Black Dragon family to hand over the Black Dragon Valley and surrender. They will work for the Fire Centipede race. That way the Black Dragon family can live. One of the young men from the Fire Centipede race said coldly. Otherwise, all of you will die. The other young man from the Fire Centipede race added. With that, the two young men from the Fire Centipede race emitted a shocking aura. The aura was like the might of the heavens, causing the faces of the experts from the Blood Dragon Hall to change drastically. They retreated and spat out blood. Divine Lord Realm. The people from the Blood Dragon Hall were shocked. Go back and tell them. One of the young men from the Fire Centipede race waved his hand casually. Let's go. The men from the Blood Dragon Hall quickly retreated and returned to the Black Dragon family. I heard that the Black Dragon family is only a small faction. The strongest person there is only at the 5th layer of the Divine King realm. This trip will be easy. Not bad. This place is not occupied by anyone. Our Fire Centipede race is lucky. After taking the Black Dragon Valley, we will have 2 ruins to explore. The two young men from the Fire Centipede race chatted casually as they continued forward. Soon, they arrived above the Black Dragon family. At this moment, the Black Dragon family was already crowded with experts. They stared warily at the two young men from the Fire Centipede race. What are they trying to do? Are they trying to resist? One of the young men from the Fire Centipede race was stunned. If they want to die, I don't mind sending them on their way. Another young man from the Fire Centipede race said coldly as a cold light flashed in his eyes. Below, Lu Ming was sizing up the two young men from the Fire Centipede clan. Previously, when he was cultivating, he received news from Prung Prefecture that someone had come to kill him. Lu Ming had no choice but to end his seclusion. Now, the Black Dragon Valley was regarded by Lu Ming as his own treasured land. How could he give it to others? Anyone who wanted the Black Dragon Valley was his enemy. 2nd level Divine Monarch. Lu Ming swept with his spiritual sense and discovered that these two young men had 2nd level Divine Lord cultivation. This is a little tricky. Lu Ming frowned. Even though he had managed to recover his cultivation to the 9th layer of the God King realm, making him significantly stronger than when he had fought with the green-skinned young man, he was still unable to withstand the pressure. But Divine Lord Realm, the disparity between each level was also very great. A 2nd layer King God Realm expert could easily kill a 1st layer King God Realm expert. If it were an ordinary 2nd King God Realm warrior, Lu Ming didn't need to worry about him. With his current competence, he could kill him easily. However, none of the people who were able to come here were ordinary people. They were all geniuses of various major forces. This was especially true for the geniuses on the primordial 10,000 races roll. They were probably even stronger. The only thing he didn't know was which clan they were from. Boom. Boom. The two young men from the fire centipede race released their auras impolitely. The aura of a second-layer divine lord filled the sky above the black dragon family, filling the area with a terrifying pressure. The people from the black dragon family and the blood dragon hall seemed to be carrying a huge mountain on their backs. They're even stronger than the green-skinned young man. They're outsiders. Feng Zhou and the others had ugly expressions. They could easily sense that these two young men were even stronger than the green-skinned young man from 10 days ago. Would Lu Ming be able to fight the other party? Hand over the Black Dragon Valley or die. One of the young men from the fire centipede race shouted coldly. His killing intent was so cold that it made people's expressions change. Feng Zhou and the others fell silent and looked at Lu Ming. They could only leave it to Lu Ming to deal with such an enemy. There was nothing they could do. You're outsiders, right? Which clan are you from? Lu Ming asked. He wanted to find out where they were from first. You're just an aboriginal. Even if I tell you, you won't know. One of the young men from the fire centipede race glanced at Lu Ming. Tell me about it. I've seen an introduction to the alien races in an ancient book. Lu Ming said. Since you want to hear it, I'll tell you. We're from the fire centipede race, a powerful clan on the primitive 10,000 races list. We're one of the top clans in the entire primitive universe. Do you understand? One of the young men from the fire centipede race said coldly with a proud face. So you're from the fire centipede race. You're ranked 10,000 on the primitive 10,000 races list. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Lu Ming had seen the introduction of all the clans on the primitive 10,000 races list in the dreamy divine jade. Once the other party said it, he understood. So you're from the fire centipede race. I've seen it in an ancient book before. It was only after my dragon race was destroyed that you had the chance to climb up. Otherwise, you wouldn't be qualified to be on the primitive 10,000 races list. Lu Ming said with a smile. Indeed, the fire centipede race wasn't qualified to be on the primitive 10,000 races list when the dragon race was at their peak. After the dragon race was destroyed and their strength weakened, they were removed from the primitive 10,000 races list. Only then did the fire centipede race have the chance to climb up. Kid, you're courting death. One of the young men from the fire centipede race shouted coldly, emitting a cold killing intent. The fire centipede race had always been proud of being on the primitive 10,000 races list. They hated it when people said that they had climbed up the ranks. Now a native dared to say that. Boom. One of the young men from the fire centipede race stepped out. Flames filled the sky and the temperature in the air rose rapidly. A terrifying wisp of flames spread out and rushed toward Lu Ming and the other members of the Black Dragon family. He wanted to burn them all into ashes. Lu Ming soared into the sky and threw out a punch. His fist energy broke through the air and extinguished the wisp of flames. 9th layer Divine King Realm. The two young men from the fire centipede race were stunned. They had heard that the strongest person in the Black Dragon family was only a 5th layer Divine King Realm cultivator. They had never thought that there would be a 9th layer Divine King Realm cultivator. However, the two of them soon smiled maliciously. So what if he was a 9th layer Divine King Realm cultivator? In their eyes, he was an existence that they could kill with a slap. Could die. The young man from the fire centipede race who had attacked previously shouted coldly. He threw a slap at Lu Ming. His palm was covered in purple flames, and the temperature was even higher. This terrifying flame could burn an ordinary 9th layer Divine King Realm cultivator to death. That's not enough. Lu Ming shouted and activated the battle character secret art. His fighting strength increased by 5 times. His divine force erupted and at the same time, he activated the power of the primitive divine blood and threw a punch at his opponent. Lu Ming did not use his origin secret technique. He had used his full strength in this attack. He wanted to kill the other party with a thunderous strike when the other party looked down on him. Watch out! The other young man from the fire centipede race sensed the terrifying power of Lu Ming's punch. He roared in anger and rushed toward Lu Ming crazily. Chapter 3601. The other prodigy of the fire centipede race sensed Lu Ming's explosive power and roared in anger. He charged at Lu Ming. As he charged, His body expanded rapidly and finally turned into a giant centipede that was over 1,000 meters long. The centipede was covered in flames and surrounded by ferocious flaming claws. After turning into a centipede, the flaming claws around him flew out like flaming sabers and slashed at Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. Lu Ming furrowed his brows and punched out continuously with both fists. Streams of fist force burst forth, charging forward and colliding with the flaming sharp claws. Boom! Boom! A series of explosions sounded. The young man from the fire centipede race reacted and roared. A violent power burst out and charged at Lu Ming, colliding with Lu Ming's fist energy. Whoosh! Lu Ming's body floated backward. Damn it, this kid hid his strength. The young man from the fire centipede race shouted coldly. He was really scared. He had underestimated Lin Fan, and did not expect him to be so strong. If the other prodigy of the fire centipede race had not intervened in time, he might have been killed by Lin Fan. Under the lingering fear, there was anger, boundless anger. Kid, I'm going to tear you apart. The prodigy of the fire centipede race roared, and his body began to transform into a giant flaming centipede. This was not a secret physique technique, but their true bodies. 2 flaming centipedes wriggled their bodies and emitted shocking flames as they charged at Lu Ming. Their sharp claws turned into sabers and slashed at Lu Ming, making a terrifying whistling sound. Come on! Lu Ming grasped the void, and the Overlord Spear appeared. The Overlord Spear was naturally more suitable to deal with 2 prodigies of the fire centipede race. This was because the fire centipede race was the type with thick skin and strong defense. It required a powerful origin source secret technique. Whoosh! 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 The Overlord Spear vibrated and shot out spear lights at the flaming claws. Lu Ming waved the Overlord Spear and knocked away the claws as he charged at one of the flaming centipedes. Kill! One of the flame centipedes roared. Its body glowed like metal, and its entire body seemed to transform into a fiery red saber as it slashed down at Lu Ming. This move contained his opponent's origin secret art. Lu Ming could clearly see that the other party's origin secret technique was a wisp of heat that fused with the other party's body. Its power was astonishing. Unending river of spear Dao. Lu Ming brandished his spear, and a long river of spear Dao appeared, colliding with his opponent's body. Boom! Boom! Explosions rang out continuously as the 2 sides clashed. In the end, there was a loud explosion. Lu Ming and the flame centipede both retreated over 100 li. What astonishing power! What a powerful fire crow! Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. Speaking of which, this was the second time he had fought against a race on the primitive 10,000 races roll. The first time, it was a few prodigies from the Wu people. However, the Wu people's strange means of attacking the soul happened to be countered by Lu Ming's evil bell, so they couldn't show their strength. Now it was the second time Lu Ming had fought against a prodigy from a race on the primitive 10,000 races roll. He finally realized how powerful these races were. The other party's power was astonishing, far surpassing that of ordinary races. The prodigy of the Sacred Fire Saber sect was definitely no match for the prodigy of the Fire Centipede race. The more powerful the race, the more outstanding the bloodline, and the more powerful and talented they were. This was because these races were closer to the primitive divine spirits. Especially the races that were ranked at the top of the primitive 10,000 races roll. They were even more terrifying. For example, some 8-winged angels and 10-winged angels in the angel race were born with amazing talents. Their bloodline was powerful, and they grew rapidly. Their talents were far beyond that of other races, and their combat strength was astonishing. This was something that the Dragon clan also had. For example, the 7-clawed divine dragon and the 8-clawed divine dragon were born with amazing talents, not to mention the 9-clawed dragon. They were almost invincible in a battle of the same level. Some prodigies of other races even had divine power at birth. And it was divine power that had awakened the divine power origin factor. They also had origin secret arts at birth. How could they compare? This was the power of a race's talent. Although the 2 young men from the Fire Centipede race in front of him weren't that powerful, they were still much stronger than ordinary races. Of course, it didn't mean that ordinary races couldn't be compared to these powerful races. Ordinary races could also give birth to some monstrous prodigies. In history, There had been records of ordinary races rising against the natural order, and even trampling on the strongest prodigies of the top 10 races. Of course, such monstrous prodigies were very rare. In terms of overall strength and overall prodigies of a race, the stronger races were still more powerful. Lu Ming was shocked, and the two prodigies of the fire centipede race were even more shocked. Lu Ming was only a 9th-level divine king, but he could fight against them. It was too terrifying. Is this the divine dragon race? They've been annihilated, and only a few remnants can give birth to such a monstrous prodigy. No wonder they were one of the top 5 races back then. The two prodigies of the fire centipede race had this thought. However, it was quickly replaced by killing intent. The divine dragon race had been annihilated, so what if they gave birth to a monstrous prodigy? They would just kill him. The two huge centipedes transformed into two battle sabers and slashed toward Lu Ming with a whistling sound. It seems like it's not easy to deal with just one origin secret art. I'll use more then. Lu Ming's heart stirred and the heavenly evil bell condensed. Ding-ling-ling. The wicked bell rang, attacking the other party's soul. Soul attack. Be careful. The two fire centipedes shouted, but their bodies still trembled after being attacked. Lu Ming took the opportunity to attack. The Overlord God Spear stabbed toward the eyes of one of the fire centipedes. That was the other party's weakness, and its defense was weak. However, just as the Overlord God Spear was about to pierce its eyes, the fire centipede roared and twisted its body, narrowly avoiding the attack. With a clang, the Overlord God Spear pierced the shell of the fire centipede's head. The fire centipede was sent flying, and its shell caved in. A trace of blood seeped out, but it was fine. To be able to react so quickly, it seems like the other party has a soul-protecting treasure, and it's extremely powerful. Lu Ming frowned. The prodigies of the primitive 10,000 races board could not be underestimated. Obviously, Lu Ming had a powerful soul defense treasure, which was why he could react so quickly and resist the soul attack. This was normal. The primitive 10,000 races board was so powerful that it was normal for them to have powerful soul defense treasures. One had to know that the Wu people on the primitive 10,000 races board specialized in dealing with souls. If the other races did not have any defensive treasures, wouldn't they be at the mercy of the Wu people? Kill. Kill this bastard. The two fire centipedes roared and pounced toward Lu Ming, launching a violent attack. Lunar moon. Lu Ming moved his mind, and the lunar moon appeared, scattering rays of extremely cold light. Chapter 3602. Lu Ming used his third origin secret technique, the Moon of Lunar. The Moon of Lunar contained the power of extreme coldness. The Moon of Lunar was awakened by the divine power of Lunar, and was filled with the power of extreme coldness and Een. The fire centipede race was filled with terrifying flames. The Moon of Lunar was the nemesis of the fire centipede race. Rays of light fell from the Moon of Lunar, and landed on the two fire centipedes. Immediately, there were crackling sounds of explosions. This was the result of the collision of cold and heat. For a moment, the flames on the two fire centipedes dimmed. Sovereign's Gate. Then, with a thought, Lu Ming cast another origin secret skill, the Gate of Dominion. The Sovereign's Gate was enormous. There was a vortex on it that spun continuously. It emitted a terrifying suction force that suppressed the two fire centipedes. Damn it, so many origin secret techniques. The two fire centipedes roared and struggled violently. They wanted to break through the attacks and break out of the encirclement. Now's the time. Void Breaker Sword. Lu Ming waved his hand and the Void Breaker Sword appeared. It flew out and stabbed at the eyes of one of the fire centipedes. The two fire centipedes were attacked by the Wicked Bell and the Sovereign's Gate. Their bodies and souls were greatly suppressed, and their reaction speed was much slower. In addition, the Void Breaker Sword was as fast as lightning. In a flash, it was in front of one of the fire centipedes. The fire centipede wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The Void Breaker Sword pierced through one of its eyes. Ah! The fire centipede roared and struggled violently. However, it was useless. The Void Breaker Sword pierced through and destroyed it. At the same time, Lu Ming also attacked. He stabbed the other eye of the fire centipede with his spear. Boom! A violent burst of energy exploded, and the head of the fire centipede exploded. It died on the spot. How dare you kill the prodigy of my fire centipede race? You native, you deserve to die. The other fire centipede was shocked to see this scene. It roared and ran back, trying to escape. However, Lu Ming would not let it escape. Old Liang, divine power. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Powerful divine power surged into Lu Ming's body through the quantifying word formula. Kacha. At that moment, Lu Ming seemed to hear a slight cracking sound coming from the star core that hadn't completely healed yet. It seemed that the crack had become a little bigger. He hadn't fully recovered yet. Rashly introducing the divine power into the measure character formula, he still couldn't bear it. However, he couldn't care less now. Boom. The Sovereign Lord's gate shone brightly, and a scaly hand stretched out of the vortex. It almost looked like the hand of a fiend devil as it grabbed the flame centipede's tail and squeezed. The flame centipede screamed as its tail was crushed. Then the heavenly evildoer bell rang. The void-shattering sword and Lu Ming charged toward the flame centipede with the Overlord God Spear. Lu Ming's primordial divine blood was activated, and his strength was unimaginable. The Overlord God Spear smashed down. Even though the flame centipede's defense was amazing, its shell was almost smashed open by Lu Ming. Under the pincer attack of Lu Ming's various origin secret techniques, the flame centipede was no match at all. It barely managed to block a few moves before the void-shattering sword pierced its vitals. It screamed in pain. Then Lu Ming arrived with the Overlord God Spear and killed the flame centipede completely. After killing the flame centipede, Lu Ming immediately withdrew several origin secret techniques and checked the star core's condition. After a while, Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, although the divine power in the measure character formula had caused the crack in the star core to widen, it wasn't serious. It would take at most a few days for it to recover. Only then did Feng Zhou and the others react. They looked at each other. They were already numb to Lu Ming's strength. During this period, Lu Ming had repeatedly brought them surprises. It was as if no matter how strong the enemy was, Lu Ming would finish them off in the end. Feng Zhou, I'll leave these 2 flame centipedes to you. I'm going back to cultivate. Lu Ming reminded Feng Zhou. He felt a sense of urgency in his heart, because when the last flame centipede was about to die, its glabella lit up and took out a jade talisman. Lu Ming saw it clearly. It was clearly the illusory divine jade. Lu Ming had already studied the illusory divine jade before. The illusory divine jade had many functions. Not only could it replace voice transmission jade talismans, but it could also replace the breath shadow stone to copy images. Lu Ming reckoned that at the last moment, the flame centipede sent out a message and sent out his image at the same time. In that case, it would definitely attract more and stronger flame centipedes later. As a member of the primordial 10,000 races, the flame centipede race had many elites. It was impossible for only 2 of them to enter. For example, the sacred sparrow race, which was ranked over 9,000, had a few hundred people enter. Therefore, he had to recover to his peak as soon as possible to deal with the upcoming situation. Lu Ming came to the 2 flame centipedes. First he took their rings. Then he took out 2 jade talismans from their bodies. They were indeed illusory divine jade. Then he ignored them and returned to his room. Feng Zhou and the others hurriedly put away the corpses of the 2 flame centipedes. These 2 flame centipedes were priceless treasures to them. If the carapace of the flame centipedes was refined into armor, its defensive power would definitely be astonishing. Lu Ming returned to his room and took out the 2 pieces of illusory divine jade to study. Unfortunately, Lu Ming was soon disappointed, because there was no use at all. Everyone's illusory divine jade would be completely bound to the illusory divine jade by dripping their blood. In this way, this piece of illusory divine jade would be the only one. Even if others took it, they would not be able to use it. They would not be able to erase the imprint on it and open the illusory divine jade. It was said that only the people of the illusory heavenly palace could erase the imprint on the illusory divine jade. Shaking his head, Lu Ming put away the 2 pieces of illusory divine jade. Then he took out a divine herb and continued to refine it. There was a vast territory to the west of the Black Dragon family. In this territory, there was a dragon-human family called the Golden Dragon family. There was also an ancient relic in the Golden Dragon family called the Golden Dragon Ridge. Now both the Golden Dragon family and the Golden Dragon Ridge were occupied by the elites of the Flame Centipede race. In a hall deep in the Golden Dragon family, a group of Flame Centipede race elites gathered. Damn it, Wu Feng just sent back news that they were killed in the Black Dragon family. A Flame Centipede race elite shouted angrily. According to the Golden Dragon family, the strongest cultivator in the Black Dragon family is only in the 5th layer of the King God realm. Even if they have improved during this period of time, the strongest cultivator in the Black Dragon family shouldn't be above the 7th layer of the King God realm. How could Wu Feng and Wu Feng be killed when they went there? Could it be that the Black Dragon family is also occupied by other powerful races? The other Flame Centipede race elites discuss with solemn expressions. If other races on the primitive 10,000 races list had occupied the Black Dragon family, they could forget about it. Chapter 3603. After all, although the Fire Centipede race was ranked on the primitive 10,000 races board, and was one of the top races in the primitive universe, they were ranked at the bottom. Any race on the primitive 10,000 races board was more powerful than them. Therefore, if the other party was another race on the primitive 10,000 races board, they could only admit that they were unlucky. He's not a race on the primitive 10,000 races board, or even an outsider. He's a native of the dragon race's mother planet. The Fire Centipede race prodigy said. What? A native? The other Fire Centipede race prodigies found it hard to believe. Look. The Fire Centipede race prodigy took out the dreamy sacred jade. The dreamy sacred jade shone, and an image appeared. The image was Lu Ming. After Lu Ming activated the primordial divine blood, he purposely let the dragon scales appear, so that he looked exactly like the dragon human race. He's indeed a native. The other Fire Centipede race prodigies widened their eyes in disbelief. A native of the dragon race's mother planet actually had such a powerful existence that could kill 2 of their prodigies who had recovered to 2nd level Divine Lord realm. It seems like we can't underestimate the native of the dragon race's mother planet. After all, this is an extraordinary planet. It's possible that some monstrous prodigies could be born here. A Fire Centipede race prodigy who looked more composed nodded. He's just a native. I'm going to kill him now. Who wants to come with me? A hot-tempered Fire Centipede race prodigy shouted. Wait a minute. A young man with long fiery red hair spoke from above. The moment he spoke, the others quietened down and looked at the youth as though they were afraid of him. We were injured when we entered the weak spot and have yet to recover to our peak. The most important thing now is to make use of the divine medicine on the Golden Dragon Ridge and the excellent cultivation environment to recover from our injuries. It won't be too late to kill that native after we've recovered to our peak. The red-haired youth spoke. The others nodded, indicating that they had no objections. In the Black Dragon family, Lu Ming continued to refine the divine medicine, and his injuries were recovering rapidly. In the blink of an eye, 12 days had passed. After 12 days of cultivation, Lu Ming's injuries had finally recovered to their peak. The cracks on the 11 star cores had all disappeared without a trace, and they emitted a resplendent radiance. And Lu Ming's cultivation also finally recovered to 1st level Divine Lord. I can finally use it to my heart's content. Lu Ming smiled. After recovering to his peak, Lu Ming no longer had any scruples when he made a move. The 11 kinds of divine power of the origin could erupt to his heart's content. The divine power that had been stored in the measure character formula could be supplied continuously. In this way, Lu Ming's battle prowess could be fully unleashed. It's been 12 days, but the Fire Centipede race still hasn't arrived. Lu Ming pondered. Lu Ming was a little surprised. He had thought that the Fire Centipede race would come knocking on his door very soon. He didn't expect that after 12 days, they still hadn't come. It seems that the people of the Fire Centipede race have all been injured since they entered this place. That's why they don't dare to attack recklessly. That's good too. It's time to refine the Genesis grass. Lu Ming smiled and a stalk of Genesis grass appeared in his palm. The Genesis grass was of great help to the cultivation of divine power of the origin. It would be helpful for the 4th, 5th, and even 6th awakenings. Lu Ming wanted to see how helpful it would be. Lu Ming swallowed the Genesis grass in one gulp and began to cultivate. This time, Lu Ming cultivated the divine power of the Overlord's divine power of the origin. As expected, once he started cultivating, Lu Ming felt that his comprehension of the divine power of the Overlord's divine power of the origin was extremely fast. Originally, the Overlord's divine power was only at the fourth awakening. Now it was rapidly approaching the fifth awakening. A day later, Lu Ming completely refined the Genesis grass. Lu Ming felt that his comprehension of the divine power of the Overlord's divine power of the origin had soared. Although it had not awakened the fifth awakening, it was a huge step closer. It was comparable to the results of thousands of years of cultivation. This way, if I refine 2 more stalks of Genesis grass, the Overlord's divine power will definitely awaken the fifth awakening. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He had 2 more stalks of Genesis grass in his hand. This cultivation speed was astonishing. It was already at the fourth awakening, but it was still so helpful. It was definitely an unparalleled treasure in the outside world. Its value was immeasurable. It was a treasure that could not be bought even with money. Lu Ming was about to take out the second stalk of Genesis grass when his gaze suddenly shifted, and he looked in a certain direction. Lu Ming felt that more than 10 auras were rapidly approaching. They're here? Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly. Whoosh! Lu Ming rushed out of the room and soared into the sky. He flew in that direction and stood in the void waiting. In just a few breaths' time, 10 figures appeared in front of him. 10 young men in fiery red armor, with flames of different colors burning on their bodies. It was obvious that they were the experts of the fire centipede race. The 10 experts of the fire centipede race naturally noticed Lu Ming. They fanned out and surrounded Lu Ming. This is the kid who killed Wu Feng. Surround him. Don't let him escape. A few cold shouts could be heard. Violent auras burst out and locked onto Lu Ming. Third layer Divine Lord Realm? Lu Ming muttered. Obviously, the 10 experts of the fire centipede race had recovered from their injuries. They had recovered to their third layer Divine Lord Realm. Kid, you dared to kill one of our fire centipede race. Very well. Today we'll let you know what regret is. One of the Sky Pride of the fire centipede race shouted coldly. Kill. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with them. He took a step forward and the Overlord God Spear appeared, thrusting it towards the prodigy of the fire centipede race. The prodigy of the fire centipede race was shocked. He didn't expect that Lu Ming would dare to make the first move when he was surrounded by so many experts. At the critical moment, his 2 arms turned into 2 sabers and blocked in front of his body. Clang! The Overlord God Spear struck the 2 sabers, and there was a loud explosion. The prodigy of the fire centipede race retreated, and almost vomited blood. Kid, how dare you make a move? Kill him. Kill. The other prodigies of the fire centipede race were enraged. They all transformed into their original forms. Giant fire centipedes appeared and their sabers shot towards Lu Ming. There were 10 fire centipedes in total, and all of them were third-layer divine lords. Their strength was shocking. However, Lu Ming remained calm. With a thought, 2 drops of primordial divine blood, 1 big and 1 small, were activated. Lu Ming's body was filled with powerful energy. Kill. Lu Ming let out a long roar. The overbearing divine spear became incomparably huge, sweeping away all the saber gleams. Afterward, the Wind Destroyer boots appeared and merged with Lu Ming's feet. Lu Ming took a step forward and appeared in front of a flaming centipede divine spear. He pierced the flaming centipede, and the flaming centipede hurriedly dodged, avoiding the vital parts of its head. Lu Ming's spear pierced the fire centipede race's abdomen. You can't break through my defense. The fire centipede race was about to shout, but in the next moment his voice stopped abruptly. There was only a terrified roar. Chapter 3604. Bam! The Tyrant God Spear successfully broke through the flame centipede's defense. The spear pierced through the front and back of the spear, and a violent burst of energy exploded. The flame centipede's body exploded into 2, and it fell directly to the ground. In that spear strike, Lu Ming had already unleashed the power of the Overlord God Spear after severing the shackles. Apart from not using other origin secret techniques, Lu Ming's individual attack power had almost reached the limit, and easily broke through the fire centipede's defense. Both third-level divine lords, The fire centipede race's prodigy was more talented and stronger than the sacred fire saber sex prodigy. Facing the sacred fire saber sex prodigy, Lu Ming didn't need to activate the power of the primordial divine blood. Facing the fire centipede race's prodigy, Lu Ming was more or less the same after activating the power of the primordial divine blood. After killing a fire centipede, the Overlord God Spear swept across and hit another fire centipede. With a bang, this fire centipede also exploded and died on the spot. How is this possible? Damn it, this isn't real. The remaining 8 fire centipedes were shocked and couldn't believe it. Needless to say, their fire centipede race's attack power was very strong, but their defense power was even stronger. It could be said that they had both bow and body. Apart from being a little slow, they were very strong in all other aspects. But now, the defense power that they were so proud of couldn't even withstand a single blow in front of Lu Ming. They were scared. Retreat, leave this place. This kid is strange. Go back and bring everyone together. Let young Master Wu Tian kill him. Let's go. The remaining 8 fire centipedes were scared and wanted to retreat, wanting to leave this place. It's too late to leave now. Kill. Lu Ming roared as other origin secret techniques appeared on his body. In an instant, he used at least 7 or 8 origin secret techniques. Apart from the auxiliary origin secret techniques, like the Heavenly Dark Shield and the Primordial Divine Dragon Horn, Lu Ming used all the other offensive origin secret techniques. Ding-ling-ling. The wicked bell vibrated, and a soul-shaking sound wave spread out, making the 8 fire centipedes tremble. Then the void-shattering sword, the sky devil blade, the gate of the sovereign, the moon of the moon, the sun of the sun. All kinds of origin secret arts were launched. These origin secret techniques all severed a shackle, and when unleashed, their power was astonishing. Puff! A flaming centipede was split in half by the sky demon blade. Then, the other fire centipede's head was pierced by the void-breaking sword, and its soul was annihilated. At the same time, a large hand reached out from the gate of domination and crushed a fire centipede alive. The moon of the moon and the sun of the sun sprinkled down multicolored light, turning the bodies of the 2 flame centipedes into ashes. Lu Ming swept out with the tyrant god spear in his hand, causing the fire centipedes to explode one after another. Lu Ming went all out. In just a few breaths of time, the remaining 8 fire centipedes were all slaughtered. In fact, these flame centipedes didn't even have time to take out their illusory godly jades to spread the news before they were killed. It feels so good to return to my peak. Lu Ming was in high spirits, but he quickly calmed down. Although these flame centipedes couldn't withstand a single blow, Lu Ming wouldn't underestimate the heroes of the world. The fire centipede race was only ranked in the top 10,000 of the Great Desolate 10,000 races. Although their bloodline talent was powerful, it was limited. However, the races ranked at the top of the Great Desolate 10,000 races had astonishing bloodline talent and powerful combat strength. If their cultivation was 2 levels higher than Lu Ming's, Lu Ming would most likely not be their match. For example, Ebo of the Winged Men was suppressed to the early 2nd level of the Divine Lord realm by dragon might, but his combat strength was extremely powerful. Lu Ming had to unleash his full strength to kill him. One could imagine what kind of existences were in the top 100 or even the top 10 races of the Great Desolate 10,000 races. It was hard to predict. Perhaps the top 10 races had geniuses who could compete with Lu Ming at the same level, or even be stronger than Lu Ming. That would be normal. Those races' bloodline talent was too strong. If they had some fortuitous encounters, they would be extremely shocking and abnormal. In addition, those weak races couldn't be underestimated either. Even in the small world, people like Lu Ming and Di Jiani could come out. It would be normal for there to be any kind of abnormal people. Lu Ming quickly composed himself. He kept the corpses of the fire centipede race in a storage ring, and threw it to Hozhou. Naturally, Hozhou was dumbfounded. Hozhou, have you heard any news during this time? Lu Ming asked. Brother Lu, there's no news about the 2 girls you mentioned. Hozhou shook his head. Lu Ming was slightly disappointed, but he quickly recovered. The Black Dragon family had limited manpower. It wasn't easy to obtain news about Autumn Moon and Xian Yanqing. However, we've heard quite a bit about the surrounding area. Hozhou said. Tell me about it, Lu Ming asked. Now the public area of the fantasy space was still quiet. Lu Ming could only rely on the Black Dragon family to obtain information. Now a large number of outsiders have arrived. During this time, the 3 continents of the Dragon Clan's mother planet have been gradually appearing. Hojo began to explain in detail. Lu Ming had learned before that the entire Dragon Clan's mother planet had a total of 3 continents. Between the large continents was an endless ocean. The 3 continents were the Soaring Dragon Continent, the Soaring Dragon Continent, and the Dragon Spirit Continent. The continent where the Black Dragon family was located was in the southeast of the Soaring Dragon Continent. Each of the 3 continents was vast and boundless. The Black Dragon clan only occupied a small part of it. On the 3 continents, there were countless forces of the Dragon Human clan. During this time, a large number of outsiders have arrived and they are very powerful. They are all existences of the Divine Sovereign Realm. With their powerful strength, they control the forces of the Dragon Clan's mother planet to do things for them, plunder treasures and divine herbs for them. They also occupy various ruins and sacred grounds. Hojo sighed as he spoke. His face was very ugly. The Dragon Human clan of the Dragon Clan's mother planet was simply enslaved by the outsiders and used as slaves. If it weren't for Lu Ming, the Black Dragon family would have been enslaved by other outsiders. They were incomparably angry but helpless. Their strength was inferior, so what could they do? It wasn't that no one resisted. Those who resisted were directly beheaded. Lu Ming nodded and didn't speak. This result was very normal. The Dragon Clan's mother planet had been recovering for 100 years. Not only were there divine herbs in the ruins and sacred grounds, but there were also a large number of divine herbs and other treasures in other places. It was normal for outsiders to control the Dragon Human clan on the Dragon Clan's mother planet and enslave these people to plunder various treasures. Have you heard any news about those flaming centipedes? Lu Ming asked. Yes. Hojo nodded and said, to the west of our Black Dragon family, there was originally a force called the Golden Dragon family. There were many flaming centipedes that occupied the Golden Dragon family. Chapter 3605. The Golden Dragon family? Lu Ming muttered. Yes, and the Golden Dragon family has an ancient ruin called the Golden Dragon Ridge. Legend has it that the Golden Dragon tribe lived there in the ancient times. Quan Zhou said. Golden Dragon Ridge. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Lu Ming was very interested in the sacred sites on the Dragon Tribe's mother planet. Just the Black Dragon Valley alone had given him many surprises. What kind of treasures would there be in the other sacred sites? Lu Ming was looking forward to it. However, he had not finished exploring the Black Dragon Valley and was not in a hurry to go to other places. Lu Ming planned to explore the Black Dragon Valley before going to the Golden Dragon Ridge. After chatting with Quan Zhou for a while, Lu Ming went back to his room and took out the Genesis grass to refine. 2 days later, the last 2 stalks of Genesis grass were refined by Lu Ming. His Overlord Divine Force had successfully broken through and awakened 5 times. In this way, Lu Ming had 2 types of Divine Force and his Origin Source Divine Force had awakened 5 times. Lu Ming's combat strength had increased again. Let's go to the Black Dragon Valley. Lu Ming got up and walked out of his room to find Quan Zhou. During this time, Quan Zhou had been refining divine herbs and his cultivation had improved rapidly. He was approaching the 5th layer of the God King realm. This speed was unbelievable outside. However, it was normal in the Dragon Tribe's mother planet. The Dragon Men were born in the Dragon Tribe's mother planet and had dragon veins connecting them. They were more compatible with each other. After absorbing the energy and divine herbs from the Dragon Tribe's mother planet, their cultivation had improved faster than the outsiders. Everyone's cultivation had improved rapidly. When Lu Ming told Quan Zhou that he wanted to go to the Black Dragon Valley, Quan Zhou agreed without hesitation. Lu Ming was the Black Dragon family's backer now. Without Lu Ming, the Black Dragon family would be taken over by the outsiders, and they would have nothing left. Lu Ming opened the Black Dragon Valley and entered it again. Lu Ming did not stop outside and quickly went to the place where the mirror was last time. Lu Ming went through the mirror without hesitation. The pressure seems to have lessened. Lu Ming's heart stirred. He realized that the pressure behind the mirror was not as great as before. Looks like the Black Dragon Valley will be completely revealed sooner or later. Everyone might be able to enter. Lu Ming pondered for a moment before his figure flashed, and he began to search for treasures. Soon, Lu Ming found a few stalks of divine herbs that were full of life vitality. Lu Ming put it away unceremoniously. That's Dragon Blood Stone. Suddenly Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He saw another piece of Dragon Blood Stone. He stepped forward, took out a combat sword and started digging. Clang clang, clang, sparks flew everywhere. However, Lu Ming's current ability was many times stronger than the last time he was here. Very soon, the fist-sized Dragon Blood Stone was dug out, and Lu Ming kept it in his storage ring. Roar! At this moment, a violent roar rang out. It pierced through gold and cracked stone, shaking the void. Rumble! A gigantic Dracolian beast charged at Lu Ming with murderous intent. You beast again. I'll finish you off this time. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. Through its life aura, Lu Ming could clearly sense that this dragon lion beast was the one that had chased after him previously. Lu Ming's cultivation was still weak the last time. He was only at the Divine King realm. This time, Lu Ming had recovered to the first-level Divine Lord realm. Lu Ming was enraged at the thought of being chased by this Dracolian beast. Bam! Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed over. With a wave of his hand, the Gate of Domination appeared. The gigantic Gate of Domination smashed down on the Dracolian beast. Although Lu Ming was still under a lot of pressure, it was much less than the previous time he was here. Moreover, Lu Ming, who had recovered to the first-level Divine Lord realm, was not a match for a first-level Divine Lord realm Dracolian beast even if he was under pressure. Bam! The Gate of Domination smashed down on the Dracolian beast's head. The Dracolian beast was smashed to the ground. Blood flowed from its head, and it looked at Lu Ming with fear in its eyes. He knew Lu Ming, but he could not figure out how Lu Ming could be so strong in such a short time. Bam! The Gate of Domination exerted more force and killed the Dracolian beast. Roar, roar, roar! At this moment, there were continuous roars coming from other directions. The ground shook and at least 5 or 6 Dracolian beasts appeared and charged at Lu Ming. Looks like there's a small Dracolian beast tribe here. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He was not afraid at all and met the attack head-on. Soon, the 5 or 6 gigantic Dracolian beasts were all lying on the ground. After killing these Dracolian beasts, Lu Ming searched the area again. Soon he found more than 10 stalks of divine herbs, 2 stalks of Genesis grass, and a piece of Dragon Blood Stone. Lu Ming was overjoyed. These were all good things. Especially the Genesis grass and Dragon Blood Stone. They were simply priceless treasures. After searching the area, Lu Ming continued forward. After walking for a while, he encountered another Dracolian beast. It was not a Dracolian beast but a different kind of Dracolian beast. This time, there was a second-level Divine Lord Dracolian beast. It was very strong. However, even if Lu Ming was suppressed, a second-level Divine Lord was not his match. Especially after he activated the primordial Divine Blood. It actually had a deterrent effect on these Dracolian beasts. Therefore, Lu Ming easily killed these Dracolian beasts and obtained many treasures. Just like that, Lu Ming continued to explore the area. However, as he continued forward, the Dracolian beasts that appeared were stronger and stronger. Later on, third-level Divine Lord Dracolian beasts began to appear. Under this pressure, Lu Ming wanted to use all his means and strength to kill a third-level Divine Lord Dracolian beast. Just like that, Lu Ming stayed in this Black Dragon Valley for 3 days. Later on, when fourth-level Divine Lord Dracolian beasts began to appear, Lu Ming could only retreat. These resources in my hands right now are enough for me to use for a period of time. Lu Ming revealed a look of joy. This time, he obtained another 200 stalks of divine medicine. In addition, he obtained 5 stalks of Genesis grass and 6 pieces of Dragon Blood Stone. Among them, there was a piece of Dragon Blood Stone that was fully the size of a wash basin. It was several dozen times larger than the fist-sized Dragon Blood Stone. This was a huge harvest. After Lu Ming withdrew from the Black Dragon Valley and returned to his room, he started cultivating without stopping. First of all, refining the 5-bot Genesis grass, Another kind of divine power awakened the origin divine power factor 5 times. This way, Lu Ming had 3 kinds of divine powers, and awakened the origin divine power factor 5 times. The 4th kind of divine power was also coming soon. Lu Ming had no choice but to sigh. The Genesis grass really had the miraculous wonder of seizing heaven and earth's good fortune. At the same time, Lu Ming's heart turned cold again. The dragon race's mother planet all had such treasures. And those major races that were equally famous as the dragon race also had planets similar to the dragon race's mother planet. For example, the angel race, the soul race, the Buddhist race, and so on. These terrifying races should also have treasures similar to the Genesis grass, right? Then how terrifying would the geniuses of these races be? Chapter 3606. After refining the 5 tufts of Genesis grass, Lu Ming took out a piece of dragon bloodstone and began refining it. The dragon blood turned into surging energy that was absorbed by Lu Ming. The second drop of primordial divine blood also grew stronger. After refining the 5 fist-sized dragon bloodstones, Lu Ming's second drop of primordial divine blood had reached perfection. It was the same size as the first drop of primordial divine blood. Like this, Lu Ming now had 2 perfect drops of primordial divine blood. The 2 perfect drops of primordial divine blood constantly emitted an ancient energy that entered Lu Ming's body, subtly strengthening Lu Ming's divine body. If this continued, Lu Ming's divine body would become even stronger. Those fire centipede race actually didn't come. Very good, then I'll continue refining. A washbasin-sized dragon bloodstone appeared in Lu Ming's hand. It was dozens of times bigger than the fist-sized dragon bloodstone. The energy contained within was extremely rich. Lu Ming didn't hesitate, and directly started refining it. It was much more difficult to refine the washbasin-sized dragon bloodstone. Lu Ming spent a whole month to refine the washbasin-sized dragon bloodstone. Lu Ming obtained 5 complete drops of primordial divine dragon blood. Like this, Lu Ming had condensed a total of 7 drops of primordial divine dragon blood. 7 drops erupting together. I wonder how strong they will be. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. It was time to go to Golden Dragon Ridge. There were so many opportunities in Black Dragon Valley, but what about Golden Dragon Ridge? Lu Ming was looking forward to it. Walking out of his room, Lu Ming didn't inform Peng Zhou and the others. He directly went to Golden Dragon Ridge. Golden Dragon Ridge and the Golden Dragon family were completely occupied by the fire centipede race. There were at least 100 fire centipede race heavenly geniuses, and they were all divine lords. The Golden Dragon family couldn't resist at all, and could only be enslaved by the fire centipede race. They became slaves of the fire centipede race, plundering treasures for them. In a mountain range not far from the Golden Dragon family, a group of people from the Golden Dragon family were searching for divine herbs and other treasures. Damn it, these outsiders are too despicable. They really treat us like slaves. Someone roared in anger. That's right, and if we occupy the Golden Dragon Ridge, we won't be able to get any benefits. Our mother planet has finally recovered, and it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us to make rapid progress. But now we won't be able to get anything, and we have to hand everything over. How can we make progress? Damned outsiders. They're all demons. The ancient divine dragon clan was destroyed by these people. Many people complained, feeling incomparably angry. However, anger was anger. They didn't dare rebel against the fire centipede race. It wasn't like the Golden Dragon family didn't resist, but all of them died. Sigh, I heard that a lot of outsiders have come this time. They are everywhere on the mother planet. All the forces, big and small, have been controlled by them, just like us. It's our fault for being weak. Some people sighed. I heard that a peerless expert appeared in the Black Dragon family and killed the fire centipede race. I wonder if it's true. I heard about it too. The fire centipede race was furious. More than a month ago, they sent 10 experts to the Black Dragon family to destroy them. However, those 10 experts never returned. Could it be that they were killed? I really hope it's true. Could it be that our dragon clan's mother planet already has such an expert? It's hard to say. I heard that the fire centipede race is furious. Their leader has been in seclusion recently. As soon as he comes out, he will kill his way to the Black Dragon family. The people of the Golden Dragon family whispered again. They really hoped that a peerless expert would appear on the Dragon Clan's mother planet to destroy the outsiders. Look, there's someone there. Suddenly, someone looked at the sky. The other people of the Golden Dragon family also looked at the sky. In the sky, a young man with his hands behind his back and long hair was flying in the direction of the Golden Dragon family. This person is going in the direction of the Golden Dragon family? I haven't seen this person in the Fire Centipede race. Why is he going to the Golden Dragon family? Is he an outsider or someone from the Dragon Clan's mother planet? He's coming from the direction of the Black Dragon family. Could it be the expert from the Black Dragon family? Should we go and have a look? Let's go back quietly and have a look. Many people of the Golden Dragon family talked and showed their interest. Then they quietly followed Lu Ming and went in the direction of the Golden Dragon family. Lu Ming naturally noticed the people of the Golden Dragon family, but he was too lazy to pay attention to them. He walked forward quickly. Soon, a huge building complex appeared in front of Lu Ming. At this moment, in the main hall of the Golden Dragon family, the experts of the Fire Centipede race were gathered together. A red-haired young man sat at the top. This person was the most talented and the strongest in this batch of Fire Centipede race. He was the top genius of the Fire Centipede race. Now all of our cultivation has been restored to the peak, and my celestial glutton body has also broken through. The red-haired young man's words caused an uproar. What? Your celestial glutton body has broken through? Many of the Fire Centipede race's geniuses exclaimed in disbelief. They knew that the red-haired young man's celestial glutton body had reached an important bottleneck. If he broke through again, he would enter a new realm, and his combat strength would skyrocket. The red-haired young man's combat strength was already extremely amazing. Now, how strong could he be? That's right. The resources on the Dragon family's mother planet are too good. It's better than the cultivation holy land of our Fire Centipede race. My celestial glutton body has broken through. Now follow me to the Black Dragon family. I'd like to see who dares to kill the geniuses of my Fire Centipede race. The red-haired young man's eyes were cold. More than a month ago, they had sent 10 third-level divine lords to the Black Dragon family. They did not expect that they would not return. Most likely, they had met with misfortune. During this period, they had not killed their way to the Black Dragon family for revenge. Firstly, many of them had not recovered to the peak. Secondly, the red-haired young man's celestial glutton body was at the critical point of breaking through. To be able to kill 10 third-level divine lords of the Fire Centipede race's geniuses, the other party was not weak. Alright, let's kill our way to the Black Dragon family. I'd like to see which force is so bold to go against our Fire Centipede race. Someone said coldly. They thought that some force had occupied the Black Dragon family. Crawling insects of the Fire Centipede race, get out here. It was at this moment that a deafening roar sounded from outside, piercing through metal and shattering stone. The main hall suddenly quieted down. Everyone looked at each other for a while. Many of the Fire Centipede race's geniuses revealed murderous intent. Which bastard is shouting outside? Courting death. Kill our way out. The geniuses of the Fire Centipede race shouted angrily. Follow me outside to take a look. The red-haired young man said and strode forward. The others followed behind him and headed outside. Chapter 3607. When the prodigies of the Fire Centipede race walked out of the hall, they saw a young man standing above the Golden Dragon family with his hands behind his back. This person was naturally Lu Ming. Alone. The prodigies of the Fire Centipede race were slightly stunned when they saw that Lu Ming was alone. How dare he come here alone? He really didn't know what was good for him. Lu Ming looked at the prodigies of the Fire Centipede race with a calm expression and said, "Now I'll give you a chance. Get lost immediately and leave this place. You can avoid death." Lu Ming's words made the prodigies of the Fire Centipede race so angry that they laughed. Giving them a chance to get lost would save them from death? Could this person be an idiot? Kid, who are you? The red-haired young man was more composed. He stared at Lu Ming carefully and asked in a deep voice. Don't you know who I am? You've been sending people to kill me previously. Have you forgotten so quickly? Lu Ming said coldly. You're from the Black Dragon family? The red-haired young man narrowed his eyes. They were about to kill their way to the Black Dragon family, but they didn't expect that the other party would come first. That's right, Lu Ming replied. This made the prodigies of the fire centipede race look very cold. Cold killing intent was emitted without concealing it. Kid, don't hide anymore. Call your companions out. You can't fool us if you want to hide in the dark and ambush us. A prodigy of the fire centipede race said coldly. Companions? Lu Ming smiled casually and said, don't guess blindly. I don't have any companions. It's just me alone. The one who killed your fire centipede race was also me. I'll give you a chance. Get lost immediately. You're alone? Haha. The prodigies of the fire centipede race sneered, not believing him at all. No matter how they looked at it, Lu Ming was only a first-level divine lord. A first-level divine lord could kill a third-level divine lord? Moreover, there were 10 of them at once. How was that possible? Did they think that the prodigies of the fire centipede race were all trash? Stand there and let him kill him? Therefore, they didn't believe Lu Ming's words at all. They thought that Lu Ming was up to something and wanted to numb them so that others could launch a sneak attack. You guys protect me. I'm going to kill this brat and force the others out. One of the fire centipede race's Sky Pride spoke. Then he stepped out and pressed towards Lu Ming. The other members of the fire centipede clan spread out their spiritual senses and shrouded the void. There were even people who flashed and surrounded the nearby area to prevent the hidden people from launching a sneak attack. Seeing the fire centipede race being so cautious, Lu Ming was speechless. He was alone, all right? What's the point of doing so much? Why are there so many scenes? He looked indifferently at the prodigies of the fire centipede race who were closing in on him. Brat, stop acting all mysterious. Now that the surroundings have been sealed, your people can't save you. Die. The prodigy of the fire centipede race revealed a ferocious look. His entire body was covered in fiery red flames. His palm was like a heavenly blade as he slashed towards Lu Ming. The power was very strong, reaching third-level divine lord. Moreover, he was a prodigy of the powerful fire centipede race. With this palm, not to mention a first-level divine lord, even a second-level divine lord would be killed. The difference between each level of the divine lord realm was no joke. However, Lu Ming's expression was calm. He didn't panic at all as he greeted the attack with a punch. The moment he punched out, Lu Ming had already activated the battle symbol formula to increase his battle strength by 5 times. At the same time, he activated the power of a drop of primordial divine blood. A layer of dragon scales appeared on the surface of his fist. This guy is from the dragon human race, not an outsider. The eyes of many of the fire centipede race flashed. They were very surprised. They originally thought that Lu Ming was the same as them, an outsider race with many experts. They didn't expect that Lu Ming was actually a native of the dragon race's mother planet. He was a dragon human like the people of the Golden Dragon family. A first-level divine lord realm cultivation. And you dare to take my attack head-on? You're courting death. The youth from the fire centipede race who attacked sneered. His expression was ferocious as if he had already seen the outcome of Lu Ming being split in half by his blade. Boom. The next moment, Lu Ming's fist and the other party's palm collided. A violent explosion erupted. Then, there was the sound of bones breaking. The scene of flesh and blood flying everywhere. A shrill scream sounded. The prodigy of the fire centipede race retreated wildly. One of his palms had already exploded, flesh and blood flying everywhere. He retreated a few thousand meters. His entire body was covered in cold sweat as he looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. In a head-on collision, his palm was actually shattered by Lu Ming's punch. Although he had transformed into human form, his defensive power was still astonishing. He didn't expect such an outcome. The other members of the fire centipede race were also stunned. They were somewhat in disbelief. A first-level divine lord realm person was so strong. Kill! Lu Ming shouted. He stepped on the void and the wind-extinguishing boots appeared. They merged with his feet, making his speed extremely fast. He took a step forward and charged towards the other party. His palm grasped the void and the tyrant god spear appeared. Buzz! Lu Ming swung with all his might. A violent force surged into the tyrant god spear, and then smashed towards the other party. The sky shook. The force was terrifying. Not good. The prodigy of the fire centipede race was shocked. He retreated wildly. In the process of retreating, his body changed rapidly. He turned into a huge fire centipede. The legs around him turned into battle blades that flew out continuously. Clang, clang, clang. Hundreds of battle blades flew out, wanting to block Lu Ming's attack. However, under the pressure of Lu Ming's spear, the battle blades kept exploding. In the end, the tyrant god's spear bombarded the head of the fire centipede. The upper half of the fire centipede exploded, and it died on the spot. It was almost an instant kill in one move. The scene fell into silence. All the members of the fire centipede race were looking at Lu Ming in a daze. Lu Ming's combat strength had really exceeded everyone's expectations. It shocked them. Not far away from the Golden Dragon family, many of them were watching from afar. Although they were some distance away, they still saw what had just happened clearly. At this moment, they were also dumbfounded. Dragonians, it's Dragonians. He's from the dragon race's mother planet. He's one of us. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect our dragon race's mother planet to have given birth to such a strong existence. He killed the fire centipede race in one move. This is great. Too powerful. Legend has it that the divine dragon race on our dragon race's mother planet is a great existence in the entire world. What's the big deal about having some peerless experts? The members of the Golden Dragon family were ecstatic. They desperately hoped that Lu Ming could kill the fire centipede race and save them from this disaster. This kid is evil. Let's attack together. That's right. Let's attack together and destroy him. Many prodigies of the fire centipede race spoke. Their auras constantly erupted and gathered together to suppress Lu Ming. Chapter 3608. Now the fire centipede race's prodigies no longer dared to underestimate Lu Ming. One move killed a third-level Divine Lord prodigy. This kind of combat strength was simply inconceivable. Now they believed that Lu Ming really came alone. The 10 prodigies who went to the Black Dragon family previously might really have been killed by Lu Ming. If you don't scram now, then you won't have the chance anymore. Lu Ming said coldly, killing intent erupting. He had already given them a chance. Since they did not cherish it, then don't blame him for being ruthless. Boom. Lu Ming was very decisive and directly attacked. The Overlord God's spear trembled, stimulating the power to sever shackles. Over 100 spear lights erupted, killing towards all the fire centipede race's prodigies. Erupting over 100 spear lights at once, the power was scattered. It was naturally impossible to kill them. However, he did not need to kill them. He just needed to block these fire centipede race's prodigies. As for Lu Ming, he held the Overlord God Spear and charged towards 2 of the fire centipede race's prodigies. Not good. Seeing Lu Ming charge over, the 2 fire centipede race's prodigies' expressions changed drastically. They both reverted to their true forms and released resplendent saber lights, slashing towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's strength was astonishing. He brandished the Overlord God Spear, breaking apart the saber lights. The spear pierced through the void, killing one of the fire centipede in the air. Save me. The other fire centipede was shocked and frantically retreated. Kid, you dare? Kill. Several fire centipede race's prodigies shouted and charged towards Lu Ming. The terrifying saber lights seemed to be able to destroy everything. Someone who severed their shackles? Lu Ming muttered. These fire centipede race's prodigies had astonishing strength. Their source secret technique had actually severed their shackles. It was rare for Lu Ming to encounter such a prodigy. However, this was also normal. The powerful races ranked on the primordial 10,000 races all had great talent. It was normal for them to sever their shackles at the 3rd-level Divine Lord realm. Although these few people's combat strength was similarly 3rd-level Divine Lord, they were a magnitude stronger than the other fire centipede race's prodigies. The other fire centipede race's prodigies were blocked by the spear light that Lu Ming blasted out. But after they erupted with their full strength, they broke through Lu Ming's spear light all at once, charging in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming could only turn around and fight these people. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming shook his spear. The The spear light soared into the sky and collided with the saber light. A violent roar resounded, and the spear light and the blade light both disappeared. Kill! Kill! The top prodigies of the fire centipede race shouted. Their huge bodies were like terrifying battle sabers. They became one with their sabers and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly. These few people were indeed very strong. They had divine power of origin factors, and had also undergone 5 awakenings. In addition, their physical talents were strong, they had severed their shackles, and they were 3rd-level divine lords. Their strength was extremely terrifying. They were far from what the people of the sacred fire saber sect could compare to. Although they were at the same level, their combat strength was worlds apart. Lu Ming had to be cautious. Boom! Lu Ming erupted with his full strength. He already had 3 types of divine power that had undergone 5 awakenings. He had also pushed them to the limit. At the same time, Lu Ming had the Bell of Evil, the Gate of Domination, and the Shield of Tianxian on his body. In an instant, 7 or 8 types of secret techniques of origin appeared. Each of them had severed their shackles. The fire centipede race's prodigies were almost stunned. Their eyeballs were about to pop out. One person had actually mastered so many secret techniques of origin, and severed their shackles. What kind of monster was this? Ding! 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 The Bell of Evil let out a crisp sound that shook the souls of the fire centipede race's prodigies. Although the prodigies of the fire centipede race all had treasures to defend their souls, they were still somewhat affected by the attack of the Bell of Evil. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Ming controlled the Gate of Domination to suppress one of the top prodigies. Then the Void-Shattering Sword, Sky Demon Blade, and other secret techniques of origin also blasted towards this person. Although this fire centipede was extremely powerful, it was forced to retreat after being attacked by so many secret techniques of origin. Wounds appeared on its hard carapace and blood flowed out. Kill! Finally, Lu Ming launched a fatal blow with the Overlord God Spear in his hand. Poof! The Overlord God Spear pierced the person's eye socket. Violent energy surged in, and then exploded. The fire centipede let out an unwilling roar as its soul was destroyed. A top prodigy of the fire centipede race had been killed by Lu Ming. All this happened in the blink of an eye. Just now, Lu Ming had activated the Bell of Evil, and stunned all the prodigies of the fire centipede race. Lu Ming took advantage of this opportunity to launch an attack. It was too late for the others to help. By the time they launched their attacks, Lu Ming had already killed his opponent. His figure flashed and he dodged the attacks of the fire centipede race. Damn it, this kid is an ancient cultivator, and he can also attack souls. Be careful of his soul attacks. We will attack from the front. You guys attack from the side. Kill him! The fire centipede race roared. The strongest prodigies launched a storm of attacks on Lu Ming. The ordinary prodigies launched attacks from all directions. Countless saber lights slashed towards Lu Ming. They wanted to drown Lu Ming in the endless saber lights, and chop him into minced meat. Lu Ming's figure flashed continuously. He dodged these attacks and seized the opportunity to counterattack. However, at this moment, Lu Ming suddenly felt a sense of danger coming from the side toward Lu Ming. Swoosh! From the side, a fiery red saber light slashed towards Lu Ming. It was a fiery red fire centipede. It was one with the saber and its entire body turned into a saber. It was extremely terrifying. This fire centipede's attack was a great threat to Lu Ming. It was more powerful than the strongest prodigies of the fire centipede race. I didn't expect the fire centipede race to have such a person. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This was obviously a terrifying prodigy of the fire centipede race. He had not attacked before because he was waiting for an opportunity. Once the opportunity came, he attacked directly. He attacked Lu Ming from the side. It was very insidious. With such strength, to launch an ambush, an ordinary person would have been killed by the other party. However, Lu Ming's strength was not limited to this. With a thought, the heavenly dark shield blocked his side. At the same time, the 7 drops of primordial divine blood in Lu Ming's heart were all activated. Roar! At this moment, there seemed to be a violent dragon roar coming from Lu Ming's body. It was as if the primordial divine dragon had awakened. In an instant, Lu Ming's body was filled with violent power. Clang! The opponent's attack bombarded the heavenly dark shield. The heavenly dark shield vibrated nonstop. A crack even appeared on it, and it was directly sent flying. From this, it could be seen how powerful the opponent's attack was. The attacker was the red-haired youth from the Fire Centipede race. After breaking the heavenly dark shield with one attack, the red-haired youth did not stop and continued to attack Lu Ming. However, what greeted him was the Overlord God Spear. Boom! Lu Ming waved the Overlord God Spear and collided with the saber formed by the red-haired youth. The area was filled with violent force, forming a layer of impact that swept in all directions.